haven't known in the YouTube chat yet. Get the YouTube chat. People get there. Oh, YouTube changing over to the analytics. YouTube has been great for the streams. We have ever so slightly bans at the bottom, but we need bans. Fine. We go like this. Hopefully that'll be fine for both drafts. So it's a best of 5 single elimination tournament. Sitaux probably the favorite. They're playing AOC maps with the default DE maps, so these maps are, I guess, just like Medieval Masters, can be it's a journey. It's quite the experience to play these maps. Yeah, to see, do we have a lobby? Don't have a lobby yet. So if we will cast this, we get 3 sets of Medieval Masters. We'll see how much my stamina goes today. And then when I'm done with all that, I need to tag about almost 70 different players from a variety of countries and about 30 teams, because I will need them to submit invoices for cartographers so I can pay them for the prize pools. And that is going to be probably an adventure almost as crazy as playing original AOK maps, which are probably just up there with the default DE maps in craziness. Also, we need to make sure Capture Age doesn't crash and go out of memory again. That's not fun. Do not want Capture Age crashing a PC. Tonic Night Dance, oh yeah. Open my coffee, get ready to drink it. I guess the YouTube stream will be weird because I was originally going to go live at 11. But I went live early. So I don't know how it advertises people if I go live early. And hello VJ. Hi, thanks a lot streaming on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the YouTube streams. Excited to find out what AOC is? AOC is Age of Conquerors. It's the original. That's why I have that logo up there, AoE 2 the Conquerors expansion. And the game was called AOC for years. AOK for the original and AOC for the expansion. And hello Filter Coffee. I got my coffee right next to me. Coffee and water. What's with this cute dancing Teutonic Night? That's my dance emote. On Twitch. Oh, and Full Metal Zim, thanks for gifting a sub to Concrete. We are 10 points away from 400 sub points. Anthony just had a realization that he's known what AOC was the entire time. Let's see, still don't see a lobby, still don't see them in-game anywhere. Let's hope they get started soon. Gotta have water with coffee. Coffee will be... I just got it like an hour ago when I got back from the gym. So it'll be hotter than I'm used to. Wonder if I have the energy to stay up and watch Liereyy. Yeah, you have a very different time zone than I do. Well, I always say you can prioritize work. And if you want to see the VOD will be in 4K on YouTube. That's always something to check out. $4K and hopefully no ads, as long as the turning off monetization actually turns the ads off. Maybe it doesn't, but I hope it does. Will I go to the China land? I know absolutely nothing about the China land other than it's happening. I've never been to China before. But I know nothing about that. I will go to the unannounced December tournament to cast that. I think you can guess what that is, but they've not revealed that yet. Hello, HQ. And there have been China AoE2 lands before, but that was before I really went to traveling to lands. Oh, I can add markers in the stream on YouTube. Maybe I should do that between every set. I can create a highlight video of a stream too. Okay, and then I have a button for inserting ads. I can share. Oh, that's how I get the link. Lovely. Germany, December 2025 land, yes. Get post on Discord that we're going live. I wonder what the feature equals share does in the YouTube link. I usually just get rid of that. Maybe it's like some metadata for how people get there. I don't know. If I click that, where does it open? It opens the VOD properly, right? Yes, it does. Haven't had any ads the days you've watched? Nice. I'm glad. Longer stream today? Depends on how awake I can stay. It is my Sunday. I've been having a lot of trouble sleeping recently. I don't know why, but maybe it's just because it's the summer and it's light out much later. What would have been really crazy is if that, if you saw there's like some like esports gaming championship being held in the Middle East. Would have been crazy if Age of Empires 2 actually was there. That would have, casting that would have been quite an experience. Okay, I see Chart hosting a game on Gold Rush. Gold Rush will be game 1. Something weird with the drop shadow under the sieves. Let me try and crop that slightly. Maybe that made it better. Lance, hello, Wally. So chart right now is 2501 in Elo. Sitaux probably a bit higher. Sitaux usually is grinding the 1v1 ladder. And hello, Mad Hyena. Good to see you. Germany land sounds exciting. I'm very excited for it. Do I do it full time? I don't do it full time. I've just been streaming a lot this past month because of cartographers, since that was my tournament. 16-hour flight for Germany. Yeah, it's about 7.5 hours there and 9.5 back usually when I go to Germany. I want to do it full time? Not really. It's just something I've had a bit of time these past couple months to do. Would you happen to know where I can find a file with data of all AoE2 units? Things like cost, creation time, damage types, etc. Can't find the latest data by searching? What do you mean can't find it by searching? What you want to do is you go to AoE2 on Steam, you right-click the game, you go to Manage, Browse Local Files, and then in the Tools Builds folder, you'll find the Advanced Genie Editor 3.exe. That is the tool for looking at AoE2 data. If you want to find the files that correspond to that, there would be then you go back to the basic AOE2 game files directory, they'd be in resources, common, and dat for data. And there's empires2x2p1.dat. That's the file that you look at using Age. There's the Genie utils library if you want to write some code and process that, and I think there's a Python port of the library. But that's where the files are. Is there a human readable file? That I don't know. That I don't know. What programming languages do I use? I've used a bunch throughout my time on this earth. I first learned Java, and then I also learned Python after that. Then I also did quite a bit in C and C++ and OCaml. Then when I did worked on healthcare software, that was essentially a web app that was C#, JavaScript / TypeScript, HTML, CSS / SCSS. And then a database. You interact with a language called M. That was a very unique thing there. And recently I've been doing more in Rust. If I need to do personal projects, I'm usually doing them either in Python or in Rust, depending on how quick and dirty they are versus if I need performance. And also just JavaScript for running stuff in browsers. Rust is awesome, yes. I agree. Working on a Linux kernel? No, Rust is honestly great for doing any, like... as long as if any personal project that doesn't require interfacing with a library. If there's a very convenient library to use, then usually it's much easier to get the library in Python, because you don't have to read as much documentation or figure out the library's type system. So sometimes Rust libraries are really nice and simple to use, but sometimes they can be much more complicated. There's a great variance there, whereas Python is more just like plug and play. You input something, call a function, and you're done. But that might also just be because I'm not really all that experienced with Rust as I am with some other languages. I'd like to do larger projects in it, but I haven't had an excuse for that yet. Working on a Linux kernel? No, but I mean, maybe later this year we full-time switch from Windows to Linux, so we don't have to upgrade to Windows 11. So what? Windows 10 was 2015. Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, it's more like downgrade to Windows 11. I mean, as an Age of Empires player, whenever I see Windows 11, I just think it's a joke because of the 11. Like it's laughing at us. All your coding classes set of Rust was added for Linux kernels? I guess no one taught your gen to use Rust when Python exists. When does this start? Just got your noodles ready. Ooh, nice. It starts whenever Sitaux shows up and joins the lobby. I just see chart in the lobby. Unless, of course, the spectator dashboard is down and it's not showing me the lobby correctly. Maybe look around. Just in-game, check the spectate list. I don't see anyone there. The in-game search doesn't work. Maybe one day the in-game search for AoE2 will work. But oh wait, I saw a chart just disappeared from his lobby. What's going on? Where is Sitaux? Oh, there's Sitaux. Oh, Sitaux is streaming. I can open his stream and spy on what he's doing. Oh, he uses Outlook for his email. Dangers of streaming your full desktop. Do I enjoy it? Well, I do enjoy it. I was originally a math major, but when you study math, you often have to pivot to something in the real world. And I pivoted to software development, and I've enjoyed it. Like a CSV file, I don't know of a CSV file right now. Yes, you can try pulling with Python. Yep, search for the Genie utils library. Yeah, math majors have to do something else. You can go into academia. Am I going to hack him now? I'm not. Yeah, you're seeing his email is not something that makes him hackable, unless he types his password in on stream, which I hope he doesn't. Let me give him an @Sitaux though in the title. Shout him out. Anyone want to know when the next match for the TC Tanger is? That still going on? You did physics, so they force you to do business. I've never done much physics. I have a book on my shelf called Quantum Mechanics for Mathematicians, but I've never had time to read it. I need to finish editing this math video I'm working on for my YouTube. I'm so close. I need to re-record the ending now. Windows 14 will not be pacifist compatible. Yeah. You remember when Windows 10 had Cortana as like the AI thing? They got rid of that, right? Is that still a thing? Notice the Conqueror's banner? Yes, it's the AOC Classic 2025. Let me put that in the title too. Cast this before Medieval Masters. You get a warming up. I know that the Conqueror's logo. Oh, that's nice. Third place and final TC Tango still to play. Okay. What do you? I want your chat's opinions. What do you think of third place matches? In all my, maybe this is just a me thing, in all my time of watching AoE2, I've never felt like there was much competitiveness for the third place match. As people always do them as like the lead-in to the real finals, but third place it feels like you're always a step backwards because it's a shorter set, and usually a shorter set than the semifinals. And it feels like it's just kind of like we're filling time thing rather than a good competitive third place match. Has a more fun feel. Like how Karuto did it with the Silver League finals replacing it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought like the Silver League finals with a teams who are invested in the Silver League finals would be like more of an exciting event. And I guess it worked out that way because like T90 made it and he took it really seriously. And last time for Karuto, I don't know if that's representative though, because it was Doubt and Tato to play the entire tournament. Went 7 games with Viper and JorDan, lost, and then went to the third place match against Yo and Vivi, and Nilly played. We were also invested in T90's run. He was devastated. Yep. Well, that was simultaneously a great idea and a horrible idea because he was so. Is this game starting yet? No. He was so invested in the Silver League that he didn't really stream much of the tournament. And like the viewership numbers on my channel were great, but the viewership numbers overall in the tournament were not all that great because T90 wasn't streaming much of it because he was so invested in silver. Then Dave was away for most of it. So it's really hard to draw conclusions about tournaments like that when it's just like the randomness of are the top streamers covering it affects the viewer numbers. And ironically, having fewer viewers overall for the tournament is better for my channel because then it's more people watching me. Even because there's that segment of there's people who would only watch like if T90's streaming. There's people who would then, if he is streaming, watch him, but then if he's not streaming, watch me. So there are different ways to partition the viewer base in promoting an event. And personally, personally, I'm not really as worried about my own channel numbers. This is still just more something I do for fun. But I hope that the players enjoyed it. And I think that the Silver League, at least by the end of it to the finals, seemed like it was really competitive, and the players did enjoy that. So I will be doing that again, most definitely. I wonder if when we get a new version of Windows, maybe we'll get a Kushluk who we can avoid killing. Watch AoE because you want to, don't care if it's ranked or third place. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people like that. But then there's a lot of, like branding that goes into tournaments that are built up over the years. And is Sitaux having internet problems? I see his stream went offline. Check out this Age 2 stream from 10 minutes ago. Okay. Do I now have to... Do I go over to Smiley's stream to see if there's anything going on? No, it's not. Oh gosh, I went over to see Smiley's stream and I saw her checking my stream. That is other people picking up on the meta of watch everyone else's stream. I was like, I saw Sitaux go offline. Okay, where else do I figure out if this game is happening? I'll check Smiley's stream, and then I see Smiley checking my stream. Presumably as confused as I am. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we formed a circle. Circle of figuring out what happened to Sitaux. His technical issues restarting his PC. Alright, figured it was something like that. I know what it's like to have technical issues. Yeah, chat, speaking of Windows versions, years ago, I was at... I was doing one of my college courses. It was some type of real analysis. And I was typing up my homework. It was at 2 a.m. And I was like, okay, I got 30 minutes and I'll finish typing this and then I can go to bed. And then I got that update message that said you have 15 minutes to update your PC or to save everything, and then your PC is going to update from Windows 8 to Windows 8.1. And I needed 30 minutes to finish typing it. I was not going to finish in 15 minutes. And I was like, oh my gosh, how do I stop this update? And I couldn't figure out how to stop it. And then it took 1 hour at 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. to install the update. And I just sat there watching it until finally I could finish an hour later typing my homework and go to bed. That was some ill-timed updates. But at least I have a good coffee with me, so I can wait, and it's not much of an issue for this. Am I a pro with computers? You see, Sitaux, I'm a programmer, but I'm not someone who fixes computers. Are you? Are you still having computer issues? Oh no. Well, maybe chat can help if you post in the chat. Maybe they can help you. I did help ACCM years ago get its sound working. Your computer woke up and decided not to work. Oh no. Yeah, that does not sound good. Submit a support ticket? Oh no, that's not helpful. You try smacking it? Presumably he's tried turning it off and on again. I think he has tried that. type a heart in his chat and try to give him some energy. Yeah, all your hotkeys and mouse settings on your mouse software, but it refuses to work. Impossible to deploy without. Ah, okay, okay. What mouse software do you use? Sometimes you can like go to open the task manager and stop the program and then restart it. Do you have like side buttons on the mouse that you use? Logitech G Hub. Okay, yeah. I've not used Logitech. I've always used Razer mice, but I do notice like occasionally to have problems with the drivers. It's like I can help Google. Yeah, the AI result gives me the good old restart the application, check for updates, or reinstall it. Which is probably not all that helpful. You even reinstalled it? Oh no. Am I CompTIA certified? I don't know what that is, so I will assume no. What hotkeys do you have in the G Hub that are not just changeable in game? Because I know MBL used to have one of those mice that had a whole bunch of buttons on the side that he used. Maybe he still does. I know I remap my caps lock and escape keys to swap them, but I do that in the Windows registry. You believe Sitaux can beat chart without side buttons? That'll be the new challenge run. Can you win the campaigns without side buttons on your mouse? The Computing Technology Industry Association, more commonly known as CompTIA, is an American trade association that issues temporary vendor-neutral professional certifications for the IT industry. I am not certified there. I've never heard of that. It's the DPI settings? Yeah. Yeah, the DPI is annoying. Yeah, that can make it like almost unplayable, the DPI. Especially if like acceleration gets turned on. I guess there are... I don't know if adjusting that directly in Windows is useful. There's a mouse settings where you could change the cursor speed. Usually you want to leave that directly in the middle though. What tournament is this? This is going to... Well, for the first tournament is, can Sitaux get his mouse DPI adjusted correctly? That's the challenging thing. This tournament is the AOC Classic 2025 tournament. It's hosted by Ray200, And I don't know much about it other than it's a tournament with some AOC styled maps. Or just the DE maps, but the AOC map pool from DE. So none of the new ones like Inundation or Stranded or Four Seasons, just kind of the classic AOC maps. Nomad, Islands, Gold Rush, Migration, Arabia, that type of thing. Why are Romans in it then? Because they didn't use classic civs, they only used classic maps. And the DE versions of the classic maps at that. Imagine having technical issues before a tournament, I would be so sweaty. I know. I know ACCM years ago played tournament games when he didn't have sound because the sound wasn't working for him right before the tournament started. Eventually we managed to help him fix it. But that would be a struggle. No Continental. Yep. Yeah. ACCM back in the day. Now, he was a really good player. Not the level he is now, but he was still really good. He played on a laptop that was not even 1920 by 1080. Or maybe not a laptop, but his monitor was lower resolution. And hello, Pro Pleb. You believe in Sitaux? Did someone play a tournament? Oh yeah, that was dogao. He was traveling. He put an ironing board over a sink and played on a laptop on top of it. Yeah, but Sitaux seems to have done the troubleshooting steps that I can think of. Restart the PC, reinstall the Logitech software, kill it in the task manager, and force a hard restart. That's all the stuff I can think of. Is the exact title a dumpster fire of a game? In ECL versus Viper on Nomad. I'm not remembering that one. I remember there was an escape gaming tournament where Tato went for a wall rush. It might have even been against Viper. It was Gold Rush, and Tato went forward to wall him in. This is why you buy a Mac? This is why you run Linux. Can I post a link to that? Yes, you can. I think I remember the thumbnail. The dumpster fire of a game. I'll remember that as a thumbnail. What's the difference between AOC and DE? You came from Age of Kings? Well, AOC was released in the year 2000. DE was released in the year 2019. So a bit of a time gap between them. DE is the second remaster. AOC stands for the Conqueror's expansion. DE has a whole bunch of new stuff. Does it run on Mac OS properly? I don't know if it runs properly, but I do know people do play on Macs and they can get it to work. I'm not a Mac user myself, so I can't really comment on that. But I do know people have gotten it to work, and it seems to work just fine from everything I've seen. Are the hotkeys game specific? So now that we have 3 versions of AoE 2, there's the original game, there's the HD remaster, and the DE remaster. Each of them had their own default sets of hotkeys. You can pick among them in DE to pick a default set of hotkeys and use them. But then there's lots of new units and text and stuff added too, so customizing it can also be a journey. Copying a link from the chat, it's hard. Copy. If I right click, I can zoom in on the chat. Oh my gosh, I can zoom in on the chat. I wanted to do that for a long time. I can read the names now. Oh, I can zoom in on the follower lists. Oh my gosh. Chat, I'm going to be so much better at reading the followers. I can zoom in on the list if I right click. Oh, thank you so much for posting that link. Now I can tell the difference between the L's and the I's, and I can read the names properly. Oh, yes. Me staving off my need for glasses. I was doing all sorts of like control plus, control minus, like holding the control while scrolling the mouse wheel to try to zoom in and out. It wasn't working. Oh, actually, wait, control while holding the mouse wheel does work. Ooh, I guess I didn't try that. Okay, now I can zoom in and out in OBS. I can read the chat. It's larger. My YouTube chat's larger too. I can read both chats just fine. Oh, yes, I'm happy about that. How many L's are in your name? 0. They're all I's. Der große Chantini. I probably read that as L's before. I exude the energy of a kind grandpa. I'm only in my 30s. I'm not that old. Lots of I's on the T West. There's no I there. I need to get a new mouse myself too. I have the padding on the mouse on the left side where my thumb goes, right beneath the forward and back buttons, has completely worn off, and there's a big hole of pure plastic there that my thumb is on. Why the delay? Sitaux cannot get his mouse software to work. He cannot control his DPI, and he's trying to fix it. He's having technical issues that he's trying to resolve. And you know what? We resolved the technical issue of I can zoom in on my activity feed in OBS. Was the shoe in AOC? Nope, that is a very new civilization that just came out a month or two ago. They were just added. Who is Chart? Chart is, I guess he's probably not as well known as Sitaux, but he's from Japan, and I believe he's probably the #1 player from Japan. He's been around for a long time. He's not quite at that same level, but right now he's number 47 on the 1v1 ranked ladder. So still a really good player. Have we ordered the Lego Shelby yet? Low Elo Joe, I went to the Lego website, I made an account, and I couldn't find a way to order it. From what I can tell, on July 1st, I might be able to order it, and then it's released on July 4th. But I'm constantly, every day I've been going to the website and refreshing to check. Yeah, so if you didn't see, Lego is coming out with a Shelby Cobra, and I'm gonna get it and live stream it. We finally AoE2 Legos. Let's do a winner's interview after the admin win. That would be one heck of a winner's interview. Lego needs to make a classic castle in Britain's Imperial Age town center. I mean, AoE2 castles, I think, would be darn good Lego sets. The ones from the original game. At least the Britons and the Teutons castles. Oh, those would be sick. Well, when I was growing up, we had the Night Kingdoms set. Oh, okay. Sitaux can't figure it out. Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, Sitaux lost in the qualifying round to his mouse software. Give some hearts in the chat at least to Sitaux. Give him some hearts. There was that one time Margugu was supposed to play a game against ACCM. And he was stuck in traffic, he was running late. He finally gets home, and I'm like, yes, we're gonna have this show match. Margugu, ACCM, And then Margugu breaks his glasses, and he doesn't have a backup pair, and he can't play. And we had to reschedule. And thank you, Brachiara, for the follow. I guess I'll just cast some ranked games. Who's playing right now? Hera's playing. Let's see, let's see, what do we got? Well, Hera's queuing. I think we'll wait for Hera to queue, then whoever Hera queues against, we can spectate. So Yo's playing some Nomad. Vivi and Quangtree are playing a game. That could be good. We'll see who Hera gets. If it's like a one-sided thing, maybe we cast Vivi Quangtree on Arabia. Is Margugu real? I have met Margugu. Yes, I have met Margugu. Does Hera get his match scheduled? These are different events. They're different events, Quasi. So, I'm gonna say casting ladder games until dogao versus Margugu's life is basically an anime. Your mouse stores DPI settings internally, no software needed, it's good. Ooh, what mouse do you have, Teo Velo? I need to get a new mouse myself soon. And now I know, don't get the mouse Sitaux has. Well, thank you everyone just for chilling here. It's nice that we can get, between the streams now, over 200 viewers, and we don't even have anything to cast. And we're just running the stream. Don't buy the Apple mouse, every other mouse is just fine. I remember Dave telling me something about the glorious Model O mouse. Apparently that's what a bunch of AoE 4 players were using when they did a LAN, like maybe back at N4C. And apparently Viper picked it up at some point. Okay, we got 2 live sets here. Liereyy dogao, Sebastian Nicov, and then, ooh, JorDan as Rex at the end. You have that. You're having issues with the wheel, with the glorious Model O. Jim Jam. I love your name. I also love the fact that I increased the font size so I can tell where the I's and the L's are. So, right, did Hera ever queue into a game? He's playing against Sorokuma. Let's go cast some Hera against Sorokuma. Yeah, Aramade and the replacement is having issues. Okay. Let's get my Medieval Masters logo updated, maybe. I'll get the scoreboard updated just in case. Be Liereyy dogao, I forget what group they're in. What group is this? Group B. Alright, but that will be not yet because we have oh, you know what? At least we have a classic AOC matchup, classic AOK matchup. It'll be Celts Franks on Arabia. Yeah, I'm using a Razer mouse. I've used Death Adders for the past 10 years or so, but I had trouble getting the Wi-Fi to connect or the wireless mode to connect. So I'm using it in wired mode, which I really don't like. I'd really like to have a wireless mouse. Why is this paused? CADE paused, game paused. Oh gosh, everything's paused. Paused by Hera. So we won't have, let's see, this will be Group B when we get there. Turn the scoreboard off. We won't have the AOC Classic tournament, but we will have the AOK Classic Civ matchup on the AOK map of Arabia of Celts versus Franks. So Sorokuma will be the red Celts to the west. Hera will be the blue flank, the blue Franks to the east. And somehow Hera managed to pause at exactly 0 seconds. That is some APM. And now I gotta go check out Hera's stream to see what's going on there. See why he's paused. Oh, was Hera AFK and Roxy paused for him? Okay, that's what happened. the wonders of having someone to do that for you. Okay, he is back. Corsair, you think you set with the wheel. Okay. A Corsair. I've never used a Corsair mouse. I have used a Logitech mouse in the past, but that was just one I bought at, like, it wasn't a gaming mouse. It was just like an office mouse. It was actually a really nice mouse, though. The battery, like, never died. Yo JorDan will be fun, but I think Yo is probably at a higher level than JorDan right now. Now, did I not read this follow? Thank you, Brocuera, for the follow. We're climbing. It'd be nice to hit 15k followers on Twitch. That's a nice round number. And who knows, maybe we can shoot for 20k by the end of the year. Had a few Razer and Corsair mice, but I've been Logitech for years and you don't regret it. Yeah, I've always been Razer. I don't know if it's because physically my desk is between my PC and my mouse, why the wireless doesn't work. But it mostly worked, but I would get like occasional stutters on it. And it bothered me. And I also still have this thing where occasionally I'll like use the mouse wheel and I'll like zoom it by a click, but it zooms the opposite direction. And it's super annoying. So, hello, Hera, are we back in the game yet? Still paused? I saw, wait, Hera is physically back at his PC. Hera's playing, oh, we gotta wait for the 2-minute spec delay for the pause to catch up. Okay, that's what we gotta wait, 2 minutes. Thanks, DE. Don't trust yourself with wireless mice. You tend to throw stuff if you get upset. Oh, I'm the opposite. I'm the most chill. I find that I don't get upset at AoE 2 anymore. Like 10 years ago when I was kind of starting to play competitively, I might like lose a ranked game and be upset. But these days, I'm very chill. Yeah, yes. The only thing I get upset about is pathfinding.
Yes.
And so as long as Nilly's not around to throw a mouse at, we're good. As long as Nilly doesn't star in that next Gamer Legion commercial where he's like, eek, a mouse. we're all good. Thank you, Skiptron, for the follow. I've almost finished my coffee. We're only like, I'd say we haven't done anything, but I guess we have done anything. We've waited for the mouse to break, the mouse to be fixed for Sitaux. So here we are. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Apologies we don't have a match to start with, but only so much that can be done. Played a 2v2 worst map, water with gold in the middle on Crater Lake. You know, it'd be nice to go like take an IRL trip to Crater Lake one day. Which, Crater Lake actually is a North American map, because that's in the Northwest United States. We don't have many USA maps. I guess there's Texas. But Crater Lake is, I guess, a real world location, but it's an actual lake. Apparently it has very blue water. One day I'll have to take a trip out there just to be like, hey, I've gone to this map IRL. What elo am I? I haven't really played 1v1s in a long time. And by that I mean since like last October-ish. But when I was there, I was around 1900. I think my high was 1902. I feel like if I ever sat down and grinded out games, I don't think it would be too hard for me to get to like 2K. I don't know how high I'd get above that. But just kind of based on some other people I'd play with, I think that wouldn't be too hard to reach. It'll take a lot of time and just practice and grinding out 1v1s though. I've never really been a fan of 1v1s on DE. I miss the Voodly days when I could just play Arena and didn't have to deal with a bunch of other maps. Sometimes people take the whole Nilly is at fault. Yeah, I mean, Nilly has nothing to do with the pathfinding himself, right? He's just like organizing the program and helping to deal with reports. It's not like he's actually the one doing the programming for the pathfinding. Tell me the maps are real places? Yeah, like Yucatan, Crater Lake, Black Forest, Arabia? Those are all places. Scandinavia? That's a place. Arena's not a real place, though. That's more just a platonic ideal of a real place. I don't know, they were real places, but Arena threw you off. Not everything is a real place, but they did try to name them after places. Or at least a lot of them. The world has been shattered. And Salt Marsh, obviously, that's not a place, but it's a geographic region, I guess. Or it's like a type of place. So Hera will mill his chickens. They had a lot of chickens this time, 8 chickens. No deer, so you mill the chickens. I always feel like without pushing deer, there's nothing to do with the scout in the Dark Age. It's like, what do you do? Just scout with it. Oh gosh, imagine turning auto scout on when you have chickens. Yeah, so Sorokuma is going to long distance take the chickens. So not going to mill them like Hera did, just going to long distance take them. We'll have a 3 wood line setup. So each player will have 3 wood lines, roughly the same size. I would love if Hera eventually were to do a lumber camp in here. Imagine you take you probably fit like a good 10 villagers on the inside of this, and then use the lumber camp as a wall to plug up the hole, and then just chop the inside of that forest. You're seeing what I'm envisioning, right? You have a 1 tile gap here. You have a lumber camp here. You're gonna hope that archers or a tower doesn't come forward, but you'd be really safe from a drush. Yeah, you see it. You see it, right? So Hera's still taking the chickens, taking them with 3 villagers. So chickens compared to deer, one thing that they, the bit of the comparison is they have 65 food. You have 6 to 8 chickens, and usually it's either 3 or 4 deer. Deer have 140 food, chickens have 65. So 2 chickens then would have 130 food, but they decay more slowly. So compared to deer, you're getting roughly the same amount of food. Just, of course, has to be out here and not pushed into the TC. Let me zoom out a bit, Anna, before someone tells me to zoom out. I was looking at the chickens. So stable at the front from Sorokuma. He's going to be afraid of Hera's scout, and even more so of Hera's militia and men-at-arms. And he's not going to do a stable. He had that foundation, he deleted it. He's just going to wall in the vills and the berries, get out a spear. And what's he going to do for a military building? Those house vills will be close enough to the TC, they'll be okay. Hera's not going to let that spear get a poke. Villagers boil chicken? I have cooked chicken by boiling it before. I gotta say, I'm not really a fan. Villagers roast the chicken, the deer is barbecued. And so now we're gonna have a range for Sorokuma. A bit late in getting it up. If you look over, Hera's already placed his range foundation. So if you're going to go 1 range against men-at-arms without doing men-at-arms yourself, you want to have the timing advantage so you have the larger army. And hope eventually just to outmass the men-at-arms plus archers player with your own archers or skirmishers. But being late on the range will hurt, and Hera's not a player who's going to leave his scout idle. He is not going to let it go idle. Oh, okay, never mind. He does get one poke. Bit of a miss micro from Hera. I'll take that chunk of HP off the Frank Scout from a spear any day. Chickens back then were actually tiny. That's true. Nowadays, chickens have been bred to be extraordinarily large, to have as much meat on them as possible. Back then, chickens were much skinnier than the ones you'd see today. Boiling is a common thing to prepare chicken for things like enchiladas. Okay, yeah. If you're gonna boil them as part of something else, yeah, I see that. I'm talking about just cooking chicken to eat the chicken. Gotta get my protein for my Vil cosplay. So Sorkumer will be walling up. So Hera just hoovering with men-at-arms? Hasn't even really committed that heavily to an archer follow-up, but he has done 2 ranges. That's 2 ranges, and he did horse collar before the farms. And fletching on the way for Hera. And Hera will lose the scout? No, he won't. The micro on the men-at-arms to kill the scout and run away in time. Meanwhile, the rest of the archers and the skirms come over. They will find Vils on the berries, one of them on the outside of the walls even. Sorkumer will run her back through the gate. So are we not going to pressure the rest of the Vils? They're being chased by skirmishers. I should zoom in maybe 1 notch. When you were running, your teammates would just boil the chicken to eat it plain. Yep, that's what I did. You gotta cook the chicken efficiently. You spend so much time running, you don't have time for cooking. Back when I was running like 80 miles a week. In my youth. Ooh, that villager taking some javelins, but he'll run away. He'll be fine. For if they didn't add the herdable chickens, scouting with them is just ridiculous. I agree there. I'm not a fan of the herdable chickens. I played a few nomad games with them, and oh gosh, those things are crazy. You get so many of them too. So many of them, and then they have such a tiny line of sight. So at least here Sorkumer able to trade some numbers, but he will lose his army. Hera with 2 ranges is just going to overwhelm the skirm numbers. And Men-at-Arms is going to get in the back, add in the house and the palisade. And skirms will take out the other skirms on the hill. So Men-at-Arms hitting the house. Skirm's gonna get in double-layered farms, so skirms can skirt around the outside. Skirms themselves don't even care about the TC fire all that much. Your Crater Lake does look gorgeous. Maybe next vacation. I didn't read that message for a while. But I'll take a vacation there. That could be fun. Visit the AoE 2 maps IRL. That could be a YouTube video. So Hera just diving the TC. He has a lot of skirms and no pursuing skirms for Sorkumer. Sorkumer would have to fight this with Vils. Some of the skirms there for Hera are weak, but he can just be super annoying on that hill. Sorkumer has to chase him down, and even if the skirms can't really fight this all that well. Ooh, gates trying to trap them in. Can't get the 1 tile though. Can't get the tile, and here farms are in the way, so unless they're deleted, quick walls won't happen. Okay, Hera going back to the hill, maybe vulnerable to some more gates. He's idling 5 vills here, and he's happy with this, I'm sure. He'll eventually lose the skirms, but behind this, his economy is just about ready to click up. Sorokuma will be up. And Eco KD is actually 0 to 0. So did Hera actually manage to kill any vills with his skirms? No. But they are faster than vills, the vills that are chasing them, especially without wheelbarrow. And they will finally go down. So Hera gonna click up too. Look at the res collected though, he is 800 ahead. Celts now against the Franks. I mean, is Pikeman Scorpion an option for them? It feels like if you're just going heavy into skirms to counter the Frank crossbow, then you're going to be run down by knights. And we'll see what Hera does with the stable. So in the AOC days, I would have definitely said I'd favor Celts as a civ, but with all the changes that have been made to Franks, they're a bit more streamlined now. I'm not sure actually what civ I'd prefer in the matchup. Maybe still Celts? But I know that I personally still am much more comfortable playing Scouts, but that's probably true for most players. We usually don't hear the bells alarms while casting. Oh, you know what? I have my game sounds on in-game. Thank you. That's because I had to cast in-game and I forgot to turn the sounds off. Yes, you're hearing the game sounds and the capture age sounds. Do skirms need a nerf? They're so common now? I don't know. People always kind of float that idea that maybe skirms need a nerf. I think they're fine, but I don't know, maybe they do. Yeah, you're not crazy, Luca. You're not crazy. The only thing that's crazy is the number of settings I need to change while casting. Okay, Hera going to try to run around the woodline, but he will be trapped. And Sorokuma will show him no mercy. Although Hera does have the hill. And could Hera without microing win this fight? No, no way. That's quite a few skirms that went down. Hera will just get as much value out of that as he can. And he will go for the forward workshop. Bosaw will be on the way. And Sorokuma will add the second TC. Though still not a single villager killed, and not much idle time for either player. Even with all that Vil fighting, Sorokuma no TC idle time, but Hera up by over 1k res collected. And that's considering the fact also that the Celts have the wood chopping bonus, right? So probably much more effective in the long run than the Frank Berry bonus for the speed at which resources are collected. So that is a huge difference now, Celts versus Franks. Playing the Celts, the advantage is the smoothness of your eco with that wood bonus. Used to be one of the best eco upgrades in the game, but it's just kind of been power crept by more eco upgrades. Frank's eating Celts TC? I know, the opposite of what we'd expect. Would be good if he could counter raid? Well, he's making skirms. He's not going to kill many vills with skirms, and at the same time, Hera also walled. Or for the most part walled, or could easily wall this up if he needed to. Going for the small wall. I'll have to ask Hera why he walled this instead of walling to the edge of the map. Maybe that could be a video idea. I know Hera and we did a video a while ago. We're still maybe thinking of more ideas. We could do maybe like an interview video where I just grab a bunch of games, like ranked games Hera plays. And I'll just kind of pick some moments and ask him some questions about what he was thinking or why he made decisions. To stop the voices in your head? I guess I stopped them when I turned the game sound off. So 2 mangonels coming out for Hera, wheelbarrow also on the way for him. He will add in also a second TC. Well, there's your counter raid, 1 skirmisher. Imagine if this were like 4x4 and he could have fitted TC in there. But instead he's gonna have a pretty much a perfect TC. And he will kill a skirm with his own villager. Still no villagers killed this whole game. Sorokuma actually with the KD lead. He has a castle up on the front. He's making woad raiders. So Knight either deleted or goes down as the skirms try to keep the monk away. Spears go for the monk. Knights try to save the monk. Mangonel gets a shot off. Monk goes down. Ooh, nice Mangonel shot, but the spears kind of. I think they got hit. So there's a woad raider. So woad raiders and monks. So let's check the stats now. Woad raiders 11 attack, but no armor and 70 hit points. against those Frank Knights that have 10 attack, but then 2 armor and significantly more hit points. So the Knights will be stronger than the Woad Raiders, but at least the Woad Raiders could have potentially more attack. Not like they'll be extremely weak here. Their voice is back. Like Woad Raider plus Monk, with how cheap the Woad Raiders are, might actually be a nice combo here. Oh, okay, they'll have to dodge. Now the Woad Raiders actually at 1.35 speed are as fast as Knights without husbandry. like these guys can run. And it's a good thing that Hera does have husbandry, because then he actually is faster than the Woad Raiders. So Woad Raiders going for the mangonels, but conversions coming in. Those are some long conversions. There's one... How's that only one conversion for how long those monks were chanting? Well, the monks do go down, but so does the mangonel. Another monk for Sorokuma. Is Hera devoted here? He's got to be devoted at this point. And no, he's not even devoted. Those monks just getting unlucky. No, he's not devoted. And another castle going up for Sorokuma. At the front, Knights will hit the wolf. Vil will get a house up. Maybe the monks need to fix their DPI. Oh, poor Sitaux. Don't gotta rub it in like that. So castle going up for Sorokuma. I'll be terrified seeing Woad Raiders running towards you at the speed of a horse. Do the Celts get even more speed in Imp? What's the, Yeah, they're actually faster than... You go to the Imperial Age, and the Woad Raiders actually run faster than horses without husbandry. Or knights without husbandry. So imagine that, Celts versus Teutons. The Woad Raiders are faster than the Teuton Paladins. They'll get even more speed in Imp. Yeah, these guys. I mean, look at how buff they are. To be at that weight that they're at and still be that fast at running is a great accomplishment. But they won't be faster than HC bullets. They won't. Although, depends on who's microing them. If it's Liereyy microing them, they can still dodge. These guys could be Neo. Are Elite Woad faster? Not actually sure. Well, maybe if he upgrades them, we'll see. They don't look as cool, though. I gotta say, the Elite upgrade for Woad Raiders is a downgrade. With the new Elite units. Like, look at how, like, obviously buffed these and jacked these guys are. They have some type of armor and helmet in the Elite version. They just don't look as much fun. Here comes some Knights, so... Sorokuma with a good eco lead, or villager lead, Hera clicking up to Imp, and the Knights should surround and kill the Woad Raiders. However, the farther you get into the game, the closer the Celts get to Halbs. Conversions come in, can the Woads get the Monks or the Knights? Knights keep chasing around. Luckily we don't see those ugly Elite Woads. the chat filter. Keeping the chat clean. Hera's 200 elo lower than at his peak. Isn't his peak like 3k something? I mean, if he suffers one loss, he probably loses 32 points. What is this YouTube Kappa emote? I do not know. I have the flowers emote. I have Twest Flowers on YouTube, though, if you want to use that. So Imp on the way for Sorokuma, Pikemen on the way. If we see a couple more barracks and then some more pikemen, maybe it actually becomes hard for Hera to take an engagement. He's going to want to stop the castle. That'll be 75%. The monks start to get conversions. And as the castle go up 90%, Sorokuma with the Vil lead has some to lose. And the castle does go up Yes, it does. Well, there goes his Vil lead, but he gets the castle and he gets the map control at the front of his base. And Celts, oop, we have a counter raid. Ooh, Hera took a moment to notice that. Woad Raiders raiding there, Vils can't all garrison. And they'll get on the wood line. Okay, these speedy Woad Raiders going to start killing Vils. Picking them off. Okay, there's some Vil kills. Sorokuma still pulling ahead in Vils. Down in the score lead. That might just be KD though. Res collected, not even all that different. There's only 1.3k at this point. Now we're 37 minutes into the game. Still lead for Hera, but not the same as 1k early in the game like we usually see in that feudal to castle age transition if you're playing the Chinese. So Cavalier on the way, Ballistics on the way, Armor on the way, but they're going to be met with the speedy Celt pikemen to halberdiers. Little monks out, and they're going to Celts are going to try to take a fight before the upgrades come in on the knights. They'll lose some military, but is this still a cost-efficient fight? Some knights go down. And, I mean, honestly, maybe just getting the knight numbers down before you're then needing to transition for your own upgrades can work. We have stone for another castle for Sorokuma. He's going to need the Halb upgrade. Now, Hera wants one of those cheap Frankish castles on the hill, but the Woad Raiders will be there to see it. The Woad Raiders, there they go. They'll be raiding the Vils, constructing the castle. Those Vils will have a hard time finishing it. More Woads on the way. To the north, the knights cleaning up some pikemen, but not in position to get the castle up now. That will be delayed. Herbal medicine for Hera. Okay, that is a good tech, but another defensive castle up for Sorokuma. He could maybe even think about doing one maybe back in the middle of his base, just to make sure that the Cavaliers can't do too much hoovering. He's trying to wall them in. Maybe wall right there, but nope, they're gonna get in. Maybe get in on the gold. They'll take out the palisade gate. And then try to run in and raid. Elite Woad Raider on the way. We will see it. We will see the downgrade in their appearance. As 3, 2, 1, boom. I mean, now they got like helmets disrupting their hair. Their shields are different. They got like armbands so you can't see how jacked their biceps are. Like in isolation it might look okay, but just in motion. Like where are the abs? You can't see their abs as well. Are they faster? Let's see, 1.40 speed. But I think that might just come from the 20% bonus. So I'm going to say they themselves are not faster. However, just being an imp does make them slightly faster. So they would be faster than Teuton Paladins still. Franks at least do have husbandry. So 1.4 versus 1.49. Was just power walking away in their pajamas. So Halb on the way now for Sorokuma. And this is where it gets tricky for Franks. It's hard for them to fight Halbs. Yeah, they have hand cannons and axemen. But against that, Celts could go siege. Now, mobility of the Franks trying to get in, but Celts are very mobile with their Halbs too. Sorokuma not going to notice and wall that. This is where I was thinking that castle in the middle of his base could have been useful. He's trying to do a castle more forward. Kind of control the extra resources, control that stone, protect his gold a bit. Treb War. Halb's not in position to protect the Treb here. Maybe the Woad Raiders can. Take out a couple of Cavaliers in the process at least. And well, they themselves can run forward and snipe Trebs. And there's the hand cannoneer transition from Hera. And he will repair the Treb as best he can. Woad's not finishing it off. Not quite. Clutch repairs from Hera. And now this castle on the hill still being Trebbed down. Having lost one Treb now, Sorokuma will try to stabilize. But he is falling behind in score right now. A bigger res collected. 3k now advantage for Hera. Jima becoming a Woad Raider. Oh boy. Yo, Pogo. You steal your neighbor's axe? That's not, just get your own axe. That's not cool. Helmets look silly. I guess they may be historically accurate. But I don't know much about them. Well, we'll need to investigate Woad Raiders someday. I might be going on a trip to Scotland in a couple months. I haven't decided on that yet though. I'm leaning no, but if I do, like there's a math museum, or not a math museum, but just like a building where math was done in the early 1600s that I'd want to take some photos of. And then maybe I could research some actual Woad Raider history. Like the Louvre has a Mamluk exhibit. We could go make an IRL Woad Raider exhibit. Alright, so big fight now. Are there enough Cavaliers here? Paladin on the way, but not finished yet. Halb's pushing forward. Some hand cannoneers in the back. But all the Cavaliers are mostly going down. But just enough hand cannoneers in the back that this ends up being a cleanup for Hera. Cleans up, but without much of his own Cavalier force left. Halbs are cheap to replace. Castle being repaired. Good gold stockpile for Sorokuma, but if he can't turn that into siege, he doesn't have a way to counter the hand cannoneers. And that paladin upgrade still on its way. And for now, though, the Trebs, countering Hera's Trebs, the low HP Treb will have to be repaired, and Hera might have to wait for paladin. Now, how does Sorokuma deal with hand cannoneers? That's the question. Then over here, Hera gonna try to wall in his Treb. As the Woad Raiders come forward, that Palisade Gate will probably go down if he right-clicks it. So will even the house. He can kill those Vills and get the gate, but Hera just buying enough time for the Cavaliers to get here. As he keeps running around and walling. And that'll let the Treb work on this castle. That castle needs some repairs. Stronghold on the way. That'll make the castles heal the infantry near them, right? If I recall, that's what it does now. Yeah, and then Fura Celtica is the other one, yeah. Castles plus attack faster and heal allied infantry in a 7-tile radius. Okay. That's 7 tiles out, and it's, I believe, a square and not necessarily a circle. So I don't know if radius is the right term for a square, but that'd be 7 plus 7 is 14 plus 4 is 18. So you get an 18 by 18 square centered around the castle. So that will be a castle going down for Hera. Sorokuma still with Halbs to fight the Paladins, keeping his eco running. He is staying close to 200 pop. Needs some more houses now that he's losing castles. That's a lot of Trebs coming forward for Hera. Hera wants another castle right next to those lumberjacks. Hera definitely with more map control now. We'll have conscription on the way too for Hera. What do Celts even do against this? It's somehow they get to siege, right? If you were fighting in a narrow choke point with Halb Siege Onager, like on Black Forest, then Celts absolutely wreck this army. It's more being out in the open where the Paladins can run around. They can hoover a bit, that this is scary. And, I mean, Paladin numbers, they pick a Treb, but not even that scary yet. Paladin in a 1v1 is expensive, and Hera going to lose his castle, and maybe what you just do is numbers of Woad Raiders. They are faster than the hand cannoneers, they can't chase them down. They can pick off the Trebs and stall out the push. No bombard cannons yet from Hera, but he does, of course, clearly have chemistry. And just Sorokuma trying to figure out how he can fare against French cannon. Was Woads a misinvestment? I mean, you need the infantry. I mean, maybe Woads themselves, if you're not raiding, aren't really worth it against the hand cannons. Because you just go Halb Siege and then maybe have something against the Paladins. But, I mean, Siege is way too expensive to afford in a 1v1, like in this setup. Like going Siege Onager, which also dies to Paladins. So, I don't know. Maybe, like, if you get to 200 pop with Woad numbers and that gets a surround on this with 20 to 30 Woads, you could take it out. But the trouble is getting to that number. And the Woads themselves, what are they good at? Sniping off trebuchets. So they can snipe off trebuchets and stall out a push, but also not as good as the Halbs at defending the Trebs. Also, only 2 castles left, so it'll be harder to keep the Woad numbers up now. And Sorokuma dropping in pop, although so is Hera. They both took one big fight and took some losses. And now we have a bombard cannon for Hera. That will be a nuisance to the wood lines. As the Woad Raiders will come over. And a couple of cannons and a couple of Trebs. This is what the Woad Raiders will be good at. Disrupting the siege push. And they'll go first for the cannon. Less HP on the cannon than the Treb, so easier for the Raiders to pick. Oh, look at that, Hera. He's using the Treb to try to block the Woad Raiders from getting to the cannon. That was cute. I wonder if at this point, since Hera's army isn't in position, if it would be good to queue just a couple of axemen at the castle to help against the Woad Raiders. Celt's awful Hussar or Frank's garbage light cav? Frank's probably light cav. They do get all the blacksmith upgrades, so they do get all the armor. And they also produce faster with chivalry. And so you actually can spam a bunch of Frank light cav for raiding. Celt Hussars, no bloodline, no final armor upgrade. So they die quite readily to any type of arrows. Nice quick gate. Castle still being repaired. Only one Treb, so the Vils there definitely could repair it. But trouble still against the hand cannoneers. No siege for Sorokuma. And he has 2k gold. I mean, is this enough gold where he could research Onager plus siege engineers? And I don't think he can get to siege Onager, but then maybe go against the hand cannoneers? Could he just use the gold for Scorpion? What's heavy Scorpion cost now? Where's the workshop? 750, 800. Maybe even heavy Scorp could be an option. You still get DPS on the Paladins. They themselves are cheaper than the siege Onagers. Faster firing Celt Scorpions. Some walls here. Palisade gates will not hold up against Paladins if Hera tries to attack, but at least they will briefly prohibit the hoovering. And this will be a castle that goes down. One more Treb shot coming in. No repairs from Hera. And down it goes. So that'll buy some more time for Sorokuma there at home. We'll have masonry on the way for Hera. Treb getting sniped off by a bombard cannon. GG's Panda. Hello. Always lovely to see Panda around. Was it Sax where Sorokuma almost beat Hera? Maybe it was. Sax was where Sitaux did beat Hera. Was not stymied by his mouse settings in that tournament. So Paladin's raiding. And Sorokuma still somehow surviving with Woads and Halbs. And you gotta think, maybe once the gold starts to run out, I guess it's good for Hera to have 4 relics. But once the gold starts to run out, Franks are really gonna struggle against Celt Halbs. Right now, Hera's still enough gold that he can pump out Paladins and hand cannons. But if you have to swap to Light Cav, the speedy Celt Halbs, great at stopping the raids. And still holding, those castles healing the infantry are great. As the hand cannons that Sorokuma cannot find a way to stop right now. Angel Bombard Cannons, good too. Thank you, Alan Exatus, for the follow. The Celt Castle looks nice. Indeed, Hans, indeed it does. Gate kind of obscuring it a bit. But one of the, I feel like maybe it's like not wide enough, maybe a bit too tall and not wide, but one of my favorites in terms of the new castle architectures for sure. Has like a tiny bit of a non-square diagonal bit going on, but not enough to make it distracting. Okay, so big Paladin push coming in for Hera. At the same time, some Woad Raiders are raiding under his farming eco. A couple of Halbs raiding there too. If there was some way to take out that castle, that'd be great for Sorokuma. It would give him a lot more wood access. Sorokuma going to lose a Treb. Chasing with Halbs, but not in the right spot. More Paladins could go down to Halbs. Losing Trebs now is expensive for a player who doesn't have any more gold access and only has 1 relic. Oh, Blast Furnace on the way. That hadn't even been in. It matters more for the Woads than for the Halbs. Halbs will use their attack bonus, but if you're chasing down hand cannoneers with Woads, that's important. You might think maybe Skirmisher is an option to deal with hand cannons at some point, but again, Celts don't have Bracer. So, Light Cav? Light Cav, I mean, Celts will have a good economy for Light Cav as long as they can have map control for wood because of their wood bonus. They can get a lot of farms added in nicely. Won't have crop rotation. But Sorokuma is still holding. This is, I think, a good example of the gold composition for the Franks being extremely useful. But Hera will be out of gold soon as the map is running out of gold. And maybe if we could get Hussar added in with the armor upgrades, right? You will need at least 2 armor. then that's another unit in this composition that could be useful against the hand cannoneers, and also useful against the siege. So the castle goes down. It's only going to be one castle for Woad Raiders now. And more important than that, you need to keep the castle alive for the Treb production. But 4 Trebs, maybe even a 5th could be useful, as long as you're not trickle trebbing. This castle was not repaired for Hera despite having the HP upgrades. What upgrades does he have? He has Masonry and Architecture and Hoarding, so all the upgrades. 7,000 hit points. There's Armor, there's Hussar, there's Husbandry, and 65 Farmers. Sorakuma should have a decent eco for teching into that. Then 25 Hand Cannoneers. 25 Hand Cannoneers, if suddenly you get 20 to 30 Hussars and you just take a fight, you might be able to clear them. The monastery will go down, and this is kind of why I still would have liked that castle in the back in the eco. Would have protected it from raiding. Now the Halbs have to come back. Get into this area, stop the Paladins from hoovering and disrupting the Farmers, because you need the Farmers now if you're making the Hussar switch. At the same time, Treb's destroying this castle, and this will give Sorakuma now access to another part of the map with 2 large wood lines as the game continues. Hera now with a good score lead, but has not quite won the game. Sorakuma still at 200 pop. Still at 200 pop and just missing 1 more armor for his Hussars. Oh, Hera trying to steal the relic. Look at that, he had the monk there trying to get to 5 relics. And he probably will. Can the Halbs poke down the cannon? No, it survives on 6 hit points. Another good fight for Hera. Hera with a much better KD because he's been killing Halbs with the hand cannons. Relic heist incoming. Where'd the relic? Yep, relic heist successful. Hera will now have 5 relics. And Halbs taking out Paladins. Hera with significantly more res collected. And I think things are finally starting to unravel for Sorakuma. No more castles, and he can't protect the Farmers in his eco. You're seeing blue dots everywhere. And Hera's still with 1, 2, 3, 4 castles alive. Are there no rams to soak the hand cannon fire? Because of the Paladins. I mean, maybe Halb inside a ram or Woad Raider inside a ram could have let him close on the hand cannoneers and take different fights, but the Paladins destroy even the extra HP on Celt rams pretty well. Yeah, wow, that res collected difference. Hello, Yusuf. The Paladin's still doing some hoovering here. Sorakuma holding on long enough that we probably won't even need to cast another game before Medieval Masters. But I think Hera's got this now. He's almost at that ACCM score difference of 5k. Celts missed the last wood upgrade. They're still better than having the last wood upgrade with the Lumberjacks. Right, plus 15%. But yeah, they don't stack the wood upgrade on top of their bonus. It's I bet back in AOK they tried to balance bonuses with some missing parts of the tech tree. Last wood upgrade is 10%. Yeah, so I think all the wood upgrades are multiplicative, right? So it's not as good as the 15%. Yeah, it's 10% compared to 15%. So the 15% on top of the other ones. Multiplying by 1.15 instead of 1.1. So there is the GG. And, well done from Sorakuma to hold on that long. And the problem is just he didn't have an answer to the hand cannoneers. Hera had the eco to get to Paladins. Sorakuma didn't have the eco to get to Siege. Maybe you could wonder if it would have been more useful to go for a unit other than Woad Raiders there. I mean, usually it's kind of a weird thing, but the matchup against Gunpowder is the one place where Celt Paladins actually shine. And even if you don't go Paladin, maybe just going for Hussar Cavalier would give you another option. Because you're not going to fight the Cav straight up with them, but you're doing the same thing the Woad Raiders do. Killing hand cannons, killing Siege, or destroying Siege. And then you're forcing Hera maybe to go into another unit line, like Pikeman Halb, to deal with that. And if you just have like a mixture of Halbs, along with Paladins and hand cannons, that's an overall weaker army composition. Halb Ram is really good against Gunpowder Cav. I won with it more often than not. Okay. Interesting. Ram's definitely... Siege Ram definitely cheaper to get into than Siege Onager because you're not paying all that gold for the upgrade. It's just food. Maybe Heavy Scorpion could have also been an option instead of the Wood Raiders. Then at least you have something that can destroy the hand cannoneers. And yeah, the Paladins can maybe deal with the Heavy Scorpions, but you're protecting them with Halbs. So maybe that would have been an option too. Interesting Civ matchup. So let's see. I guess we'll find one more ranked game to cast before Medieval Masters. So I will play an ad on Twitch. Again, if you want to watch without ads, YouTube should be ad-free. And this just, I'll play them between the games, so we don't have ads during the games. So apologies for the 2-minute ad break. But you're not missing anything, we're just between games. Let's see, what do we have? Sorokrum is already in another game against Babaroom. Golden Swamp, what is that? There's Rage Forest going on. There's Dennis Bad Koala. There's Nomad. Hera's queuing again. Maybe we'll just wait for Hera to queue. And we'll cast him again. "40 Halbs versus 40 Paladins. Leave 25 Paladins alive to snipe the Scorps as your reinforcements come. But remember, you're fighting underneath castles, and you're fighting with the Heavy Scorpions that fire faster, damaging the Paladins. I don't think that's as clear-cut against the Celts as it is against maybe some other civs, even with the Frankish Paladins. So, at the top of the hour, we will have Liereyy versus dogao. That is live, so they will have a draft at the start of their game. I think we'll have time to do one more ranked game. And looks like we'll have Hera versus Vivi. Alright. Hera versus Vivi. Hera ranked number 1 right now on the ladder? No, he's ranked number 2. He's 2808. Number 1 in tournament elo, though. AOC Classic 2025. Oh, Tato is playing that right now against Neoz. Didn't see that on the schedule, but okay. Is powered by age-lan.de. What is that website? I gotta check it out. Let's hope it's not a virus. AgeLand number 2, October 2nd to October 5th. Hold dear dine ticket. Königsmord FFA show match. Okay, apparently there's some type of LAN going on in Germany. Other than the one I'm going to. Didn't know that was a thing. But if you're in Germany, you get more LAN options. Artillery 3, what an emote. Bombard Cannon would be a menace against Halb Scorps. Would it be a menace against Scorpions, though? I always feel like people say Bombard Cannons counter Scorpions, but I never actually see it. It's just like they don't have the splash damage for it. Maybe it does work, but I don't know. I've never really seen it work all that well. Okay, so we're gonna get into Hera Vivi. And you can guess the Civ matchup. And I'll give you a hint that Hera's going to have to get down to business. As we load into this. And the red player will be Vivi. I guess I'll maybe turn the scoreboard on so we can see that. Why Vivi. Vivi. This will be a play all one on the ladder. So Vivi will be playing in the red as the Huns. Hera will be playing in the blue as the Chinese. Bombard Cannon worked against Scorps back when they were more expensive and didn't have ballistics. Did they even work then? That's what I'm questioning. I feel like I've tried Bombard Cannons against Scorps in the past and I've never quite gotten it to work. But that might just be a me issue. I liked the coffee I had. I feel like I need more coffee while casting. Maybe it's time to get addicted to coffee while casting. I usually only have 1 cup, then I cut myself off. So deer being pushed in here from Vivi. It is the deer version of Arabia. No chickens this time. Check the lumberjack and post imp with the editor real quick. Celts don't have 2-man saw. What are you saying in the chat? Armenians have 2-man saw. Okay. Oh yeah, Armenians, because they get the bonus wood upgrades. They might actually be better than the Celts. You get the bonus of everything at the mule cart. So Chinese Huns, this is another classic AOC Civ matchup. So we have 2 AOC matchups on Arabia. Looks like this is a 3 woodline Arabia where the woodlines are absolutely huge but kind of far from the TC, so more AOC sized woodlines, around 100 plus trees. AOC woodlines were generally around 120 trees. You also had a couple small ones, but generally around 120 trees. You can see some much crazier compositions than you do in DE. No pond for Vivi. I'd love to see someone dock a pond and go for fish traps. I don't know if Hera's the type of player that does that. I know Daniel does it. Viper would probably do it. So mill for Hera, not going to go for any type of pre-mill shenanigans. 2 on wood, so probably just going to be scouts for him. He has to be careful. He is not just a very forward main gold, but a forward secondary gold. And even though this is in the back, it's very far from the TC for a secondary gold. He's just trying to push in as many deer as he can. You have like 2 patches of deer to push. Is there a patch over there? How many deer has he pushed? Maybe I'm just tripping. No, that was Vivi with the deer over there. That was Vivi with the deer over there. So yeah, both players pushing in their deer. So Armenians, better than Celts lumberjacks. Oh man, what have they done? What have they done to make a straight up wood bonus better than the Celts? So Scout pushing in the deer. Let's see how well Vivi can do at taking the deer. Sounds like the devs forgot to read the wiki. Sounds like the devs forgot to make an initiative to migrate the wiki away from fandom. So Feudal Age, on the way, similar timings for both players, but Hera as the Chinese will have only a 1 vil lead, actually. 35 seconds of idle time as the Chinese feels like quite a lot these days. Usually you're aiming for like 25 seconds, but I don't know if Hera maybe was alt-tabbing, reading the chat. Well, he was AFK the previous game. Is Vivi up to feudal? Hera up to feudal as well. And trying to get the woodline is Hera, but he's just going to get some HP off the Vil, lose HP on his scout. He saw there was no loom. He saw that Vivi went out without loom. So that's how Vivi tightened up the Vil difference. He didn't do loom. He was trying to get greedy with the hill bonus to snipe a villager, but doesn't quite work out. So forward stable from Vivi. Hera will see that. Ooh, didn't quite see it. Saw the barracks forward and saw there was no one on gold, so he's probably anticipating scouts from the Huns. And he'll be going scouts himself. And we'll see how quickly he gets a spear. This will be scouts, but with horse collar. Chinese benefit more from horse collar than most civs because their extra food on their farms as their team bonus now is percentage based. So once you get horse collar, you end up getting a bigger boost. So 275 food for those farms compared to, let's see, 250 here, so an extra 25 food. Is it 250? Maybe there's some food farmed there. We'll see what exactly Vivi's farm is when that finishes. Try to remember. Oh, Hera, he's going to snipe off a llama. Hera, you're doing him dirty there. Question mark from Hera. What's that question mark? What's he questioning? Yeah, okay, around 250. Oh, I totally didn't pay attention. YouTube can rewind the VOD and tell me what the number was. I just forgot that Keltwood is untouchable. Oh, at the same time, Hera walls in a scout. Oh, hello. Not only is he picking off a llama, he's also walling in a scout. So it is 250. Okay, and this will be... I'll pay attention. This is exactly 275? 275, yes. Okay, so 25 extra food. 10% more, and 10% of 250 is 25, so that makes perfect sense. And now the scout's maybe going to pick off a Vil, but there's a spear there, so they will take some pokes in the process. Hera trying to save the Vil doesn't, but one scout goes down, another gets poked mightily. Spear will come forward. He'll be picked off by the scouts. Didn't even get a final poke in. Oh, how unfortunate. And hello, 11. And we'll keep an eye on the drafts if they get started soon. Again, we have Medieval Masters coming up. It'll be dogao versus Liereyy. Morning, hello, Varian. How are you doing? Spear is going to poke each other a bit. Gotta do car stuff today, and I don't wanna. Ooh, I understand the pain, Varian. I recently, my car had the check engine light on, so I brought it in to the shop, and they investigated the issue and told me that it was a common thing for Nissan cars. Apparently, there was some common engine problem, and if I brought it into the Nissan dealer, they had extended the warranty and would fix it for free. So I did that, and now the check engine light is no longer on. But it is definitely annoying to do car stuff. You have a slow tire leak as well as a check engine light. Oh no. And the Great Skyfish, thank you for the follow. I don't know if anyone else out there can give me some advice, but I have not been able to get Android Auto to work on my car. It's a 2019 Ultima, and from everything I tell, it should be compatible. It seems like it shouldn't be compatible wirelessly, but when I plug it in, it should work. And I have had someone once plug their iPhone in, and that worked. And it was so lovely because I could have the map up on the console, and I didn't need to look at my phone in the cup holder. But I can't, I've tried so many times, I cannot figure out how to get it to work. So Vivi's still forward with some scouts hoovering around. Android Auto before 2020 barely works. 2022 works wired. 2024 works wireless. I was the manual says it should work, but I think it's just hopeless. I just have to be taunted by the fact that Apple products work. Do I think Chinese Gills and Camels hurts them in Chinese Hun matchup? I think it hurts them more on map-specific matchups, like on African Clearing. Or more in team games, where if you were the Chinese pocket, Camels would be an option. 1v1 Arabia, I think Fire Lancers still are fine to use. I'm not a fan of the change myself, though. I feel like having Camels was just fit the Civ really well, because it gave you that option to transition to a cheap gold unit with your upgrade potentials having the discount. But I'm in just the 1v1 Arabia. I'm not sure if it's a strict advantage or disadvantage, or so much as it is just a difference. So Hera coming forward with his scouts, trying to dive under the TC to go for skirms. And okay, he's just saying, I don't care about TC fire, I'll just move my scouts forward. TCs can't hit anything. At the same time, he must have been microing a spear at home, as Vivi's getting with scouts, and he'll have to pull Vils to fight. So Vivi's killed 5 villagers, actually, with his scouts forward like this. Clutching on the way for Hera, he will be making an archer swap. Where are his archers coming forward? It'll be skirm defense from Vivi. So scout skirm spear versus scout archer spear. Lots of scouts for both to get no upgrades. Well, we do have bloodlines in for Vivi. We have bloodlines in also for Hera. There's no blacksmith upgrades. I guess scout versus scout bloodlines is nice. Especially if you're thinking of going for the cav archer transition. Or eventually you do want... Ooh, scout could hit the farm. You do need bloodlines for the cav archers, but not necessarily the blacksmith upgrades for the cav line. Vivi, Hera, someone pay attention to this. They're both paying attention at the front as Vivi's trying to tower his gold. Hera trying to take advantage of that gold's forward position. I talked about the bad golds for Hera, but also bad golds for Vivi. Everyone with forward golds. Isn't almost everything produced in China now? Nah, I'm in the US. We have tariffs now. So double ranges from Hera. I've seen Hera doing this a lot. Double ranges late feudal. We saw him do that in the first game, right? Double ranges. So double ranges, double stables. He's going to go very aggressive in feudal. Try to take advantage of that forward gold. Number one producer of tariffs. We've gone to our economic policy of the 1700s. Okay, archers picking off the HP of the scout. Now Hera's forward, 20 military to 14. Vivi's gonna go for another tower. Hera continuing to pump all in feudal with the scouts and the stables and the archers. I feel like if he's getting for that much of investment into double stable scouts, then maybe the blacksmith upgrades pay off, but I'll have to trust Hera's judgment in how to allocate his food spending. Remember, the Hunnic stables do produce faster, but this is a good fight to pick off the scouts. And can Hera pick off the skirms? He's still by the tower, but the skirms go down, and now Hera's in the wood line. And now he has fletching archers in a wood line. And he's going to be picking off Vils left and right. Some scouts there even to hit the Vils as they retreat. The tower trying to get some shots on the archers, but they will sidestep micro as best they can. And there's the GG from Vivi, calling it in time for us to go and look at the draft for Medieval Masters. So Hera made the decision to go very all-in feudal. Didn't even do the scout upgrades, just all-in feudal with the double stables. No wheelbarrow, tons of farms as the Chinese. Double ranges at the front, double ranges, double stables. Took advantage of the forward gold and the fact that Vivi wasn't walled. So because the wood lines are so large, there were also the trade-off is that they're far from the TC. So Hera recognizing that it was difficult for Vivi to defend the front on the gold and also the back by the stone and the wood line and the farms. And so just going for the higher army investment paid off. Tariffs should be an AoE2 upgrade you can do in your market, making your trade 25% less effective. I mean, maybe your opponent's trade becomes less effective. Not walling once again hurt the Huns. Now, Hera very walled at home, even though Vivi was there. I mean, Vivi picked off 5 vills early on. But Hera made that transition to the heavy feudal army that Vivi didn't. One range, one stable. And not that same level of investment that Hera had. Alright, time for Liereyy dogao. So let me just update the titles everywhere. Liereyy versus dogao. Get that set up on YouTube. And Liereyy versus dogao, my title on Twitch. There we go. They are in Group B. Did I have the Medieval Masters logo on while I was casting that in Capture Age? I did. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn that off. Group B. Also clean up my save game folder too, just to make sure we can load the Rex faster when we do cast the Rex later. Are they starting soon? They should be starting in just about 1 minute with their drafts. I'll be paying attention to that. So sets today are Liereyy dogao, Sebastian Nicov, and JorDan. And we'll just be checking around for drafts. So welcome everyone on Twitch, on YouTube. Hope you're interested in Medieval Masters. I've been having fun casting it this past week. See, Hera got another game against Vivi on the ladder, it looks like. They start when they start. That is absolutely true of AoE 2. They start when they start. When they fix their mouse drivers. When they get their drafts done. When they show up. When they cook their noodles. And noodles, yes. The noodle drama. Alright, so just gonna keep an eye out to see where the drafts are. I don't see a link posted yet, but hopefully it's soon. Keep an eye myself on the Captain's Mode website. And after the stream today, I'm going to be adding, or I'm going to be going through the Cartographer's Discord and tagging about 70 people from a wide variety of countries about submitting invoices for their prize pool. So hopefully I get everyone tagged tonight and then handle the invoices during the week. And I get my fingers crossed that will all go smoothly. Because just looking down this list of all the countries of players I have to pay, we have Canada, Serbia, China, Austria, Peru, Vietnam, Canada again, Brazil, France, Romania, Norway, Taiwan. I don't even know where's Barles from. Then Argentina, India, Sweden, Germany, Spain, Russia, Ukraine. Oh gosh, there's so many countries I'm gonna have to send payments to. I hope my account handles it. Poland. Oh, Barles is from Poland. Okay. What's the list of countries? That is about where I have to send payments for cartographers. And I didn't even name all the countries. There'll be lots of payments and lots of different transactions. And still just looking for the draft, hoping they get started soon. Don't see a post yet. But these will be live games. First 2 sets will be live, and then JorDan will be Rex. Because JorDan needs to play at a time when his sleep schedule is compatible with everyone else. And he will definitely have some Rex. And hello, Red Cliffy. How are you doing? Cliffy reminds you of Clippy, like the Microsoft Word assistant from the early 2000s. I remember Clippy. Oh gosh, imagine Clippy these days. He'd be AI powered, and he'd actually have conversations with you. He'd probably have like some type of generative AI for the animations he would do. Oh gosh, the horror. AI powered Clippy. Someone will have to make that as the horror show. That was a good part of using Microsoft Office back then when I was in middle school. You needed to do something, so you asked Clippy how to do it. You'd spend your computer class doing the fun animations with Clippy. Things were simpler back in the day. Good old Clippy. So you kind of asked something, and I'm scrolling up and not seeing where it was. Is there simple and good solutions to want to run AoE on a Mac with M chip? I do not know. I don't even know what the M chip is. But I know people do run it on a Mac. But as a non-Mac user myself, I don't have an answer, unfortunately. Do we have a draft yet? Do we have a draft yet? No, still no draft. I wonder if the players are on time. Dogao requested 5 minutes to begin draft. Alright. Do you at least have drafts then? I feel like I need to make the drafts like a bit darker there. If I just like paste a reference here, will that do it? Can't paste a reference. Oh well, I tried. AI powered Clippy sounds like nightmare stuff. Yes, yes, yes. All of his animations would be procedurally generated. Yeah, I hope it still works in after the patch. Well, I guess I could downgrade, but it was that ACCM Hera game on African Clearing that I want to go back and cast, where Hera tried to wall him in. AI Clippy sounds like some 2001 Space Odyssey HAL type stuff. Look at that Choppa emote. I want to do that, but like in my Vil cosplay, and have like me being in the Choppa emote. That's on my to-do list next time. I borrowed the axe from Ugly though. I have the bow and the pickaxe myself, but I don't have the actual wood cutting axe. So, Nomad, the home map for Dogao, Arabia, the home map for Liereyy. Liereyy thankfully banned Fortress, so we don't have to see the map that'll take so long it crashes Capture Age. Bans then on Crate are Atacama, Land Madness, Northern and Pacific Islands, or Northern Isles and Pacific Islands, and ban on Socotra, so that leaves us with 4 lakes. Very, very standard 3 maps. Chopping the Teutonic Knight. Yeah, he has armor. He doesn't care about that. You're not gonna hurt him. No Teutonic Knights were harmed in the making of 11's chat message. And Civ banning time. Okay, while they're drafting, I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back. And hopefully they get started right away. Any upcoming Team 2v2 tournaments? We have the Cartographers community leagues going on. So I'll be casting some of those hopefully over the next week as we get into the playoffs. Should force nothing in the pool? I bet lots of people would love that, and lots of people would hate it. That'd be very polarizing. Right. And hello, our base. Let's see. Oh, okay. Lierey's hosting. He's hosting on TC2 Hamburger V2, so he hasn't hosted a game in a while. They're in the lobby, and we should be going momentarily. So, welcome everyone. Nice to have, what's this, around 400 viewers between Twitch and YouTube. Hope you all have been enjoying the Medieval Masters. Way too hot over here. You're dead for me. Did you have a baseball game this morning? My Mets have been playing horribly. They've lost 2 games in a row to the lowly Pirates. And Ducks! Hello, Ducks. Good morning to you, Ducks. Hope your day is quacking along swimmingly. And 5 for 5 with a triple. Alright, so 2-minute spec delay, and we'll have game number 1. On 4 lakes with tons of fish, this 4 lakes. And predict civs. Well, I can see the civs. And I don't think you'll be surprised at the civs. As it will be Vietnamese versus Byzantines. Vietnamese for Liereyy, Byzantines for dogao. Vietnamese a civ, not necessarily all set up for 4 lakes as a map, but I think late game with imp skirms and siege engineers for their cannons can be pretty effective against the Byzantines. I know I've had trouble in that matchup if it goes late. I guess the answer is don't let it go late and use the fire galleys to win the water and get an eco lead. 4 lakes is not a great script. These are default DE maps, our base. I gotta say, these are not great scripts at all. Hope he does a lot of them. I mean, now that happened with Black Forest, and Black Forest has been, I think, a disaster. I think what they really need to do is, instead of having Trezini update the map scripts so that they're broken in different ways, is actually update the map scripting engine. So here we are on a snowy version of 4 lakes. We'll have Liereyy to the west as the green Vietnamese and dogao to the north as the blue Byzantines. Dogao will not have any wood to the west side of his base where his 2 golds are, so good luck walling those up. We'll have a wood to the back though, and a 1-tile gap by his pond could make for some interesting Vil fights for Liereyy to come forward for a dock. Now we also have the awkwardness in the terrain blending between the beach and the ice terrain. So there's some terrain masking here of snow on top of the grass, and that it just creates this awkward, ugly like line in the beach terrain as the ice is a bit. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh no, the horror! Keep it away when you keep your Keep your terrain masking away from the coastline. Keep your coasts consistently ice or beach. Don't mix them. Literally unplayable. Hello, influenza. You know this stream was NSFW critical hit. Yup. Oh no, over here it's even worse. Oh, look away, look away. You need the players have... This is the type of situation, if I were playing, I would need to have a Vilgo and just palisade this. So I wouldn't have to look at it. The terrain brings you pain, yes. Yeah, again, we need maybe a few updates to the map scripting engine. I think would go a long way to helping like every aspect of the game. Tournaments wouldn't need to spend as much time doing custom maps. They get maps in game, wouldn't have bugs. You could decrease the loading time significantly, especially on the ranked queue. The main issue I have with this map is the lack of woodlines. Well, I think maybe Dogao could agree with you. Maybe Liereyy also could agree with you. We noted the lack of woodlines near the golds for Dogao. Liereyy also will have a very forward gold setup. And this is kind of an awkward thing for Liereyy, where determining which gold he takes will be determined by where Dogao is. So it's nice that he's the Vietnamese, so he knows exactly where Dogao is without having to scout. And we might see Liereyy come take the smaller gold pile to the south, just so he doesn't get pushed off of the gold early on. And the gold gens. OCD kicks in hard sometimes. I mean, I don't know if it's OCD so much as just this is clearly ugly. This is the type of thing that I would avoid in my tournament map scripts. the awkward terrain. But again, this is the default DE version of Four Lakes. The version across that we used in Hidden Cup and TTL. I think Trezini had edited that at one point, and then I had made some more edits to that script, and I think I had completely rewritten it at one point. Why no cam? Please show cam. I feel like when I do these super like long streams with multiple sets, I'm not awake enough for a cam. If I do some like community games and more gameplay streams, I think I'll have the cam. But for casting, I think maybe it's more chill without it. It also blocks the messages when players use the market. I've had so much stuff to cast recently that we haven't been doing community games. We'll have to do some of those in the evenings sometime. Don't I have badly blended terrain in my backyard? No, I do not. What I do have is occasionally, usually on Thursdays, the grounds crew for the apartment complex I live in has to mow the grass, and sometimes I hear them outside while I'm casting. Oh, okay, Dogao going for maybe a bit of a lane? No, not going to dive the TC. He's not going to Hera snipe the sheep. So Liereyy is up. Do we see a forward dock from either player? We do not. This terrain is far too ugly to go for a forward dock. Liereyy going to wall up his pond to keep the pond nice and safe. Woodline also one tile away from the edge. Awkward thing. I don't think this map has per player woodlines either. So it's just you have the map woodlines and you take what you can get, AOC styled. On the grass every week, pretty much every week, yeah. Mow the grass, and then in the fall they blow the leaves. There's not even much grass in the backyard anyway. There's not a lot of sunlight out there for the grass to grow properly. I guess there are like different types of grass you gotta plant in low sunlight environments. Oh, I missed this earlier. Thank you, MindBlaster22, for the follow. So Dogao doing a house all the way out here. Why did he send Vils that far for a house? Does he want like an outpost? He does town watch. Oh yeah, Byzantines with the free town watch. I guess that house is like an outpost. We'll just keep track of any maybe sneak villas going for a dock. Maybe a house over here too, and he sees everything. Which clan is FS? That is Fellowship. That is Fellowship. Fellowship clan. A bit of a wall from Liereyy. He's just making sure nothing sneaks into his pond. Neither player going for men-at-arms. I'm sure we'll see lots of skirms this game. Byzantines versus Vietnamese. I mean... I guess maybe that was his thinking. He goes to dock the pond but goes back as it's walled. But it's kind of late to go do that dock. So with Byzantines, they're the civ who, with their fire galleys, perhaps most wants to do the forward dock and be aggressive on the water. But now it's just going to have to be a fight for 3 ponds, as dogao might have to try for the triple pond domination instead of the quad pond domination. And he's housed. Oh, he's housed. He needed more than one house. Needed a second house for more outpost coverage. And here come the 2 villagers to the south. He's going to go across the map and bring a spear with him. This game is not helping our base fall asleep. I know the snow must be too bright. It must be keeping you up. All the light it's shining. Look at how bright and white this is. Need no snow mod to help you fall asleep. It's not helping you not fall asleep. Our base with the double negative. It's too exciting. So skirmishers at home, defensive. For Liereyy dogao, 1 archer and some skirmishers coming forward, adding in fletching at the blacksmith. Byzantine skirmishers will be cheaper. Vietnamese, of course, with their cheaper eco upgrades, do have something of an eco advantage. Byzantines won't have that until their faster imp. Good morning, calm language. Yeah, dogao needs to stop being housed. It's idling his TC a bit. All the housed time he's spent. Down a bit in eco because of that. And okay, finally, double dock in the south for dogao going for the fire galleys. He'll probably try to dominate this pond, then go back to this pond and take all 3. Liereyy moving in on the gold, dogao again taking that forward gold. They'll hit by the scout. He will go down. It's like every time I play a peaceful closed map, and then after 20 minutes, your opponent has 50 more eco. Okay, we have a pause there. Liereyy needs a sec. Right. Either be house 30-30 for a minute straight, or have 30 out of 135 from massive house walls. Well, he's going for a house wall. He won't be housed for a while if he house walls all the way to the edge of the map. No middle ground. Well, this might be exactly what you're saying, no middle ground. So thank you, everyone. Hopefully this pause clears out quickly. He did lose a Vil on his berry, so that's a 1-0 eco KD. 5-0 total KD for Liereyy, and it will be hard for dogao, I think, to out-micro Lierey's micro on the skirms. Don't want to get housed, do a house wall, 7 out of 10 strategy. Yeah, thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. We do have over 500 people watching between Twitch and YouTube. So glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying some English coverage of this event. It is hosted by Mario. So check, I have linked his stream in the titles of both streams. He is primarily a YouTube Spanish language content creator. So I'm not as familiar with his content. Of course, I don't speak Spanish, but if you do, you might want to check him out. What is the difference between Four Lakes and Cross? So Cross was a custom map made by the Mad Catter. It was used on Voobly and was one of the more common custom maps you'd see. On DE, they then decided, oh, we're just going to put it in DE, but named it Four Lakes instead of Cross. The cross referencing the fact that the land is in the shape of a cross. The Four Lakes, I mean, there are 4 lakes. I think it's kind of boring. I think Cross is a more fun map. The difference is that they shoved a ton of fish in the lakes on 4 lakes. And when we made it a tournament version, we named it Cross because that's the original and proper name of the map. And we also decreased the fish. So the main difference is, if you see this in a tournament, there have been fewer fish. It crosses the Rage Forest to Four Lakes' Black Forest. Maybe that's an analogy. Although, to be fair, the Black Forest script in DE got worse recently. I've seen so many Reddit posts about people who just, like, play casual games against the AI on just, like, super large-sized Black Forest, and then it no longer has resources. No longer has roads properly, even. Maps have any rights attached to them? Different authors have different setups. Where my not a lawyer interpretation is that the actual code of the map script is owned by the author, and they can put whatever license they want on it. Whereas the idea of the map is not something that they own, and DE devs can make their own implementation of any map idea that they want, as long as it is their own implementation of it. Cross is a way cooler map. Exactly. I love Skirms Turs. Hello, Turs. I'm sure that Skirms love you too. Don't ban Turs, Arbase. Don't abuse your mod powers. Skirm's hitting Lierey's villager. Vill will have to run back and forth a bit. Tank some javelins. But dogao may be trapped in here by Lierey's skirms. Both players up to the castle age. Liereyy will be up just a bit faster. But dogao will be clearing that bottom pond. Liereyy has a lot of skirms now. 16 skirmishers to dogao's 7 down to 5 when these two die. And then the Vietnamese player with the skirmisher lead. A bit more HP on these skirmishers. 36 HP. He's up to the castle age, and we'll undoubtedly see Elite Skirm and Bodkin. Now the question is, how quickly do you prioritize ballistics versus more TCs? In the south, the Byzantines winning the pond. However, Liereyy has somehow managed to sneak a dock over to the eastern pond and get a fire ship out there. So dogao won't be able to fish freely here. He will need to fight for it. Byzantines with the fires will be favored, but Liereyy at least will have the numbers advantage. Hello, Bloodless. Isn't it like a slash ban? See, Arbase is joking. Arbase is joking. But the slash is indeed how you would use the proper mod command. Remember when Liereyy used to be the archer guy? I mean, Skirms archers is the same micro. Yo, he's gonna go Vietnamese cav archers. Alright. 2025 meta. Skirms into cav archers. What's the Byzantine player gonna do here? Just a bunch of skirms? Yes. Oh, and some knights? You just go camels now against the cav archers. You go skirm camel, that's the Byzantine way. Who do the betters favor here? I think people probably favor Liereyy. He has the better eco. What does dogao have a score lead? Lierey's, does he have more scouting? Let's see, this is dogao's scouting. Yeah, dogao has more scouting. And he also probably has water. He won the water on the southern pond. So scouting and water gives dogao the score lead. Also the eco unit lead. But I think Lierey's in the better position with how many skirms he has. Wall is complete. Well, the good news about the wall is it runs all the way to the edge of the map, so Liereyy can't get to the pond. The bad news is it doesn't cover the gold. Dogao has to go to the back gold. Now knights coming out for dogao. No bloodlines and only 1 armor, so the skirms with Bodkin actually can still do a good bit of damage to them. We'll still do 2 damage instead of 1. Bodkin coming in for dogao as well needs his own elite skirm upgrade. And I feel like his knights will not be long-lived. He'll try to go knight skirm. Is dogao out, or will 3-0 save him? I'm not sure. I know that this group will be concluded today, so we will see the standings. I'm not sure if he's able to save himself, though, or if he is just playing spoiler to other people. Dogao is out. Arbase confirming dogao is out. Liereyy does have the eastern pond. Kind of surprising, but it's 2-2 now. Both players with their own pond and the pond opposite them. Dogao didn't... I mean, Dogao had that and had the triple pond domination and a lot of fish. Maybe he'd be in a better spot. He still does have more fishing ships, 17 to 8. But can he turn that eco into something useful? Can he maybe get that eco into a faster imp for the Byzantines and clear this? I feel like even against skirmishers, camels can be the better option. Just because of how many of them you get as the Byzantines with how cheap they are. And now a monk doing some healing. And Liereyy now with his army forward. Second TC at home. Maybe can work towards securing that gold. Now dogao wants a dock in this pond, but he's gonna find Liereyy already is there with 3 fires. Dogao has the Byzantines. If he does manage to get the dock up, might be able to take the pond, but at a disadvantage now. Liereyy gonna castle drop in GG. Liereyy almost at the stone for a castle. Could go forward castle and drop it. Dogao with the score lead. I mean, he has Byzantines. Maybe he could just do imp, do a defensive castle, and then go up and win a Treb war, Byzantine style. Never doubt the Byzantines. That's what I've always learned. So a few monks coming forward for Liereyy. Trying for conversions on the knights. 37 military to 29. And again, more HP for the skirms, 35 to 42. Ballistics on the way for dogao, not in yet for Liereyy, so maybe if Liereyy doesn't have ballistics, they could still be a decent fight. For dogao. I have 2 villas going for a house for dogao. A vill still forward for Liereyy. Dogao just maybe gonna try to find a spot where he can slip in a dock. Maybe slip in double docks. Is this enough for a forward castle? Well, it's not going to be a forward castle. It's just going to be a middle castle. Dogao will see it. And he's going to try to fight. He's thinking about fighting. He needs to see how big the army is. We'll pick off a monk. That'll be a great start to the fight, at least. And he's going to try to deny it. Going first for the monks, but that will cost him some skirms. Skirms will move forward and try to go for the cav archers. Knights here jumping the skirms. I don't think he's going to be able to stop the castle. Maybe he can kill some army. That castle's at 100% new architecture for the Vietnamese castle. Nice little placements of snow on it. The skirms are mostly cleared though, so 37 to 33 KD advantage for dogao as he takes a bit of a score lead. Now Liereyy with the forward castle. Good thing for dogao is the castle's out here, and it's not on his face. So the castle nowhere near ranging the gold. Dogao can do his own defensive castle. Liereyy a bit closer to imp. Res collected slightly ahead for Liereyy. But maybe this is giving dogao an opportunity to go imp and then Byzantine his way to a Treb war victory. Yeah, so if he can maybe sell the wood and use it to go up, he's not that far away on food, and he still does have quite a few fishing ships working. Has been investing slightly into the farm eco, so it's not like he's going to run out of food suddenly. Liereyy also investing into the farms. And dogao being forward with his skirm, still being annoying. Breaking in along the wall with the knights. Rattan archers coming out. Liereyy see the castle. Lierey's going to go double castle. And Lierey's going to be up to imp. So Lierey's going to be up to imp slower than dogao, but he's going to go for double castle Treb production. Both of these civs do have bombard cannons, but Byzantines lack siege engineers. Vietnamese have it. It'll be +1 range and more attack versus buildings, but in the long run, as Lierey's trying to raid with the cav archers, in the long run, the cannons will be better for the Vietnamese. Now these cav archers trying to get to the vills on the gold, some skirms coming over to defend. Dogao just deletes the walls to get the skirms over. Liereyy going to micro the cav archers as well as he can to take out the vills. That's quite a few vills going down for dogao as Liereyy opens a villager lead. And he's not running off the gold. Does manage to get a dock up, has some fire galleys. Well, if Byzantines, he has war galley on the way. If they get fire ships out here, Byzantine fire should clear this pond. And SAS, the Prince of Sarto, thank you for the follow. It is Byzantine castles versus paper castles. Paper money, paper castles. For the Vietnamese, as they lack both masonry and architecture, they can do hoardings, but that is tricky to research at the castles. Byzantines just have all their extra hit points. And dogao with 8 on stone could do her castle, could also just rush chemistry and get bombard cannons. That's where they get the paper. That's where they got the idea for paper money, from their castles. That's what they used to build the castles. Is any East Asian civ have full HP castles? I don't know. Good question. I've never thought to check that. Do the Vietnamese count as an East Asian civ? I guess they have that architecture. There was that whole controversy when they first came out in the Rajas expansion that they had the Southeast Asian architecture. We have an odd castle for Liereyy down here. Well, bit of a doubt castle for Liereyy. Hero Villager, 98.7%, doesn't finish it. The skirmishers stop the castle. The Rattan archers there to help deal with the skirms. Okay, Liereyy has to send another village, but they will be able to raise the castle. dogao not going to be able to stop it. Maybe gets another vill or two in the process, but... yeah, gets a vill. Doesn't get the stone he wanted, though. But 3 castles for Liereyy. That'll be double castle treb production at the front. 1 castle treb production for dogao. Chemistry on the way. So with workshops, he could do bombard cannons, and he's throwing up double workshops in the rear. Hill advantage also for Liereyy. But if dogao can get out 3 or 4 trebs, with the army being mostly archer focused, even if the castle goes down, there's not going to be a way to pick off the trebs. Alonso calling it already. Although dogao has a nice score lead. I feel like Liereyy, if he wasn't against the Byzantines, would be super far ahead in this game. The score lead from dogao comes now from clearing this 3rd pond, but now that you're imp, the fish become less valuable. That now is a quick 5 trebuchets, and even a Byzantine castle will not withstand 5 trebuchets, especially when they're uphill. Yeah, I think this is still a really nice position for Liereyy. Maybe he loses the castle, but 2 trebs out. Will the 3rd treb finish? It would be much nicer to have 3 trebs than 2. But I think Liereyy also loses a castle here. And now the question is, how do the players involve bombard cannons? We'll have double workshop production here from dogao. Needs a bit more gold to queue another cannon. That's a lot of eco spent on trebs. And Liereyy repairing uphill. I don't think 8 vills will be enough against 2 trebs. We'll keep it alive for quite some time at least, though, but I think it slowly but surely will be whittled down. dogao will need to repair his trebs. And it only takes 1 shot there. Trebs gets hit trying to run it away. The vills blocked it a bit. That treb should get away. Rattan archers there fighting the skirms. Trebs just explode the monastery. Everything west of New York is the Wild West. Ooh, that 1 cannon could get some nice splash damage on all those trebs as they're grouped up. Okay, yeah, where's that treb going? Okay, that cannon avoids most of the treb shots. Okay, 1 treb goes down. Rattan archers versus skirms. Byzantines still have good skirms. That's another treb that goes down. Alright, is there another cannon out? More cannons in the queue. There's 1 just finishing. Okay, so Liereyy lost 2 trebs, but he's gonna do another defensive castle on that hill. Brings his own cannon to bear. There's raining fireballs, yes. Okay, 1 treb, but you kind of trickle trebbing on that castle now with the cannon coming over and no repair vills nearby. So this is where the dealing with siege is tricky, because you don't have a melee unit for destroying trebs, and they have 150 pierce armor. So all your units will be doing 1 damage, and trebs themselves are so inaccurate that they don't hit, and it takes 3 treb shots to destroy a treb. Bombard cannons, useful, but again, 4 cannon shots, and you leave yourself vulnerable to being 1 hit by the trebs, or to just letting vills repair. Want him to switch to chunkers? Well, it's hard when he only has 1 lake of fish, and there's only 1 fish left on that lake. So he's going to be relying just on his farming eco, of which he really hasn't added too much, only 24 farms. He's been going for ranged units, so no real need to add the farms, but no repair vills nearby for dogao, and I feel like that's a huge mistake, losing a treb for free, especially because he doesn't have any more castles of his own for producing more trebs. Just gonna be cannons now. And without siege engineers, that's tricky for the Byzantines to keep working. Fires here, we'll see that Liereyy is mining the gold. Maybe we could just get a galley added in. And dogao can deny that. Maybe a droman even. Can destroy the mining camp, make Liereyy long distance mine. There's 52 on wood. There is siege engineers, and there is Imperial skirmisher, and that I think is potentially game winning from Liereyy if he can get a good mass of Imperial skirmishers. That's a big if, because dogao already has 41 skirmishers and is moving forward with cannons. But going siege engineer cannon plus imp skirm means you just have a higher quality army than the Byzantines. Byzantines cheap, but that doesn't matter if they're constantly dying. Any drone in the bottom castle? Ooh, that would be, I think, a bit too far, right? Because dromans, they would just have, what, 12 range? That looks like a couple tiles, so I'm going to say no to that. No dromans there. That was a nice cannon shot on the skirms. And Hussar for dogao, Byzantine Hussars. Byzantine Hussars. Okay, he's cooking something. Iron Casting has the armor. He's going to try to use maybe his fishing eco to pump out Hussars. He's going to do a castle on another gold. Nope, Byzantines do not have siege engineers, so the Vietnamese will have the better cannons. Like, you have to kill Skirm Bombard Cannon. I mean, would it have been crazy for dogao to have tried to go for Byzantine Paladins here? Considering he did all the upgrades for the Hussars, it wouldn't have been that much more expensive. Hussar kind of scary. We'll have elite Rattan archers coming in. We'll look at their elite graphics. See how they transform. They just get a bit chunkier. One of the more subtle changes, and I think at least it works for them. They use their shields now on their arms a bit better. And that castle on the right is tricky. Well, if we can get gold income, I think a cap switch, if he went paladins, could have been okay. Because right now, Liereyy doesn't have any halb. Murder holes on the way. Imagine if this were just a bunch of Byzantine paladins about to come forward rather than Hussars. Hussars are raiding the wood lines. So Liereyy under some pressure at home now. His eco not fully walled in. And that gold is exposed. The castles are all forward and not in his farming space. So Liereyy gonna take some damage here. dogao, a huge eco KD lead already from having destroyed a lot of the fish. This castle is tricky though, already being trebbed down and cannoned down. dogao's not gonna get access to that gold like he wanted. It is a Byzantine castle, but Byzantine castles don't hold forever. There is paper money for Liereyy. And Lierey's still being raided. Okay, bombard cannon over here, trying to engage in the fight, but nice micro from Liereyy to pick that off. Hussar over here from dogao, but only one Hussar shouldn't be able to stop the Trebs. Conscription on the way for dogao. That Byzantine castle being repaired for so long. But you change the HP stockpile, you make it cheaper, but you don't actually change the rate at which it's repaired. Or you make it cheaper to repair. Right, in terms of stone cost per HP. Cataphract is a bit pointless here. It definitely would be. But Hussar for raids, not pointless at all. Problem with the Byzantines is just no bloodlines. So your Hussars are not all that good. And right now, dogao, going on a full trash unit composition against Rattan Archer, Cannon, Treb, some very gold-heavy units. Did conscription come in for dogao? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But no Logistica, no Greek fire. Those on the gold being cannoned as the Rattans run around, hit the skirms, hit some of the Hussars. Dogao should just GG. Starting to fall behind in skirm, but now it's just so hard to fight Vietnamese. Vietnamese late game, just the units you make are the same as the Byzantines, but they're better. And you also have some rat archers. Hussars are melting. Yeah, no blast furnace either for the Hussars. The bloodlines is what matters more. And there's the GG from dogao. And Liereyy does it Vietnamese. Interesting strategy for countering Byzantines on this map. But if he's hoping that he can just wall and take one pond, and that's all he needs is one pond, then maybe that's the strategy. He doesn't need to win all the pawns against the Byzantine fires, just needs one. And having all relics was a game decider. What was the eco? Relic. Oh yeah, he also had 5 relics. Didn't even notice that, but he had all 5 relics. Having 5 relics is good. I didn't make enough skirms in the early game. Can never have enough skirms. But 1-0 from Liereyy. Not all that surprising to see him with a lead, but did it with perhaps a very non-standard Civ pick for the map in the Vietnamese. Got it to work in the matchup he had, though. Let's see which map dogao picks for game 2. He can pick either of them. His home map is Nomad. And looks like game 2 will indeed be on Nomad. Even Portuguese get fully upgraded skirms. There he is, 3 of the better skirm saves. Yeah, once Byzantines are out of the way. Skirms there. And Smiley, thank you for the raid. Sorry if you just raided into an ad, but thank you for the raid. Hope you enjoyed us attempting to watch each other's stream as earlier. To figure out what was going on with Sitaux' mouse. Well, thank you for the raid. Some flowers in the chat for the raid. Yeah, our base earlier, Sitaux was supposed to play a set in the AOC Classic 2025. And have fun casting. Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing all the smiles into the chat. And he started his stream, but then he was restarting his PC to try to fix mouse issues, and I didn't know what was going on. So I tabbed over just to open Smiley's stream, thinking maybe I'd get some insights. But I opened the stream just to see she was just as confused as I was, and had my stream open, hoping that I had insights. That was really funny. Alright, so here we go. Spec delay almost finished. We have 15 seconds left. Yeah, nobody knew what was going on. Either wired mouse or wireless? I don't know. The problem was that like the Logitech driver apparently wasn't working, so his DPI settings were not transferred properly, and his hotkeys weren't working. dogao was trying. In that previous game, dogao was trying to be aggressive and fight under the castles. The point of that was he just didn't want to fight late game Byzantines Vietnamese. He knew he was kind of on a timer to push out before all the Imp Skirm and Siege Engineers upgrades came in. So here we will have Nomad. This will be DE's default Nomad. I feel like this version of Nomad has fewer fish than the previous version did. So don't trust wireless mice or headsets. That's probably a safe bet not to trust them. I've used a wireless headset for years, but I can tell it's starting to die. I've had it since like 2018 though, so it has served me well. So nice to have. What, we have 500 on Twitch, 150 on YouTube. Thanks everyone for watching. And again, the YouTube stream is in 4K, and it should have no ads if you want to go check it out there. I have more YouTube actual edited videos I'll be updating. Synchronized deer animations. Look at that. Synchronized deer. A good age for a headset. Oh, they finally unsynced. So dock all the way to the east for dogao, to the northwest for Liereyy. And Dravidians Malay. Dravidians have a nice start with the extra 5 housing space they get from the dock. They don't need the house right at the start. Malay have the extra line of sight on the dock, which is pretty nice on this map. You can see where the fish are. And then we'll have the faster up timings. Oh, is this the one lake, one island? This is DE Nomad with water on all 4 sides, even though there is a chance that this map does spawn to landlock. This map did not, and it's water everywhere. More will be lured in for dogao. You don't like the landlock comm language? That is some not comm language you have for the landlock. Oh no! Here's something deserving of not comm language. The herdable chickens that you scout with. Oh man, there's... Yeah, I mean, I can understand people having different opinions about chickens on Arabia. Even chickens on an arena. But herdable chickens on Nomad. This is worse than the ice terrain mixing from the previous map. Oh, these things. You have so many of them. They have such a small line of sight. These have a 1-tile line of sight. Like, you can see how the line of sight moves as it moves from tile to tile. Oh, these things. No, AoE 2 is not meant for such HARs. And when it's getting easier and easier? I don't know, well, I think it's getting harder and harder with these chickens. At this point, it's just Arabia Reborn. Why did the chicken cross the map? Because Phosphor built a funnel. You do get great scouting with the chickens, that's true, because you have so many of them. Like, look at this. We got 3 or 4 chickens all scouting at the same time for dogao. I bet he misses his fellow sheep. Needing to scout the chickens. Does Liereyy have chickens? Look at this. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 chickens all hoovering around. Get those moving palisades out of Nomad. Bring back 1.0 C Nomad with no shorefish dock drop off. Yeah, that's something that completely changed Nomad. The fact that you can drop off the shorefish at the dock. So Liereyy going to find 2 more chickens with his villager, maybe? Ooh, just missed them. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, you just do, right? Because you can't avoid doing it. You have to fish at the dock. But maybe give a bit more room for creativity on Nomad. It made it a bit harder to keep the TC running if you didn't have the Dockville on the fastest food source in the game right from the start. And the chickens just keep talking. Yeah, they should just use sheep on the map and just not have the herdable chicken. What's my favorite Nomad as a map scripter? That's a good question. I really did like the Nomad script we had for cartographers, I gotta say. I thought that script worked really well. We didn't have a landlock on it, which I kind of do miss the landlock. But I didn't have any chickens on it. And maybe that's just why I liked it, because it didn't have chickens. And Zero Qualm 10, thank you for the follow. For 1v1 Nomad, though, I don't know. We did use the landlock for Wandering Warriors Cup, and I'm still mixed about whether I like it or not. TTL Nomad back in like 2023. That one probably had a landlock on it. I forget what I had done for that, though. Can we consider the relic to be 100% Lierey's? If you want to jinx him and figure out that dogao somehow steals it, sure. Feels like the relics definitely do favor Liereyy. He'll have 1, 2, 3, and 4 over on his side of the map. Only 1 over here by dogao. What, landlock? Sometimes in AOC, or very often, Nomad would have 1 side of the map that would extend all the way to the edge. So you wouldn't be able to sail laps around the map. And you could only retreat so far. There a Nomad Black Forest with water on the outside? Not to my knowledge. Sounds like we could make that happen, though. I like that idea. Like Black Forest, but you have like a nomad fish boom fight on the outside? What the heck would that be? I don't think landlock is maybe the right term, but it's what people call it. I'll have to check what the original map script said, because that's what coastal was too back in the day. Water on 3 sides, land on 1 side. Probably is what coastal still is. Black Forest Nomad exists. It's called Pangea. It's in some map pack. Okay, we'll have to check that out someday. Sounds like a good community game. It's the word T90. Well, T90 also had to get it from somewhere else too. I don't know if he's the originator of the word. And I know I still pronounce everything the way Zero Empires first pronounced it back in 2012 when I first started watching YouTube channels. Or AoE2 on YouTube, so I probably have some incorrect pronunciations from that. Either that or the way it was said in the campaigns, which there definitely are incorrect pronunciations there. Pond on 1 side, locked in by land. There can be ponds on Nomad too. That's the thing. There can be internal ponds. You can't have the donut Nomad scripts. So galleys for dogao on the water, much slower feudal for Liereyy. Did dogao scout the dock? Yeah, had to have scouted the dock, right? Did the chicken miss the dock by a tile and not get captured and dogao doesn't know where the dock is? I guess that's the disadvantage of chickens, that you don't scout the docks as well with the smaller line of sight. Wait, what is dogao scouting? Did the chickens? I mean, it got captured over here, right? So he knows something's over there. Maybe he's thinking that's where the dock is. But the chickens somehow missed both the dock and the TC, where it got captured. Blooded Cross. I haven't seen that map in a while. I don't know if I've ever actually casted a game on that map. I don't think I have. Galleys are going to be taking out fishing ships. As they sail forward, and we'll be taking out these fish. Down that one goes. And they will keep hoovering around to the south. It was in a Doof scored league. So, I guess nice aggression on the water from dogao, but behind this we have a fast castle from Liereyy. And dogao will be feudal a long time looking at those resources. Now, he also has a lot of houses forward, so some good, almost outpost-like behavior. From dogao, we saw how valuable Town Watch was in that previous game, and he does indeed have it. So Town Watch for the extra line of sight. Town Patrol is the next tech if he wants to do it. But he'll have some good knowledge of whenever Liereyy tries to come forward, because he'll likely spot the villas with his houses. Archer and Spear are going to come around on the side, poke the villager away. And Town Watch does save lives. Spear poking down the vill.
Yasa kuka baginda. Apa shasananya baginda.
Oh, well, saying that, oh, dogao's gonna know Liereyy comes forward. I don't think he does. I don't think he knows Liereyy is a double workshop forward. So huge score lead for dogao because he's still feudal going water. War galley on the way for Liereyy, so he might be able to go fire ships and come back. Lots of resources being spent to go double workshop mangonels as well as fire ships. But feudal archers for dogao are not going to stop the mangonels. Does Liereyy amass 4 mangonels before he goes forward? I think he wants another round. Maybe 3 fire ships. Let's see. No, he's just going for it. He's just going right for it. Oh no. Here he comes. At home, some archers getting in, but he has towered his gold. So he will need to notice that. Doing another forward outpost. Double hits on the vills and the berries. Oh no, dogao has not noticed. Dogao has not noticed. Hits on the lumber camp. Gets another couple of vills. And maybe go for the berries again. Gets 3 more vills. That's 8 to 8. A bunch of dead vills already. Dogao going for a watchtower just to keep his gold alive. Does he have loom? Does he have loom? No, he doesn't have loom. Those 10 eco kills for Liereyy. Oh, dogao. He's up to the castle age, but he didn't click loom. Dogao has mangonels in his base hoovering around, but he does not have loom, does not have a stable, and it's archers behind this. Liereyy does have loom. 3 mangonels on the TC, and he's gonna have to repair that TC and spend a lot of wood because he needs to go up. So 1 mangonel has to come deal with the archers. Oh, mangonel's his own villager. Okay, Liereyy loses his forward vills. That's no more repairs on the mangonels. And dogao baited him into mangoneling his own vills. So Liereyy, not the best micro he's ever had there. Well, that could turn things around if dogao's ever able to fight the mangonels. But with no loom, he can't even send vills to fight them. If they get anywhere near with an attack ground, if they even sneeze on the villagers, they'll die. Always fun when you win water on Nomad, then just die on land. And then not only do you win water and die on land, but 1 fire ship gets in and destroys all of your fishing ships. So you don't even get an advantage from winning water. And now 16 to 11 KD in favor of Liereyy. At least dogao did destroy some fishing ships. This TC being mangonelled, not much wood left for repairing. And that's a 5th mangonel, now a scorpion for Liereyy. No TC, and without a TC, dogao cannot research loom. He needs to build a TC just so he can research loom. If he wasn't Malay here, he would not have been up in time. Oh, there goes his army. And I think Liereyy is recovering from not having the water. He will take out the archery range, stop some reinforcements. The mangonels don't quite get the archers. Now that monastery didn't go up, but another vill will come forward to finish it. Researching loom makes your villagers harder to kill. Don't forget loom. Bunch of galleys shooting at the fire up here. Villagers turn over and try to hunt the deer or try to hunt the boar. There's still no TC for dogao. Oh, he did a watchtower, so he doesn't have the stone for a TC. He doesn't have the TC, so he can't do loom. He literally needs to collect stone so he can do TC, so he can do loom. Alright, so this is a very bad spot. I guess the only good thing now is there's not much left for Liereyy to mangonel. Well, amazing play with a double workshop for Liereyy. Oh, the market's gone. I'll need to build another market. Well, there's the stable. He has some Malay elephants. Scorpions with an attack bonus against elephants. Maybe 1 good charge is all that dogao can do. So there he goes. Monks are not there. Elephants forcing the mangonels back. Here comes a monk. Nice shot on the other elephants. Trying to get the attack grounds. Gets a conversion. 1 monk is there. No repair vills. 1 mangonel goes down. Elephant goes down. Scorpion's there doing work. Scorpion's OP. And game is over. There. dogao typed GG in the chat after he resigned. So he did type the GG. 2-0 for Liereyy. And he will continue. In all likelihood, I think Liereyy wins this group and dogao loses it within his 4th. But 32 to 20 KD. Double mangonel push completely caught dogao off guard. Didn't even have loom. And a 4.5 minute difference to the castle age has won the game for Liereyy. That was absolutely brutal indeed. dogao disaster. It is a playoff 3, so we will still have a game 3. But I think Liereyy is guaranteed to go through now. And the final game will be on Arabia. either Portuguese or Maya against Hindustanis or Malians. So probably Portuguese is the first civ pick. Probably doesn't want to run to the risk of the Maya Hindustani matchup. We got tilted, not really. I think that was really over. King, I think that was pretty darn over. He did not have a town center. And hello, Tundra Blitz. And it will be Arabia. Sebastian's warming up for his set against Nicov by playing Arabia right now against Hera. And we had sudden death. That's where you have to pick your first TC spot carefully because it's your only TC spot. A couple on another level. That's true. Want to get milk and miss the entire second match? Ooh, well, you can rewind if you watch on YouTube. Also, if you're on Twitch, we are only 10 subs away from 400. So the support this month has been amazing. Or 400 sub points. It counts subs and sub points differently. The points are what matters. For most things. So here we go, game number 3. Liereyy will be to the west as the red Maya. Dogao will be to the south as the blue Hindustanis. Liereyy not using his very first picked Portuguese. Instead going to play Maya against Hindustanis. Now Liereyy did lose this matchup, or he did lose this matchup playing it with the reverse civs against Sebastian. So Liereyy was the Hindustanis, and he lost against Sebastian's Maya. In the Castle Age, the Ghulam has so much pierce armor that it overruns pretty much everything the Maya do. It destroys their crossbows, melts their plumes, and wins fights against eagles. But, in post-Imp, with elite plumes, with the attack bonus against the Ghulams, with the Ghulams missing the final armor upgrade, elite plume actually does pretty darn well. Thought Hindustani against Maya is as close as there is to auto win with pros. It's not Goths versus Maya on Arena. It's Ghulams have a timing in the Castle Age where they're extremely strong, but Maya are still Maya, and if it goes to late Imp, they are still really darn good. Ghulam may be your favorite unit. I actually kind of miss when the Indians had the Elephant Archer as their unique unit. I thought it was a really cool, unique unit. the Ghulam always feels kind of underwhelming to me, because the Civ usually prefers Imp Camel, and Imp Camel is what I think of as their power unit. Use the T90's pronunciation of the unit. What does he say? Ghulam? I was told that it's the second syllable that needs to be emphasized. And also that the word has a different plural, but we're not going to use the plural. We're just going to put an S and say Ghulams. Maya are better off going Eldorado Eagle? I think Elite Plumes work pretty darn well against Ghulams. It's just that attack bonus they have against infantry. And the fact that they're still plumes and still mobile. I think Eldorado Eagle runs into the Shiitake hand cannon problem. Whereas plumes, as long as you take decent fights against the Ghulams with your plumes, the Hindustanis don't have a great way of picking them off. Maybe they have to go for elite skirm. Then you can go for your own better skirms. T90 mispronounces every unit and tech name. Well, some of them are hard. Lu seems a reliable source, and he emphasizes the last syllable too. See, my source is my Twitch chat. And I trust you guys 100%. Other than the disagreement over Custilier. and whether or not that S should be pronounced. I have settled on pronouncing the S because it's written in the word, and apparently the word also can be written without the S. Swordsmen should kill Gulam hard? Well, the Maya do not have good swordsmen. They lack the champion upgrade. You see this? They only have access to two-handed swordsmen. So you really don't want to go into the swordsman line as the Maya. And especially not against the civ that, again, has the Chautauqua hand cannoneers with the extra range. So like a Coutelier? Yeah, you can also spell and say it as Coutelier. But I've been trying to keep a subtle S in there as Custilier. Or Custilier. A bit less of the ST combo. So we'll have Feudal Age on the way for both players. Vils from Liereyy going out towards the woodline to chop some more trees. And ooh, Liereyy grabbing a couple of goats, trying to steal them away, slip them to the edge of the map. T90 notoriously flips on Polish CH in names of both UT and UU. What do you mean flips on? I always said Obuk and Szlachta. I've seen very minimal Polish words. I've never actually tried to speak it. Looking at stats, Hindustanis versus Maya on Arabia is in favor of Hindustanis, but only at around 53%. It doesn't look too bad. 1200 plus elo. Yeah, I think a lot of people are maybe overhyping the Gulam when it's one particular point of the game where it really shines. And before and after that, the Maya still are the Maya. Those Liereyy and dogao, there are Liereyy and dogao, both up feudal, and a forward range for Liereyy. That is some positioning on the Vil, who managed to go across the corridor, and you'll have to walk all the way around that range to go back to safety. Arguing about pronunciation within a chat. Really, no one has ever told me to pronounce the final R. I've been told the last syllable is like yay. Like Y-A-Y. So, small walls for dogao as Eagle Spear come forward. We'll have scouts for dogao. So opening Hindustani scouts and quickly transitioning to a range. We'll see if it's scout archer or scout skirm. If you have good enough eco to get the scout numbers out, you can just kind of overwhelm the numbers of the American civs sometimes, but harder against the Maya, who are going to have good archer numbers with their discount. Liereyy is indeed red. I have not changed his color. He was green earlier, but he's red now. What was he for the last game? I've totally blanked. He was green for the first game, I think. And Vil from Liereyy will be picked off. Nicely done from dogao, and also he can fight the Eagle. Spear not over. And Feudal Scouts will beat the Eagle one-on-one. Here it's 2-on-1, and they'll get HP down. So Blacksmith for Liereyy will be delayed. Just Liereyy things. The scouts for dogao still hoovering around a bit. We'll have fletching on the way for Liereyy. Now Spear gets a poke on the scouts.
Shot it.
A couple of spears out, getting pokes. This is the type of thing where if this were Hera, you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see those pokes coming in randomly. His scout control would be much nicer. Constantly spamming box formation and probably no attack stance while microing them. Now, at the same time, I mean, it is a bit annoying at home for dogao to have to wall up. A nice recognition to pull the archers back for Liereyy. Use the archers to create that separation between the skirms and the archers so the archers can run a bit. Oh, look, dogao deleted a wall. Oh, look, he has to build a house. I was thinking of maybe moving the skirms in there, but has to go out with them. Has to keep this army away. Skirms hit archers, eagles come forward. T90's yeoman is funny. Does he say like yeomen instead of yeoman? And my yeoman pronunciation comes from Star Trek. Comes from Yeoman Rand. Back in the early TOS days. Yep, he says yeoman. That's what I would guess. So it's just skirm so far for dogao. If he gets a large skirm number, then he can maybe prevent the crossbow swap from the Maya. But that's also what he would go Gulam against anyway. The old men. The scouts have hoovered, they've gotten in, gotten out. 34 to 34 villagers, 1 kill for dogao. Picard or Kirk? Kirk. Although I would pick Cisco over either. Oh, look at the chicken! Oh no, the chicken blocking dogao's market placement. Oh, as it slowly walks off the foundation until dogao can build it. Oh, the annoying chicken. Now back at the front, archers and skirms running around the front of Lierey's base. Liereyy will be fully walled, aside from the hole in his wall, but mostly fully walled. You can't actually kill the bird with your villagers because then it becomes there's food on it, and until the food is taken, you can't build over it. So killing the chicken's the worst thing you can do, and there's nothing in that situation you can do other than wait for the chicken slowly to walk off. And if you keep right-clicking the foundation, you run the risk that the chicken will try to repath and run off a different side, and you can kind of sometimes you'll see it like run back and forth. And Castle Age on the way for Liereyy. He'll be doing armor. I wonder if that means we'll see Triple Barracks Eagles as the opening. So dogao working on being fully walled, and someone said last time he'll be like 135 pop space. Well, that's what he's going for now, is he's going for full house walls. Stone walls on the left. And, well, dogao won't be up soon. He still needs more resources. Liereyy will have a nice timing advantage. Chickens are the most powerful unit. My pronunciation of pronunciation is funny. Pronunciation. Weirdly, apparently. That's probably my Jersey accent. Killabora outside of TC, you can't place a farm until farms might be different because they have different collision with units. Maybe you can't. I'm not sure. You definitely would not be able to put a house over the boar. Isn't it over as soon as Hindustanis get to Gulams? No, not necessarily. We saw Sebastian deal with them quite well with plumed archers. You keep your plumes alive and you get to imp, and then you get elite plume, you're okay against Gulams. You can 100% the farm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can put the farm under a boar corpse. I don't think you can put any other building on top of it, though. Pasture could be interesting, because the pastures have the center that's weird. I'm pronouncing as pronunciation. Isn't that how it's supposed to be pronounced? Oh, pronunciation is pronunciation? Oh, have I always done that? I never realized that. So mark it just in time for Dogao as he gets the tower up, and that will keep the crossbows off of his gold, but at the cost of a couple of ills. Chickens are terrifying. And so eagles go for the house. House gets up, so then it will get its full armor. Still think Gulam shouldn't have bonus versus eagles. I agree with you. I think they wreck eagles a bit too hard. Chickens are dinosaurs. I know sometimes I fail to put the S on the plurals of words. I've noticed that while casting. Not like I don't know that there's an S on the plurals, but sometimes it just doesn't come out. Maybe it comes kind of from the German speaking background that I somewhat have. Like I'll sometimes say paladin as a plural instead of paladins, or the IN at the end kind of makes that in sound, which makes me think it's like a German plural. So university wall, crossbows there won't let more HP go up on the university, but now Dogao has gotten to the Gulams, and now, chat, we can see if Gulam versus 24 military will be able to carry the day. Second TC for Liereyy, and he is pretty heavily on the stone, so I expect to see a castle and plumes soon. One pronunciation thing that always bothered me is Brits. Oh, see, you put pronunciation. You spelled it there, like I was saying it. It's pronouncing. I guess that's it. Pronunciation versus pronounce. Because it wouldn't be pronounce. Ah, okay. There's like some phonetic similarity between, or phonetic differences between the different forms of the word. Okay. French les as lay. I don't know French. So here come the Gulams, and they will be picking off the eagles, no problem, and then taking down the crossbows, no problem. They do have 5 pierce armor. And well, that clears up a lot of that 20 plus military that Liereyy had. A few Gulams do go down, but all the crossbows are cleaned. And Liereyy soon will need a castle, has one a bit on a hill, and it will be plumed archer time. And why are plumes better against the Gulams and the crossbows? Because they have +1 attack versus infantry. So they actually do 3 damage instead of 2, which is a pretty big difference. And oh, Liereyy absconding with a relic. There's one relic all the way in the back of Dogao's walls I don't think he'll get to. But right now, more res collected for Liereyy, more villagers, and he's gotten to plumes. So workshop here for Dogao. And then the question is, what did the Maya do against siege? Siege versus plumes, usually good for the siege, although the plumes can dodge pretty well. Stealing Sebastian's strat, right. Over on the left, Gulam's trying to break through. Will they be successful at that? Here come the Walling Vills, but the Mangonel is coming over. And oh, we have another castle. Liereyy might need to send his entire village to raise the castle with the Mangonel on its way. He could maybe quick wall out the Mangonel. Gulams will be hoovering around. Vill's going to fight the Mangonel just to keep it away and buy time. Here come those new reskinned plumed archers. They will push the Mangonel off. Vils did quite some damage to the Mangonel, and this castle probably will go up at the cost of a lot of villager idle time, but it will go up. Or will it? Are there enough Gulams there? Gulams dying to the plumes. Monks there to heal the vills. The Gulams, see, they do go down to the plumes pretty well. Okay, 83%, and look, this is a good Gulam raid for dogao, but he's also losing all of them. And all in all, he is ahead in the KD. He's picking off monks. And the castle will go up. And I need to remove myself from the admin role in the Carto Discord so I don't keep getting tagged for the community leagues as an admin. That's our base's job. A lot of dead villas for Liereyy to get the castle up. But it is up. And now he's on double castle plume production. And plumes, I still will maintain that plumed archers are good against the Gulams. The same way they're good against eagles, which also have 5 pierce armor. We'll need ballistics, but Hindustanis I think can struggle against plumes. How's your job yet, the admin ping? It wasn't the Maya the Civ of the original Nilly video on the Doubt Castle. So 3 mangonels. This is what you then need against the plumes. And Liereyy needs to rely on his micro, not to die to mangonels. Oh, mangonels didn't shoot right away. Repairville there. Okay, a tricky micro situation for both. dogao hitting the TC, and Liereyy wants to pick the Vil. Ballistics on the way. When he gets ballistics, it'll be easier to take the fight. Not taking a hit from the mangonels. Repairing the TC. Desperately trying to keep it up. Ballistics is in, and now he's going to fight the Gulams, and he's going to take really nice fights against them. No redemption for the Maya, so monks can't convert the mangonels. dogao just dancing back and forth. Liereyy also dancing. And he's going to pick off the Gulams. The plumed archer, OP. Liereyy maybe, debates the Gulam into the mangonel fire. I think he realized from Sebastian just how good the plumed archer is. So TC goes down, but it had mined all the stone there, so I guess it's not really the worst TC to lose. And Liereyy still has a 9-vil lead. And right now, nothing from dogao for killing the plumes unless he lands mangonel shots. And Liereyy gonna close the distance. Another Repairville there. I'll have to go back. Return of the plumes. They needed new graphics, but maybe people are gonna realize they can use them now. Ooh, he dodges that. Thumb ring on the way. And he's going to take out the Scorpion. Another forward-ish castle from dogao, at least between the players. That'll be more defensive, though, on a small hill between his gold and his stone. And KD still ahead for dogao, but Liereyy in a spot where maybe with the plumes he can raid. This house wall does not cover the wood line. There's, however, a TC, a tower, and a castle there, so that's probably fine. Plume's not going to hoover on in through all of that. Yeah, TC will push them back. And this is all house walled and stone walled, not palisaded. So no real place for the plumes to break in. Did dogao scout the relic in the back of his base? He did. He has great scouting. Gulams will find the vills on that stone. There's a 3rd castle now for Liereyy. And quick walls as he runs to his own castle for cover. Some plumes come over. He's fighting mangonels in one spot. Took a couple of extra hits on the plumes. And Gulams in another. He's microing in 2 spots at once, but also killing the Gulams. And so far, the Gulams cannot engage on the plumes. Yeah, empty map. Also because of the way he walled, but no cliffs on this map, interestingly enough. One of those no cliff Arabias. Compared to AOC Arabia, which had cliffs everywhere. So both players up to Imp at just about the same time, but Imp is going to matter quite a bit because these plumed archers then can get Bracer, Chemistry, and Elite Plume. At that point, they'll still fight the Gulams fairly well. Elite Plume should do 3 damage to Gulam, 1 base plus 2 bonus. Yep, so the same as the normal Plume, but that'll just counteract the Elite Gulam upgrade. An Elite Plume, probably cheaper than Elite Gulam. And you're going to also have that timing window of Bracer Chemistry before the Elite upgrades come in for both players. Where at that point, the Plumes will do great against the Gulams, even just as normal Plumes. Mangonel's hitting the houses. Now Horse Collar, ooh, that's true. I guess Maya, sometimes you don't even do the farming upgrades because they farm more slowly. And you're not really doing food eco, so your folks, like Plumes, are not going to cost you any food. So how few farms you usually make, sometimes, I mean, I think Horse Collar is still probably worth it. Well, you definitely would prioritize like Bowsaw over Horse Collar as the Maya. Castle Age Plumes outrun Lions. Now, Plumes are fast, 1.2. Not Woad Raider fast, but still pretty fast. There are probably some horses they outrun. Chemistry is useless versus Gulams. It's against the Elite Gulams. Yes, it's a difference of 1. But against the, you also have to remember, it's the total damage you do also is not just the... You're not just doing the 1 minimum damage. You're doing the +2 or the +1 against infantry. So having the 1 pierce damage there above the pierce armor actually does make a difference because you're not doing the minimum damage. So the pierce armor not being canceled out completely matters. So in total, chemistry bracer are important. So Vils picked off. Treb there. Nothing to defend it, but also nothing really to destroy it as the Plumes are there. Oh, and Dogao's going to repair. He's going to send Vils for the Treb, but the Plumes will be there to pick off the Vils. And yeah, how do Gulams stop Plumed Archers? They don't. There is Elite Gulam on the way. There's Elite Gulam. So Plumes will be back down to doing 2 damage now that they have Bracer Chemistry. And it will have to be Elite Plume for Liereyy. That doesn't seem too far away, though. Some Mangonels could be turned eventually to Onagers, maybe. Yeah, there's Elite Gulam. This is where the Plumes will maybe struggle. They're doing, I think, 2 damage now per shot. That looked like even number multiples of 2. Everyone that I'm hurt Gulam I click on has a multiple of 2, I think. So Treb's working on that castle, but there are some repair vills. Treb's pushing forward. Dogao's to repair. Both players trying to keep their castles up. And there's Elite Plume. There's Elite Plume. These guys look almost normal now. These guys, I think, should wreck the Gulams in this fight. Let's see how this goes. Mangonel's on the way. Elite Plume should also be good against Mangonel with all the attack they have now. See, I didn't put the S on Mangonel. Good against the Mangonels. Good against Mangonels. There we are. Mangonel's picked off. Gulam's still hoovering. Trebs do take out the castle. He's going to try to run them away. I don't think he'll save them in time. Not enough Plumes for that. Gulams chase 1 group of Plumes. The other does damage. Yeah, and they pick them off quite readily. It's the armor. It's 0 infantry, 8 pierce. So, yep, 3 damage. 2 from the infantry, 1 from the pierce. How is Worcester spoken? Either Worcester or... Yeah, I guess Worcester. Is it Bluster and Worcester? Oh, capture age, don't die. Oh, sorry, that was a pause or a lag spike or something. I thought it was capture age running out of VRAM. Yeah, King, you have to take into account they also have +2 against infantry. It's not just the pierce damage, it's the infantry they do. So there's the GG from dogao. He can't fight off the Plumes. So it's Plumes that have, what is it, 9 pierce attack and then 2 infantry attack. So against the Elite Gulams, who then have 0 infantry armor and 8 pierce armor. So that's 1 pierce, 2 infantry for a total of 3. And speaking of 3, it's a 3-0 lead for Liereyy. It's just like in cause and effect, the number 3 appearing everywhere. 1994 military score as he had 110 kills to 90 deaths. And 3 conversions. Eco, slightly better eco for dogao, but ecos were neck and neck, and dogao just couldn't deal with the plumed archers. AOC era plumed archers. We didn't see the AOC tournament, but we did see the AOC unit in the plumed archer. Plumes counter Gulams, noted, note that. Alright, let me do some between set housekeeping and clean my rec folder. G's to Liereyy. Wins with the Maya over the Hindustanis. Civ matchup favors Maya. Confirmed. And we can look at the brackets, as they have already been updated. So, in Group B, Liereyy, I think it's safe to say he wins. He's 8-1 overall in games. No one's going to catch him. He won all of his sets. dogao, I think it's safe to say he'll be 4th. Lost all of his sets. Unless maybe Sebastian sweeps Nicov, but even then in the head-to-head, Nicov wins. So Sebastian, Nicov, then, will be the set to determine who is 2nd and who is 3rd. Have I ever thought of doing my own capture age to have it open source? I think the problem with doing open source is it's technically like a cheating application that you could have open like to cheat on the game if you're playing it yourself, and capture age being closed source can help prevent that. I do think there would be a lot of use of having your own capture age like program that is partly closed source to act as kind of an API that then you have an open source component as the front end to essentially get data from something that is dealt with in a way that helps, that is kind of preventing cheating. And then you can customize the UI and do whatever you want with the data. I think that would be very useful. But still would pale in comparison to actually having the functionality in the game itself, which is where it should be. And also Skrill earlier for the follow. Thank you very much. So what are the situations here? They're both 1-1. So if they win the set, whoever wins the set, you need 2 wins and you're through. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. You get 2 wins and you win the set and you are 2nd in the group. Sweeps won't matter. Sweeps won't put you behind dogao. 3rd or 4th doesn't really matter anyway. So 2 wins and they're in. That's what matters. So it's a play all 3 that really is just the best of 3 coming up next. And let's just maybe transition that and get the UI set up for that. That will be, who was the higher seed? I don't know. I don't know who's going to be left or right on the draft. We might have to swap this. I'll just do alphabetically. Nicov versus Sebastian. Update the YouTube title to. Where is the Viper? The Viper is on a vacation. He's on a holiday now. I've seen him. He's traveling around Scandinavia on a big road trip. Probably visiting his family in Norway. So we'll probably have a brief break before the next set, but it will be Nicov Sebastian to finish off the group coming up next, and this should also be live. Oh, it's which side of the draft are each of these players on? I have to redo my scoreboard. Sebastian's on the left. I will. He's the most consistent Portuguese picker. Well, he picked them, but didn't use them. here, and thank you, Jackus V, for the follow. Never makes Fetoriers. Well, he certainly did not make any Fetoriers that set, despite picking the Portuguese. You're correct there. Do I read any article on AoE2? I don't really read the AoE2 wiki. What is your favorite track on the AoE2 OST? Taser. By far. Nicov picking Arena as a home map. Okay, okay. Sebastian picking Atacama. Hopefully we don't get Fortress for game 1. Can't micro Fetorias. Hey, Fetorias, they're 5x5. It's a great quick wall. In scenario where Plume is 5+2, where the Elite Plume has the +2 attack versus infantry, it would do 2 damage there. The Pierce Armor would be cancelled out. Same if it's 5+3, because the +2 versus infantry is not included in that only Pierce Armor display. The wiki has the unit name pronunciations for the new Shu Wei Wu units. That's the thing. I probably won't know how to pronounce them unless there's like an audio recording that I can listen to. That could help. But reading pronunciations is something that's actually really hard. I might have to check it out then. And Castilier has one, but apparently there are multiple pronunciations. Maybe it needs more than one for Castilier. Audio for most pronunciations. I'll have to check them out then. So Crater for map 1. Okay. So Crater, Atacama, and Arena. I'm liking this map pool. Idea there's damage cancellation. Yes, there is. That's how the armors work. And they have every armor class is calculated, and the one minimum damage happens after all of the armor calculations and after the hill bonus. So it's armor calculations, then hill bonus, then minimum damage. And at some point also the Sicilian bonus damage modifier is added in there. I'm not exactly sure where. I have a really old video about how the damage is calculated on my YouTube, but it was before the Sicilians existed. I think I had covered all of cases in the game, but then they've added more cases. Schemberger is your favorite? It's also the first one. That's a good one to have as your favorite, because you probably hear it the most. Hello again, Anthony. Sicilian Cataphracts. We did have that essentially in a Civ builder once. Cataphracts with the Sicilian bonus. Yep, Decider. It's a Decider. Best. Play all 3. That's technically a best of 3. And Chichi 971, thank you for the follow. And K Pandu, hello. Yeah, I covered the new Royal Heirs case, not in that video. In Tinsawyer, thank you for the follow. Royal Heirs is the, now if you have negative attack, it works differently than other cases. And these are now Wonder's teammates. 2 teammates will be fighting it out here. taking some time to think about their civ drafts. Alright, so once again, between the sets, I'm going to take a quick break. And I will be right back. Oh, someone hitting the button on YouTube for the party thing. I don't even know how these buttons work. I can spam click them. Sicilian cataphracts take only partial damage of what the Byzantine ones do. I'll need to look at that damage calculation again. I have no idea how exactly it's actually working now with the Sicilians. Alright, so let's see if they have a lobby going. They do. Sebastian's hosting. The Minoan's Jingle is your favorite that's been added to D. Is that AoE 1? D needs some Mick Gordon tracks. Is this the ladder? Nope, this is not the ladder. This is the actual tournament that'll be happening once the players get started. And Mr. Planner, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hope you all are having a very well planned out day. And random Turks. Random Turks for Sebastian. Sebastian's like, I got my 3 civs. I'll be using Chinese on Atacama, Tatars on Crater, Kumans on Arena, and I don't need a 3rd civ. Yeah, more than one game on the ladder is likely way too time intensive. And 14, type that at the players, not at me, HQ. Players are the ones who need the 14. Can Armenians beat Turks on Arena? I would probably favor the Turks. Okay, they have launched. We'll have a 45 spectator delay, 45-second spectator delay, and the map will be Crater, and it'll be Tatars versus Armenians. I've never used Oracle myself. A tech stack, I do my own, a lot of my own projects, so I can choose whatever I want, and I often pick whatever I'm feeling fun. Is fun. Oh, thank you, Harry Slaughter, for the follow. Which usually means Rust. Although, but I want to do more of some Haskell. I do enjoy some functional programming. But it's always more a project-dependent thing. I don't really have any good tech stack recommendations. What's my favorite from the Conquerors? Only from the Conquerors, not including Taser. That's a good question. I don't think I necessarily have a favorite there. That is a darn good question. Postgres. Relational databases. So, welcome to Medieval Masters, still in Group B. This will be a showdown between Nicov, who is playing as the Red Armenians to the northwest. And you only get 1 boar on this map. Looks like you only get 1 boar on the map. 1 boar for each. And he'll be playing against Sebastian to the southeast as the Blue Tatars. Now, this is a play all 3 in the group, but technically, we just looked at the standings. It actually becomes a best of 3, where whoever wins 2 games ends up being second in the group to Liereyy and advancing to the playoffs, and whoever is third is out. Casual Haskell flex. I enjoy monads. That's why I feel like I've done most of my functional programming in OCaml, and I feel like I want to do some Haskell. I've done some very minimal Haskell, but nothing sizable with it. So Ibex push from Sebastian. He will be the Tatars. He'll have the longer lasting sheep, which is always a nice bonus, especially when you only have 1 boar. On this map, you have an overabundance of Ibexes. I'm sure Mongols would be a great pick, but they probably get banned all the time. We will have the Armenians on the other side, and as the Armenians can do the mule cart, they can build both a lumber camp and a mill at the same time on their ibexes. The villagers being able to drop off the hunt at the mule cart, and you'll probably see Armenians, Georgians picked quite a bit on this map because of that. You get off to a very nice eco start if the vills can pathfind. And you'll be chopping the tree directly behind the mule cart. Nicov rush up a church in the middle. That's true. He could build a church in the middle and get 6 relics if he gets to that point. Remember, the Armenians are the civ that get the free relic when they build their first fortified church. It is a risk, though, if you build your first church forward, that you end up gifting a relic to your opponent, who could eventually besiege it, steal the relic, and then have 6 for themselves. But definitely, definitely an option. You do have 5 relics right in the middle of the map, right where the crater landed. This is apparently a holy site. And the other feature of the map is all of your resources tend to be really far forward. However, Sebastian, the map scripting of DE has blessed him with a back gold. Still not a gold that can be walled, but a very back gold. Opposite side of the map is Nicov, and he's gotten about as good of a spawn as he could have hoped for there. Fortified churches beat Mangonel pushes. They beat them, and it's not even close. You can repair fortified churches forever. They cost, it's like 1/5 the wood to repair compared to a TC, and they have the same number of hit points. What shape is that gold? This gold? I don't have a name for it. Chat, come up with a name for the shape of this gold. It's not one of those clumped up 3x3 square golds. It's like a duck? I mean, maybe like a duck. A sitting man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that. Looks like Japan? Yeah, not really. Fortified churches have 1 less range. They have 6 range, just like TCs against Mangonels. So, I mean, fortified churches don't destroy the Mangonels, but the Mangonels cannot push through the churches because you need 5 Mangonels attacking a church, and then you can still repair the church, and it doesn't even cost that much. Oh, Gabby! Hello, Gabby. How are you doing? It looks like my logo? That I don't see. How do you push a church? Rams, honestly. I think that's the only really way. A water faucet. Wobbly Biscuit, you are winning the water faucet. That is... I'm going with that. So we'll have a barracks up for Sebastian. He'll be doing the barracks in front of his berries. On the other side, we'll also have a barracks for Nicov, kind of positioned in front of the berries too. So walling on one side, barracks on the other. And I wonder what we'll see. I have seen a lot of skirm spear wars on this map. I've also seen scout, skirm, scout, archer. So scouts into archers could make sense for the Tatars if they eventually want to swap to cav archers. And with that back gold could be a great setup for them. Now Tatars, remember, they do get the extra hill bonus. So sitting on top of the hill with archers or cav archers, even in a scout fight, could be a great move from them. You push fortified churches with Tarkans. Yeah, you're doubly if you're the Huns. Not only can you do Tarkans, you can also research atheism. You can make that free relic less useful. If barracks was not needed to build stables and ranges, which civ would benefit the most? Oh, well, I mean, that does work for the Khmer. And it's a nice boost, but it's not like it's an insane bonus. Maybe the Maya would benefit quite a bit. I mean, any archer civ that puts down 2 ranges would be nice. In the scout versus scout war, you're really missing out from the barracks not having the spear. So I think the archer-focused civs would probably benefit a bit more. Recliner. Kuwins would benefit a lot. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's probably the one, right? Because you do the TC, you don't need the barracks, and then you have the cheap range and stable option. So yeah, I'll go with Kumans there. I like that. Feel like we'd Pillar Decision for it, but ES gets a pass. Atheism had synergy if you play the campaigns because it made the Wonder Victories take longer. And if you played Attila the Hun 6, it was a bunch of enemies repeatedly building wonders. And you had to destroy all the wonders, and Atheism was useful. That's where the tech came from the campaigns. So we have the range and skirmishers for Nicov, so just going to be skirmishers, not even spearmen. And same thing for Sebastian, it's just going to be a good skirmisher war. Oh man, skirmisher war, and Sebastian is ahead on the numbers. He made 1 spear to help deal with the initial starting scout, but that's it. Both scouts have lost a lot of HP at this point. So skirms probably will be able to pick them off, and the spear, oh, almost got the poke. Will maybe force the scout towards the skirms? Tech made for a single scenario. It also cut the cost of spies in half, which is a completely random thing that it did, but also was occasionally useful on Michi because the Huns with 15k gold, spies was affordable. Skirm war, let's go. Haven't seen enough skirms yet today. I guess maybe the follow-up question is, do these players ever add scouts, or is it just full skirms until castle? Oh, gold being mined from Sebastian. And with the gold positionings of Nicov are so tricky now that full skirm war, Sebastian could just mine a bit of gold and get castle while Nicov will struggle, maybe have to use the market. Chaotic, that is a summary of Valley of Kings. Became skirm wars. Players did not drush the outside. At least it was skirm war, but it was also skirm war with a bit of a twist, because you saw some of those instant clicks, you saw some fast castles. Hey, the problem with the skirms is that they're also good against a lot of the strong unique units. The Rathas, the Plumed Archers, the Arambai, the War Wagons. So market for Sebastian. And you will scout this. I mean, we've seen very extended feudal wars on this map. It feels like these players are both just being very defensive and hoping to go up. It would be more fun if we remove skirm completely. It would just be crossbow plate. Nicov building a market in a spot that blocks off his gold access? Okay, we maybe preferred the market out here, but you can just mule cart from this side. Well, he'll keep walled up his lumber camp, or his mule cart wood site, and Castle Age on the way for Sebastian. We'll have a range on the front for Nicov. As the skirms come over, scouts might try to fight each other. Oh, okay, Sebastian just running away. I'm not gonna let Nicov get the scout fight he wants. Nicov chasing, but will chase into a spear, and he will be aware to run away. He came across AoE2 Gold Edition. Was the Gold Edition probably wasn't 99. Gold Edition... Was there only a Gold Edition of... Because there was definitely the AOK plus AOC Gold Edition. I don't know if there was only a AOK Gold Edition. Maybe there was a Game of the Year edition for it. Every siege unit in AOK has a replacement. The Scorpions don't. I mean, I don't know what you mean by replacement. There are the Elephant Rams, the Rocket Carts, and the Haufnitze, which are kind of like an upgrade to the cannon. I don't know if they're a replacement. But Scorpions are still Scorpions. So now that low HP Scout for Sebastian is going to be annoying against the skirms, and the Scout just needs to debate the spear so the skirms can pick off the spear. The War Chariot? Does the War Chariot replace the Scorpion? I thought the War Chariot was its own thing. mean, the war chariot, I've just heard that it's bugged. I didn't even know what it did. So Nikov's going to be up to the castle age, and Sebastian, kind of the opposite of what I thought would... Oh, wait, never mind, he's up already, never mind. I saw the feudal skirms and was like, he's not up, but then I saw the text, okay. And he is up, never mind. And the fortified church will be in front of the gold. In front of the gold, and elite skirm is in. That's going to give him a chance to push Nicov, who with the slower up timing might need to sacrifice some skirms just to get the church up, but those things build rather quickly. He'll lose his scout finally. So both players losing their scouts, and a knight forward for Sebastian. But now monks and warrior priests can come for Nicov, and Nicov will want to grab as many relics as he can. Try to get up to 6. Archer is a scorpion replacement, okay. It doesn't like behave like a scorpion though, right? It's just like it's in the workshop. And I guess ballista elephant is kind of a scorpion replacement. I mean, it's a scorpion, but on an elephant. So, knight coming forward for the skirms, armor on the way. And you really do need armor before you can engage skirms. They're going to do a ton of damage to unarmored knights. And on 2 HP, the knight escapes. Shoot, the only Sith that don't get scorpion, okay. Yeah, war wagon, caravel. I don't know if the war wagon's a scorpion. It feels like it should be, but it doesn't behave anything like a scorpion. Even though the projectile looks like it's a scorpion bolt. So Mangonel forward for Nicov. Vilcant's still pretty similar. Res collected slightly ahead for Nicov. Monk now for converting knights, while monks for both players. Tatars, do they have redemption? They do not. Armenians, do they have redemption? They do. So, Mangonel conversion potential there for Nicov. And let's look at the atonement situation. Atonement, yes for Nicov. Yes for Sebastian if they want to start converting monks. Yeah, War Wagon doesn't do pass-through. And Sebastian grabbing relics too. So Nicov has 3, but Sebastian has 1, has a second on the way. So this might end up being 3 to 3 relics. Nicov, when he did his fortified church, didn't have it in the middle, as some people suggested at the start. Maybe it's 4 to 2 if the warrior priest comes forward. That's some skirms going down. Monk wants a conversion on a knight. Does get the conversion. Skirm is not enough to keep the knights away. Warrior priest healed the monk a bit. There goes Sebastian for 1 more relic. And the conversion will come in, so that'll be 3 to 3 relics. Not enough skirms? Well, 12 skirms to 17 now, and with ballistics, Nicov starting to take a nice skirm lead. Knight hitting the monk, monk goes down. It will be picked off by the skirm as more skirms coming forward. Yep, and the 5 relics in the middle became evenly split. Are War Galley the original Scorpion replacements? Maybe. So, second TC now for Sebastian, but third TC for Nicov, who'll be going for his forward stone, and already has a TC on his wood line. Monk and warrior priest will be healing the skirms. Sebastian doesn't look like he'll find any damage. So unless he can get another TC up, Nicov will be pulling ahead in economy. Why don't we see full light cav versus the skirms? Well, because we see knights. And light cav, I guess. I mean, we have seen lots of light cav on this map. I think light cav are more the option if you have a bunch of scouts left over from feudal and you upgrade them. Here, both players just went skirm. So now cav archers, it is 2025, so Nicov will be making some Armenian cav archers. What do Armenians have for cav archers? They won't have heavy cav archer. They don't have thumb ring. They won't have Parthian tactics. So they are not particularly good cav archers. But I mean, it's 2025. Why not make them? It only takes 60 skirms to one-shot Sebastian's knights. That's true. They only have 1 armor. Could take 120 skirms to one-shot them. He did get that second armor upgrade. Skirms then would do only 1 damage. Monks wanting conversions on the knights. Skirm's got a split. I can try to go for the monks. Misclick there, and I think he hit the mangonel, but he does get 1 monk. No Sunnyflower. And with the cav archers hoovering around, and with the knights having only 1 armor, well, 1 armor upgrade, they won't be able to go pick the mangonels. Not enough knight numbers for that. So now cav archer skirm, cav archers for Nicov, and he's doing cav archers against the Tatars, who have their own fully upgraded cav archers with extra armor as an option. Okay. Give the American civs the Shalot archer. And that would be pretty crazy. So there's the armor for Sebastian, amassing more knights now, 11 or so knights. And with 11 knights, he can probably make a beeline for the mangonels and try to pick them off, even with the monks there. Hera, what about Hera? Did I say Hera somewhere? I've been casting for too long. We casted Hera earlier today on the ladder. So we'll have ballistics and chain barding armor on the way. I see a blue player, I think sometimes in my mind just think it's Hera. Who started with CA? What do you mean with cav archers? Cav archers were always a doubt thing. But, I mean, they were always a Huns war thing. Monks going for conversions on the knights. Mangonel's trying to take out the monastery. It's get mounted longbows, oh boy. Yeah, that's true. In AOC, the cav archers also were more expensive. Maybe they just need a cost per version. So Imperial Age on the way. Nicov the first one to click up, and Sebastian nowhere close. Nikov's economy is 3k resources ahead. And that extra TC he had added in early on has really paid off. With the Vil lead, also with the Imp timing lead. And now he'll get a defensive castle on the front. As the knights move in, take out the cav archers, push the skirms back. The only thing they need, husbandry. Oh, Sebastian coming forward, but he's going to have to YOLO all in Castle Age now. As Nicov is very well defended. And he's going to be throwing a forward castle up in the back, but Nicov still will have gold access over here. That castle doesn't threaten much. And the cav archers are there. They're even going to block the castle foundation. The Vils will go down. Those cav archers have ballistics. And the Vils are forced back on the other side. One knight got into the wood line, but TC takes care of that. And, well, Vils coming for round 2. The knights starting to go down to the cav archers as they moved in. And that now is only 4 villagers on the castle. The knights here going down. Composite bowman on the way out. For Nicov, he's going to delete the barracks and use the cav archers just to try to get a better position here. Elite skirm there fends him off, though. More Vils forward for Sebastian, trying to raise the castle. And knights going down. It's tough for Sebastian, yes. Tough for him. Well, maybe if that castle can do damage, it's not impossible. But the trebs are going to start popping out pretty soon for Nicov. I imagine that's the first thing he clicks. Yep, there's the trebuchet. And your Armenians have access to bombard cannons? No, they do not. And there is Bracer. Well, at least the cav archers will benefit from Bracer. Don't have the heavy CA upgrade. So Sebastian, unless he clicked imp, does not have the food for it. I don't think he does. Or I don't think he has. And handcart on the way. Here comes the first trebuchet. Remains of the worst save. Well, all you need is a treb. They might not have siege engineers, but at least they have trebuchets. Elephants on horseback. That sounds scary. Got the worst land siege. They do have good dromans. They're correct about the land siege, I guess. So knights there, going down too many skirms. Defensive castle again from Nicov in the back, gonna stop some of the raids from hitting his back farms. Maybe could use a castle in the woodline as Keshik and some knights could get in. TC will just be garrison, and he'll throw up another TC just to try to keep the Ville safe. Get some garrison space for them. And the Treb is working on the castle. See when the second Treb is deployed. There it is. Third Treb on the way out. And once you get to 4 or 5 Trebs, then castle just goes down. Not enough repair vills already. Already not enough repair vills against 2 Trebs. Only 7. That's what you need for 1. Oh gosh, you're right. There are civs that don't have Trebs now. Forgot about that. So foraging on the way for Sebastian. TC going down to Castle Fire. Bill's gonna hit the ram as the cav comes over. Bill's will garrison the TC. Has to jump to Trebs. I mean, the Trebs are very well defended. Under a castle, a church, several ranges. It's 4 Trebs now. Nicov did lose a TC. Well, what's a TC compared to stopping a forward push? Ooh, we might lose some composite bowmen. They're a bit out of position. I mean, skirms here against the cav. Not exactly what you want. But this castle, lots of repairs for Sebastian. That finally will go down, though. How many Trebs are there? 4 trebuchets. This ville's repairing for a long time, but there it goes. Can't wait for the saves without villagers. Oh, don't give him ideas. Camel, flaming camel, yes. Oh, I'd love to see some flaming camels. They're from the workshop now, but it could be a fun option. Keshik's still hoovering around. They're gonna go for a TC along with the rams. So Ville repairing on the back side of the ram, and that TC will go down. And there we'll have a defensive castle on the woodline for Nicov. And Sebastian, he's getting close to imp resources. Still down by 20 vills, but able to click up maybe soon as Nicov goes for a forward castle. And already having the Trebs out, this defensive castle for Sebastian will go down right away if it's lucky enough even to go up. Maybe more Civ DLCs? I would assume so. What's up with the T's? That's just what my name is. So there is a win for Nicov. There's the GG from Sebastian. And well done. Gets the relics, gets the eco lead, and maintains the eco lead throughout the day. You can see that just opens up for him. As the imp timing, Sebastian went for a forward castle just to make it interesting, but can't get anything out of it. GG. And that's a win there for Nicov on Crater. With the last picked Armenians against the second picked Tatars. Alright, and again, just going to make sure we don't have ads during the games on Twitch, so I will run the ads between the games. If you want to watch without ads, I'm also streaming on YouTube in 4K, so you can check out the stream there too. And Nicov 1 win from being second. Yes, that is indeed my name. I do more videos about gameplay if I have time to edit, yes. I have one video I've been working on to edit for like over a month. Or sub, you'd also sub. We are at 390 sub points out of 400. So hitting 400 subs will be amazing for June. Getting ads for wine-related podcasts. That sounds like a very pleasant type of ad, at least. Where are we? In the lobby for Atacama. So Sebastian needs to pull off the reverse sweep to advance. He doesn't, then he loses here. Nicov advances. That is because he randomed the Turks. He didn't pick a civ at the end of the draft. So when you don't pick or you run out of time, you random a civ, and he randomly ended up with the Turks. Maybe a T to cast. Even remember TV has a T in the TV. Alright, we're launching, and Atacama, this will be a very classic matchup. Chinese against the Maya. Each and every time I'm amazed by TOS's voice. It's the type of thing I can't listen to my own voice. When I watch my YouTube videos, I gotta put them on ×2 speed. I remember Zero Empires saying the same thing about his own voice too, that he couldn't listen to it. Okay, so we will have Nicov here to the southwest as the Red Maya, and Sebastian to the northeast as the Blue Chinese. And the players, just look at this map. They are super far apart. It's an open and a hard-to-wall map with forced aggression in the middle because that's where the wood is. But they're also so far apart, it's really hard to get mobility to hit your opponent's base, especially if you're playing as the Maya. And unfortunate house location for Nicov, blocking his gold, but he can at least mine the gold from the top right. Can AI to listen in a different voice while I edit? I'm actually fine with it while I edit. It's just like after I publish a video, I can't go back and watch the video. 1890 or more relaxed. People tell me that when, ooh, we have some laming. Classic Maya laming the boar, and gate not quite in time to stop it, almost. People tell me that they listen to T90 to sleep to, but occasionally he wakes them up. And they listen to me because I don't wake them up. Llamas coming down for Nicov. That's a pretty far boar lore as far as DE boar are concerned. And not only will he get the lore, or the lame, he's also the Maya, so longer lasting food as the lame comes in. And also that eagle can garrison in the TC and heal up, restore some HP. So not the best feeling for Sebastian. You lose the first game, and then the second game starts by you getting lamed. He used to shout a lot, but he's getting older. Ooh, T90. don't want to hear that. We're only 1 month apart. Make me feel old. I want to see Chuko News versus Plumes. I feel like that is advantage Plumes for their mobility and their ability to raid. But, I mean, the Chuko New maybe in a straight up fight is better. With all the arrows it shoots. AoE2 is genuinely great ASMR material with all the ambient sounds like lumberjacks, people dying and such. Listening to people dying as your ASMR. That must be quite the trip. I do enjoy AoE2 lumberjacks though. Especially Slam. Sometimes I would just like find a recorded game of Slam, put the camera on his lumber camp, and listen to him chop wood all night while I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, exactly. Plumes can have the mobility. They can pick when and where to fight much more easily than the Chuko News can. And the chickens. Oh yeah, I can never forget the chickens. So I wonder what you do here if you're the Chinese. I feel like Nicov is deciding that he wants to go some type of plumed archer play, just by the fact he picked the Maya. And when you look at the civs, you're really gonna. There's no question in Sebastian's civ picks. I mean, randoming the Turks is kind of, I think, a bad thing because you're clearly saying that you're going certain civs on certain maps, and you're not giving yourself that option that makes your opponent think. Slam streams are great. Not that they are. Is the plural of Chuko New? No S? Am I just going to say it without the S naturally, probably? I've never heard that. Oh, it's 40-second idle time? No, that's a bit... Ooh, that's a bit much. I would say these days 25-second idle time is pretty normal. But 40-second, a lot. Oh, but, I mean, why does he have 40 seconds? Because he was lamed, right? He didn't have the boar. So he was lamed, and that likely is what led to the idle time. Lack of boar aids into the idle time. The norm for the Chinese is just like all civs having 2 boars. A very forward barracks there for Sebastian. See where he ends up putting either a range or a stable. He's not on gold yet, so it feels like he would go for a stable. Nicov on gold, and he's doing his barracks forward as he's looking to wall up with houses. Well, the real reason Chinese are amazing is their economy. The tech tree was nerfed slightly without having camels, but maybe that'll be a buff against the Maya. If they now can do Fire Lancers. I mean, Fire Lancers wreck Huskarls, they'll probably wreck Eagles too. Cat loves listening. So Eagle now coming forward. Initial Eagle was I think killed the 1-0 KD. And you see, even with the lane, the Chinese are ahead in res collected, but they're only slightly ahead, not super far ahead. Chinese are the most affected by lames. I think I'd probably agree with that. And maybe we can see that even by the idle time on Sebastian's TC. Also, if you're forcing the early farms, you're then forcing the non-horse collar farms, so you're not getting as much bonus food out of them. I'll have only 192. That extra 17 food from 175 at 10%. And Eagle Spear Archer is still running around. I'll try to find maybe some damage on the berries.
Shot it.
Scouts come around. Ville's on the gold. I'll have another farm going up. Archers coming around and keeping the scouts away. And ooh, it'll be a tower. Tower for Sebastian, forward on the wood line. It's actually down in eco though to Nicov. That's never where you want to be as the Chinese, down in eco. You want to be opening up an eco lead, trying to get like 1k res ahead. Not here. Does Nicov see the tower? Nicov doesn't see the tower. It's one tile outside his line of sight. That tower will be up and he'll be none the wiser. See scouts hovering around, but might just think they're grouping up. Okay, there's the tower. There's the forward tower from Sebastian, and Nicov desperately will throw up a defensive tower. But Skirm's there on the woodline even just to disrupt that. Okay, not enough Skirms to kill Vills. Imagine if this were archers. Boy, he's gonna weaken a lot of them, especially with that tower. This tower, 90%, 95, it will go up, but at a decent cost. So there goes a Vill. Some Vills garrison, the others can't quite fit, and the rest run. But without garrisoning the tower, he will lose the tower fight in the long run. And now Sebastian controlling the wood in the middle. Controlling the wood in the middle. And he wants to send us to arena for game number 5. Do they use the same voice lines? As far as I know, they do. I don't think they were different. I don't know. I've never actually played any of the Three Kingdoms civs. I don't know. They already do, meaning have their own voice lines or reuse voice lines.
Shot it.
You just get unique voices, oh no. All three are using the old Chinese voice, okay. And Arendo FM, thank you for the follow. So, Eagles getting a bit ahead of the Archers. Scout Skirm versus Eagle Archer. This is all just going to depend on numbers here. Clutching in for Sebastian, if he can get enough scouts, he can take the fight. Even the Jurchens. Oh, all the architectures too. So there goes padded archer armor, and we'll have some repairs on the tower. So the worry for Nicov is that he hasn't really been able to take wood for a while. Oh, nice gate. Interesting, that needs to be deleted probably. It's very low HP. Don't want to lose the wood on that. And okay, another lumber camp at home for Nicov, taking some of the smaller wood lines. Oh, Ashley, at game 5, I mean game 3. I have so many best of 5s I've casted recently.
Shot it.
A decider game would be on arena if Sebastian pushes this. Too hungry for 5 games? You're in Italy, how could you be hungry? Aren't you surrounded by Italian food?
Tabish.
So skirms here will try to pick off the eagles. Archers coming forward, one skirm being chased off by a bunch of archers. And how do I say this? Tanim Shibata, thank you for the follow. His tower war is still ongoing, both players repairing. Enough repairs going on that the Vils will just dodge and have to hop back in. And you still need, nowadays, difference in the tower war, you only need 4 Vils for full arrows. Okay, Skirm is going to try to sit under the tower and destroy. Is this going to work? It is working. Okay, I never thought about doing that, but Skirm's adding some DPS to the tower. Hitting the repair Vils, trying to stop them from rejoining the tower, but repair is fast enough. It's not Warlords that got me on the 5 games. I think it's Cartographers. Or that was almost always 5. It still will be 5 when we get to the Community League playoffs. Should you be garrisoning the skirms? No, skirms don't add the same number of arrows to towers that Vils do. So you can put archers in the tower, that's fine, but not skirms. So Nicov will lose the tower, but he is up to the castle age. Meanwhile, Bloodlines is coming in for Sebastian. Sebastian takes a bit of a score lead, but Nicov has enough army. I don't think Sebastian will be able to push him with an all-in feudal. Sebastian only has 7 scouts and 19 skirms. Nicov here, 13 archers, 11 eagles. And they can take it. They can fight, and an even fight just favors Nicov, I think, with the castle age timing. He's also throwing down a panic market. He didn't really eat lunch. Well, Nicov needs to win fast then, so he can go eat.
Shot it. Tabish.
Okay, eagles jumping the skirms. Nice job from Nicov to run away from the skirms with the archers. Also running with the eagles, needs to get the archers on the scouts. Eagles on the skirms, he's going to try to cross over the armies there. Fight the scouts with the eagles and the archers at the same time. Also get a couple of eagles on the skirms. Just cannot let the skirms catch the archers. And all in all, this feels like a decent fight from Nicov here, as he's really close to the castle age. Eagle upgrade will be nice, the armor will be nice, just the +2 attack boost even will be nice. He can get the eagles around to the back of the skirms. Sebastian not up yet, not even clicking yet. He's about to click. Spent food then. As Nicov is up to the castle age, the eagles get a free bonus +2 attack. Nicov is the Maya. He's not going to go for CA upgrades, but he will go for Eagle Warriors. If he loses, can he forfeit the 3rd game? I don't know, because it doesn't matter for the standings. I don't know what the tournament rules are. I'd assume he'd play it anyway. We did have dogao play some meaningless games for himself earlier, even though maybe those mattered for the standings for Yo. Or for Liereyy. Eagles getting on the skirms as the skirms start going down. Oh. Game stutters for a second. Oh, stutters because Sebastian calls the GG. And stuck in the feudal age, he will not be able to overcome Nicov. Aggressive tower there, but with the Maya, Nicov holds on without really having a wood line. Better KD right at the end once he got castle. Ecos were close for most of the game, but farther forward for Nicov when he was able to click a castle. The bigger feudal investment didn't pay off when they were so far apart. And Nicov will do it. We'll see if we play game 3. That's true. Either player could forfeit. We'll see if we play game 3. I hope we do, because it's arena. And I enjoy a good game of arena. That's 2-0 for Nicov. He can go for the 3-0. Sebastian with the very first pick Chinese, losing on his Atacama home map. They're playing game 3. Okay. Confirmation they're playing game 3. Let's go Arena. Which has to then be Malay Kumans? Maybe Nicov doesn't want to reveal his strategy. He can just go Persians on Arena. Not like any surprises come from the Malay on Arena. Sebastian hasn't had great results the last few events. He did very well in the Sax tournament, but has, I think, maybe struggled to repeat that success recently. Nope, Nikov's through. Nicov is through. There they go. Right into Arena. Sebastian is his top 5, but inconsistent. No, Sitaux, did you ever get your mouse working? I hope you did. Even if not for today, that is important to have working. And we will have an L shape on the relics. And we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics. And my Twitch is rendering its stream. Let's stop that. Sitaux top 5 as well. On his best days. When his mouse is working. There's some weird Windows update messing with the software. Ooh, I know what that feels like. So every so often I'll have Windows updates that change my audio settings. And I need to go to OBS and readjust everything whenever I stream. Sitaux was top 1 when Hera was trying to get to 3K for the first time. So, I mean, good relic advantage for Sebastian. Kind of an unfortunate spawn on this map. Also, he'll have the middle wood lines next to him. Does that matter? I mean, maybe this will affect the castle positioning. Were Nicov to attempt to come forward and place a castle on his face? Yes, that's one thing you could do against a Kuman Boom. And we have seen this matchup the other day. It was Sitaux here who was playing the Kumans against Tato, who is playing as the Malay. Are they considering something other than Windows? I mean, when Windows 11 becomes the thing at the end of the year, as Windows 10 runs out of its support lifeline, then maybe I just go full Linux. I've done that in the past. The only real reason I'd be here was Capture Age, but I've heard that works on Linux now. So, Nicov is gonna do it. He is going to do the Phosphoro funnel to get the chickens to run to the TC. Let's get it. Does it work if you don't have the diagonal there? Phosphoro seemed to be very adamant that you need the diagonal because the chicken doesn't run a fraction, only runs a fraction of a tile. Is this actually gonna work? Does Nicov practice this? Oh, one of them is. One of them's coming in. There it goes. Maybe when they just do their walk it works, but not when you push with a scout. He has to wait for them to move by themselves. He can't push them, yeah. You kind of want the diagonal so you can actually push them across yourself. Yeah, he needs a random walk of more than one tile. Oh, Nicov, he doesn't know how it works. When you push the chicken, it doesn't remove one full tile. So if you have a diagonal bit between two palisades, you can push it across that diagonal because it's a lot less than a tile. But when you have straight pieces of gate, you gotta wait for them to do their own walk if they walk more than a tile. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Oh, Nicov, he's not funneling properly. It's okay, we have chicken at home. Yeah, I mean, this by itself is working. Look at those chickens go. They're getting to the TC just fine. I mean, you have chicken at home. You literally have chicken at home. That's what the funnel does. This gets your chickens home. That one's gonna walk around the villagers. Somewhat working. All right. He's gotten. There's what? Just 3 chickens left. So yep, this is on Arena. I think there's yeah, the funnel works. And it works wonderfully. So the Cuban player up to the feudal age. After the funnel, Nicov, well, as the Malay, can he fast castle this? I think that Malay can fast castle Boom and even outboom the Cumans. I did see that on Zong before. This is more effort than getting home from the store. Back in the day, the go-to for Malayan closed maps used to be fast feudal into getting eco upgrades. Any reason why people... I still see that. I feel like that's just overall not as strong if you're going for a pure boom. And it's more situational, like you want the faster scout early on. Or you're defending against... Or you're anticipating being trushed. So you don't want to stay in the Dark Age for that long, because then you're responding to the trush later. Yeah, there's a creator for game 1, then Atacama and Arena for Sebastian and Nicov, respectively. So 2 TCs going up here, or the second TC going up for Sebastian will be on the wood line next to a gold. Other spot might have been back here between the gold and the stone. Personally, I always kind of preferred being on the stone, but I guess if you're not going to have to do a castle, and just being near the gold saves you a mining camp. And doing the mill now. Skipped the mill in the... Wait, how did the... Oh, he milled the chickens. Okay, I was like, how did he skip the mill? He needs 2 buildings to click up, but he milled the chickens. He didn't funnel his chickens. And mining camp on the way there for Nicov. Oh, he took the chickens with the mining camp of villagers. Finished the mining camp to drop off the food. And now a long distance take 1 more chicken. So Nicov trying to optimize his chickens around the broken funnel. You can't do this, Nicov. You can't push the chicken in with the scout. Oh boy. Anyway, he is up to feudal. And should have the resources to FC and just about anyway. What do I think about chickens on Arena? I absolutely hate them. Just give us deer. You got nothing to do with your scout on Arena if you have chickens. I mean, look at Nicov. He's basically scouted everything he wants to scout. He just needs to go forward now, which he can't do against the Kuman scout anyway. She just makes it boring. I've not seen a single person who likes the chickens on Arena. Should always be 9-ville start and never chicken. I'm okay with a 3-ville start on Arena, but yeah, never chicken. I did like the 9-ville start on Arena for when I played it. You're giving Sitaux nightmares there, Ashley. Yeah, you don't like the chicken sound?
Yeah.
Nicov paid attention. He paid attention, but maybe he didn't take notes. He didn't have the gates forming the diagonal like he needed. Yeah, there are reasons I didn't use chickens on the cartographer's arena. When you fight an imp, you expect to hear swords or arrows, but nope, all you hear is chickens. Oh, there's a TC. It'll be between the wood and the stone. Should let the chickens fight. You're gonna need like a chicken warrior. Oh gosh, imagine if the herdable chickens could fight each other. Like you're a scout and a nomad, you find 2 chickens, or you find a chicken, your opponent finds a chicken, they get next to each other, and then you just have them battle. The chicken warrior would be your favorite unit. Oh, imagine if they put chickens in the pastures. Your crazy ideas when you... I mean, not as crazy as the stuff that gets actually put into the game. You remember when Vills could hunt the trees for wood and mine the docks for gold? Chicken on pasture would be an apt punishment for the Catan players. If you pick Catans, you gotta listen to the chicken sounds all day. I have one why have one TC when you can have 3? Oh, we have 2 TCs for Sebastian, 3 for Nicov, no one going for the relics. So the stable transition for Sebastian will just to be making sure that while he's in the feudal age, he's not going to let Nicov get up a free monastery and take relics. And the Cumans do have the faster scout, so no reason he's ever going to take a hit from Nicov as long as he pays attention. Nicov not going for the monastery at all, just going to go for the TCs and boom. Never forget the patch that added passing through walls. Sebastian idling his TC is sus, so 133. Idle TC time. Maybe idling to click up, and then didn't manage his eco and idled more than he intended. Adding in a nice layer of house walls. Building fighting rings to have chicken battles and build fighting rings? Oh gosh, no. What did I start? 5 hours into the stream, we're having bad ideas. And Alloy15, thank you for the follow. He's sending 2 vills forward, up to the castle age, and Nikov's scouting. This is dangerous, because he's going to run into scouts now, and he will lose that fight. And Prince Coconuts, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Malay Boom is better, I think. And yeah, the res collected difference isn't that crazy. Nicov is soon going to have more vills, especially since 1 TC is going up. And he already has a defensive mangonel, so double workshop push here from Sebastian. And Pulella, thank you for the follow. The question is, can Nicov feel this? Does he know what danger is about to befall him? Because if it is a ram push, he can just mangonel defense easily. And Tania Gia Kumuzi, thank you for the follow. Great. So scouts and ram, yeah, it will be a ram push. We will see capped rams. And Nicov with 1 mangonel probably stops this. He's blocking his own gate with that. Wait, what? Why is he blocking his own gate with a house? Doing an outpost. Nicov, this is what Sebastian's supposed to do, blocking your gate with the house. I don't know why that house. Want some reinforcements in front of the gate, maybe? Maybe you just wanted line of sight with it if you did town watch. I think the outpost is all the line of sight he needs, though. Yep, he's getting ready for a ram push. He knows Sebastian's going to be pushing. Harder to attack. It does make it harder to attack the gate. That's true. So he's just anticipating a ram push, right? He is walled behind the wall with houses. And over here too, even with an outpost as part of the wall. And here comes the ram push. Ooh, Sebastian scouting around with the spear. Mangonel's forward. I'm scared we'll see a 3-0. Oh. Harder to attack the gate. Harder to attack the gate? Is that the reason? He's decided, nope, I don't like that house. Horrible real estate, no property value. Blocking the gate. Enforce eminent domain for the public good and unblock the roadway. So, university gate going up. And one spear inside the ram, making it speedier. Ooh, capture rate shows the speediness of that gets added to the rams now. Scorpion attacking the rams. Mangonel comes forward. Ooh, okay. Ooh, he loses the mangonel. But now this is in. This is in, but that's a lot of spears for dealing with the light cav. Light cav trying to hoover their way on in. Mangonel's still fighting each other. He clears 1. Not being walled behind the market might be a mistake, but he's cleared all the light cav anyway. He has 84 vills to 70 now. So is this the answer? Malay just should counter Kumans? Sebastian does have 3 relics. And he is up to Imp, but up to Imp after losing his entire push. Oh, the Arabian Wolf. The Arabian Wolf. My favorite new predator animal. This guy is really handsome. He's going to get some bites out of the spears. Sebastian. Oh no, he's losing his own spear to the wolf now. Okay, no, he swapped back. And he's going to get a kill. Oh, the wolf. The wolf. The wolf. This is close. This is close. He gets the kill. The wolf gets the spear. Now he's going for another one. Arabian Wolf on Arena? Oh yeah, he's on the wrong map. I guess it's Desert Arena, and that's why, but you're right. He's on the wrong map. He's not on Arabia. We need an Circus Wolf. Yeah, so Ram push continues. Nicov can re-wall with a gate, and Mangonel defense still in effect. The Iranian Wolf. Ooh, double Iranian Wolf chase. Oh no, the Mangonels taking out the wolf. Okay, wolf wants another spear. Oh, the spear is poking down. There's Imp. Imp only 30 seconds behind for Nicov with a much larger economy. More res collected, that'll just increase more with the Vil difference. And 30C in the middle, it's very exposed on the stone. Very exposed indeed. The Mangonel's taking out the other Mangonel. And ballistics on the way. With Mangonels bunching up on each other, you gotta be really careful about that. Ooh, dodged right into that Mangonel shot. Was going for the monks, decided he'd go for the Mangonel instead. Maybe he didn't see it at first behind the workshop. Dodged right into the shot and didn't get his own shot off. Provided the Scorpion too. Board Castle from Nicov, that'll secure a stone for him. And this is feeling kind of inevitable at this point. And here's ballistics, vodka, and chemistry all on the way. On earlier, thank you Blackus126 for the follow. Can we buff Armenians to train Iranian wolves? That can be a new fortified church unit. Castle taking out a Mangonel, taking out some spears. Monk wants a conversion on a spear. Loom. Loom for Nicov. Well, he hasn't really needed Loom yet, right? Loom for Sebastian. It's Arena, you don't need Loom. Yeah, winner of the game won't change the tournament, right? Nicov is already through. This was essentially a best of 3 at the start. They were both 1-1, so whoever wins is 2-1 and then finishes second. In terms of set wins, and set wins were the first criteria. Sebastian has to move the relics back. What does he have? 4 relics. All in that one monastery. So maybe a good idea. Another good idea to pick up the 5th relic. We will be going Elite Step Lancer. So Elite Steppy is decision against the crossbow play. So as the Malay, Nicov won't take long to click Imp, and he almost has the res to go up. Ram push continuing, Treb push is out. Is he winning anyway? I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a prize per money, or per game. Oh, Nico is up. There we go. He had resources to go Imp again. Never mind. I saw a crossbow and thought that was a Castle Age unit. There we are. But sometimes I end up looking at the resources and I forget to check if they're actually Imp. Dark Icon blends into the background and sometimes camouflages itself to me. Cannon going for the Trib. The Trib goes down, cannons come forward. And ooh, the steppies could pick off cannons there. One cannon goes down. If you take a good fight with the step lancers, you still can kill halbs. Yeah, both are on wonders, yes. Both are on wonders. WR. Say Sebastian was a favorite. I don't know who the favorite is. I mean, they teamed with each other for... Oh gosh, look at that halb in the middle of the box. For Kurto. But did run into Slime and ACCM. Oh, another Arabian wolf wanting to eat a Vil. The Vil's gonna survive. He's gonna survive. He has the chest to survive that. The cannon's going for the workshop. Down it goes. And they get the trib. Oop, they get a couple shots on it. Cannon's going for the castle. That's a lot of steppies from Sebastian. He can maybe take a decent fight here. He just needs to micro properly against the halbs while also taking out the yarbs and the cannons. He's going to wreck the halbs, honestly, with the steppies. Oh gosh, the halbs are melting. The halbs are absolutely melting. Everything's melting. Is getting another cannon? That's the third cannon that could go down. And Nikov's still a 20 Vil lead, but now you're like in mid-imp. 126 Vils is not a small eco. The score is closing a bit. Still 4 relics to 0. Nicov doesn't have attack upgrades. Nicov has armor, but no attack upgrades. And step lancers are balling. Yeah, with the low melee armor, I guess attack upgrades even do make a difference for the halbs. Okay, finally the steppies. I mean, it's gonna be hard to keep the production up compared to ARP halb. I guess, no, he sold wood and then he said GG. Well, he cleared a lot of army, he cleared the castle, but he just doesn't have the eco to keep production up of the step lancers. Running out of gold, so... There he goes. Maybe the fight... I mean, the fight went well, but he just can't sustain that fight at that point. So, GG's. And 3-0 for Nicov. So, congrats to Nicov. And next, as he will qualify. So, that's Liereyy first, Nicov second in their group. Dogao Sebastian will drop out. Stupid chickens. Nicov's reaction to the game. Matchup seems to happen quite often. Does seem to these days. Maybe just kind of an artifact of the draft. Let's check out the standings real quick, because we'll have one more set after this. I'll check out the standings and take a brief break. Where is Wikipedia? Over here. Refresh the page, see if that's updated. And yes, it is updating right away. So that'll be Liereyy first, Nicov second, Sebastian to go drop out. Sitaux group, everyone is 1-1. Everyone is 3-3. If everyone's beating each other 2-1. Okay, well, Sitaux group, as close as it could possibly be. Well, that's making it exciting for sure. Over here in Group C, JorDan will be next. Does this matter at all? So yeah, if Yo wins and Barles loses, then Yo's through. If Barles wins and Yo loses, then is head-to-head before match difference? Nope, the game difference is before head-to-head. Alright. Yeah, Group D is going to go all the way down to the wire. We'll come all the way down, potentially, to the tiebreakers. Games won on the first match day. Wait, what? How is that even a tiebreaker? What does that even mean? The first match day? That means the higher. So you gotta win your first game as 3-0 as you can. Which for these, okay, I guess that tiebreaker is good for Tato and Kapach. That is deep into the world of tiebreakers. So here, this group finished. So is this group as well. So these results all here should be official and all green and red now. JorDan will be next, and then I believe tomorrow will be the end of the group stage with MBL, Barles, Tato, Kapach, and Hart Sitaux. So I'm going to take a bit of a break before the next set. And stay tuned. Alright, so let's see if they have drafts. Thank you, the XJ, for the follow. And these are going to be casted as Rex. We have the first Rec. Let me just get the drafts on the screen first. Here we are. Oh, Fortress, not Fortress's game 1. This is going to crash Capture Age. This is going to crash Capture Age. And land Madison Crater. JorDan's back again. Okay, we got some raw file, Rex. This Rec into my save game folder. And download this one, save. Save 7-zip, extract here. There we are. And yo, JorDan game 1. Here we are on Fortress. Alright, so once again, DE's version of Fortress. JorDan will be playing as the Vietnamese, Yo will be playing as the Maya, non-regicide fortress on the small map size, not the tiny map size, the small map size. So an extra 24 tiles along each side of the map makes it absolutely huge, adds a ton more area to the map. And so far we've seen some 2-hour games because you're so far apart and the map's so big it's impossible to end it early on. Also, 1 tile gap between these forests, 1 tile gap between the forests. That's what DE's Regicide Fortress does, a spacing to other terrain types of 1, which creates these narrow little passages. You see the different, the snowy forests for the forests, and then the autumn forests on the outside, and little bits of snow across the map there. Alright, I will maybe take Yo's name, and I'm just gonna say that he is Yo. Fortunately, I cannot read the rest of the characters in his name. No, Anakin scream. We could be here for a while. We could be here until Capture Age crashes and eats up all my VRAM. We could be here, and that might just be merciful to us. There's a boar being lured in from JorDan here, and he will heal his scout in the castle. Relic positioning. 1 relic really in favor of Yo. The other 4 are pretty contestable down the middle, a triangle of relics to the north, and then another relic also kind of in favor of Yo. So the map has spawned in Yo's favor, I'd say. Extra stone and gold by JorDan. Extra gold by Yo. Is there another extra stone anywhere? Just 1. Just 1 extra stone, it looks like. So maybe an extra stone helping JorDan. You only need scout with your king, but that's not a thing. Well, you just heal the scout, right? You heal the scout. You lure both boars with the scout, heal in the castle. Also, I just realized there's a ladder here. There's a ladder graphic we've noticed in other buildings we used here. Hello, ladder. Is that the only way to get up into this tower? The ladder? Or should there be... I guess there's no staircase there. I guess you gotta climb that ladder, go in there, and hope no one pranks you by removing the ladder when you're not on your shift. Or when if you're like taking a nap on your shift. Have I muted anyone? No. And ooh. Also, you start with normal resources, so you don't have to like long distance mine the stone for extra TCs. You can just do the mining camp on the gold like normal. So Rattan archers versus plumed archers. Well, what do the Maya do against Imperial skirmishers? Are their own extra javelin skirmishers sufficient to fight that? I would think Imp Skirm plus Bombard Cannon is good. Do we have hand cannoneers for the Vietnamese? No, we don't. So maybe they could have a problem with Eldorado Eagles. Well, what do Vietnamese do against Eldorado Eagles? That's my only question in this matchup. And hello there. No Burgundians on Arena this time. I'm sure we'll... Or on Fortress this time, although I'm sure we'll see more of that in the future at some point. Lancers? Oh, Fire Lancers! You're right! The Vietnamese, they have Fire Lancers now. All of a sudden, they have a counter to Eagles. They have the Fire Lancers. Yeah, Doubt taught us they counter Huskarls. They surely counter Eagles then, right? That's Onamaru JorDan, maybe? Let's be real here. Right? This is what we really should have is Tyrant JorDan 23. You remember that? You remember those days? I remember those days. So it'll be Tyrant SY. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we can do. We can do Tyrant JorDan 23 against SY Yo. There that's what this matchup really is, right? We all know that's deep down in their hearts. That's where we're at. Tyrant against SY. You remember Thug JorDan? I remember Viper Doubt. Do you know when the final for Town Sister Tango will happen? I do not. People have been asking me that all day. I have no insights into that tournament at all. Let's just give them our names back. Here we are. Typing with arrow keys in the boxes apparently scrolls capture age. Oh, hello. That is... I'll remind me to tell Nova about that. It's an old team name. It's the OG team name. Hello, Mulder. My mouse just did the thing where the mouse wheel moved opposite the direction I scrolled. I really need to get a new mouse. Oh, we're at 391 sub points for the month. We're so close to 400. If you get to 400 out of 400, that'll help pay for the new mouse. Wikipedia for that tournament is very bad. Is there like a Discord you should join for the tournament? That's the problem I have with the Wikipedia. The community events for cartographers don't have a tier on them, so they're not on Wikipedia and hence don't appear on any of the schedules. So the only way to find the schedule is by going to the Discord explicitly and joining it, which is a very annoying way to find a schedule. I guess that it will be next week. And hello, Califinway. Oh, then maybe Dogao's the player to ask. So this must be a rec from the point of view of Yo. Do the admins upload randomly from the players? Maybe. I feel like that could be like a capture age thing or a rec tool thing. You could always just take these age messages and put them in English. There's a TC, 2 TCs from JorDan on the gold and on the stone, and nearby 2 wood lines. On not Regicide Fortress. On Fortress, you have 1 gold and stone on the inside, then 2 golds and 1 stone on the outside. And oh, we have a scout fight there. As remember, in the feudal age, the scout beats the eagle, but in the castle age, the eagle beats the scout. So you don't want to take that fight if you're JorDan. Yeah, Fire was a great galley micro player for the water maps back then. They were the amazing Legends versus Warlords sets. The Tyrant Wars. I remember watching Zach cast them. Yeah, slam jammed. That's the origin of the slam fletching meme. I think there was a LAN in China for, what was this, the Clan Masters, the final showdown. It was I think it was a 9-game set that went all 9 games, and SY, the Chinese team at the time, finally broke through with a win. And there was like an Islands game, or it was a custom map that was like Islands, might have just been Islands, where Tyrant lost because they decided not to call a restart on a map that was very obviously poor for them, And also because Slam forgot to research fletching in a galley war. Didn't I used to have YouTube chat along with Twitch chat on stream? No, I did not. I've never been able to set that up correctly. I tried, but it didn't work. The skirmishers kill Maya? Well, that's the skirmishers are why I would think the Maya could go El Dorado Eagles. And I'm wondering how good of an answer the Fire Lancers are going to be to that. Yeah, that was a good day as a Paladin and Tim. And I guess Yo was still there. And who else was there? There's some Chinese players who aren't playing anymore, who are on that team, who are really good. Some more scouting. Not even really going for the relics as Yo. JorDan going for relics. The Eagle on the complete opposite side of the map. A few rat and archers out here to protect the monks as they pick up relics. And Yinghua, yes, Yinghua. That was a Paladin, Yinghua, Tim, and Yo. And then CL, Happy. Yeah, was Yo on that team? Yo had to have been on that team. When did I start to do professional work? I mean, I guess the first thing I ever got paid for would have been like 2016 when Zach paid me to admin one of his tournaments. Maya, no redemption. No Charlotte Warriors for them. Now, this is also awesome to be between Twitch and YouTube at around 900 viewers. So forward workshop for JorDan. He's going to be aggressive. Loom on the way. Okay, no, they're leading the foundation, but probably still has a Vil on the way forward. Rat and Archer's still scouting. He's going to add in a 4th TC. Yeah, since 2016. 2016, the end of it for the Raja's expansion. Would have been Battle for Encore. If it's Tyrant versus SY, I don't think I have that power to edit Civ names in Capture Age. There'd be no Vietnamese back in those days either. It would have just been Mayans. It would have been a Mayans mirror on Fortress. Or if there were some type of Civ picking situation, like they didn't have the same Civ, would have been maybe Chinese Mayans, Goths Mayans. That's how Fortress worked, right? Chinese Mayans had great ecos. The Chinese, of course, you get +3 villas. You weren't housed. You had all the extra food from the regicide start. Spanish, also a really good regicide civ for conquistadors, but kind of tricky to play against Mayans. Plumed archers, once you got ballistics and they were so cheap to amass, usually did well against conks. You might try to pick Goths to counter the Mayans. That was always an option. Although the Mayans still could win that matchup. Kind of how we saw Plumes versus Gulams. Plumes themselves are okay against Huskarls, so are El Dorado Eagles. It's more as long as you use all the tools for the Goths correctly for winning that fight. So one Vil converted. Then you might also see Aztecs or Franks as a counterpick to Goths. But that was about it as far as civ selection for Regicide Fortress. Team games became a bit interesting, as you say, Spanish were a great team game civ there, especially with the trade bonus. Mayans and Chinese still had their great economies. Mongols for Mangudai, Persians even for war elephants in the late game, you'd see. Yeah, remember Caliphan Way, no redemption for the Maya, so they can't actually convert stables on their monks. The only Maya Charlotte Warriors are if they start the game with a stable, or have some like custom scenario. Now, there were Koreans back then. Koreans were in AOC. So JorDan up trying to apply pressure. He'll be up to imp not too far behind. So doesn't want to just go for let Yo completely boom freely. Yeah, JorDan himself has 3 relics. Yo has picked up the one in the back of his base, and at least JorDan now with this forward does have some map presence where he could grab the final relic if he scouts it. He needs to scout it though, it is just outside his line of sight. Let's see if the scout's able to pick up if it runs to this black area. So 3 Mangadels on the TC. We'll be trying to disrupt Yo's boom of just a bit. Down by 10 villas, but could make up for that by having the relics. And, ooh, doesn't quite get the mangonel. Does there, so forces some repairs on the mangonel from Yo. And there he is clicking Imp, so about a minute 45 behind. A little longer, minute 55. So stone shaft mining on the way for JorDan. And Ratman Archer's still forward. We're taking a bit of tower fire, but just one tower, not that much to worry about. Forcing lots of repairs from Yo. I wonder if just a ram behind this to go through the walls would be even a good investment. And defensive castle from JorDan that'll be protecting another one of his stones. He's walling up to the edge of the map, gets those walls finished. We'll have nice wood and gold economy in the back. Defensive mangonel from Yo does pick off. Ooh, Yo able to get 2 mangonels for 1. That will slow down the aggression. And JorDan still didn't scout that relic. So Yo up to Imp. And Man-at-Arms for JorDan. Vietnamese do get champions, and they will get champions for... They won't get Gambesons. They will miss the final attack upgrade. So maybe he's anticipating Eagles from Yo. Yeah, he's going to face Eagles. So it's going to be a champion opening against the Eagles, and then he'll probably swap into Skirms after the champion opening. Fire Lancer better than champions? Maybe they are. Does JorDan even know what a Fire Lancer is? How back is he? So there's Longsword. Okay, here come the Eagles. Yeah, so he's aware that Yo is going Eagles. So he's trying to disrupt the eco a bit. Shame he didn't scout that relic. But we'll now get back with the Ratman Archers and try to play defensively. Scouting the whole map. Hasn't seen the relic. I'll come back to the stone and the gold. Time for Plumed Archer, right? So this is going to be an Eagle opening where Yo then will have to scout the champions before going plumes. And JorDan, you have overchopped your wood line. Do not let Eldorado Eagles hoover in your economy for free. And we'll have a forward workshop this time from Yo. Pooji, be nice to JorDan in the chat. Don't go about calling people 1k elo.
Shot it.
Now JorDan could use some ballistics, just finishes it. Now can better pick off the Eagles with the castle. Can JorDan advance or nope? JorDan cannot advance hoplite. He is stuck outside the advancement stage, but still can put up a fight for Yo, still can affect the outcome of Yo's seating. So Ratman Archer is going to pick off the forward Vills. JorDan sacrificing them to get the Vills. Could maybe hit that gate. Only 6 HP. And here come the two-handed swordsman. Still needs to afford champion, needs a bit more food. But two-handed swordsmen themselves should be decent enough against the Eagles. Especially if the Ratans come from behind, at least even just serve as runners in the fight. The Eagle's going down, so anticipating the Eagle op opening, or even scouting it and going for the champions. There's the champion upgrade on the way. More upgrades on the way. I would have thought Fire Lancer, but I guess this works too. Now you're the Maya player, we see fletching that's going to force out the either Arbalest and or Plume swap. Probably Plumes on Regicide Fortress. And then you can do, then you just tech to Imp Skirm to deal with Plumes. Castle in the face of a Treb. And hello, Siruz on Twitch. And hello, Pro6WG on YouTube. Oh wow, between YouTube and Twitch we're at just about 1,000 viewers. We're at 20,735. So glad you all are tuning in for JorDan, yo. So workshop getting poached down by Eagles. The forward workshop being destroyed. But champions come forward. Could champions actually just attack and destroy the castle? Ballistics on the way for Yo. He is going Plumes. Remember, Plumes do have that attack bonus against infantry, so they are really good against champions. And there's Bracer for JorDan, so he's ready to go champion Ratman Archer and have a double gold composition. Okay, yeah, and champion's just gonna sit there. They have an attack bonus against buildings. We'll whittle down the HP of the castle, actually do it fairly quickly. That champion will go down, but JorDan falling back now. Chemistry on the way. Oop. Ooh, capture. Okay. Hold on, let me check my RAM usage real VRAM. Might need to restart capture age. Okay, I'm going to do something real quick, and that thing is going to be restarting Capture Age because I'm back, and we cannot cast Fortress using Capture Age. We're only 30 minutes in, and it's crashing. So I don't know what it is about Capture Age, but we can't cast Fortress this map using Capture Age. Oh my gosh, they need to fix their memory leaks. All right, we're back. We're back. Welcome back. We're on YouTube. We're back on YouTube. Back here. Okay, I got Berserk guy says welcome back. Why don't the other casters have the same problem? Other casters do have the same problem. They do. Daniela has it. I might need to just adjust the VRAM usage in Capture Age, but I tried that and then the trees disappeared. So we did hit 1K viewers. Some of them are going to be just from refreshing. The viewer count's going to spike and then drop as people refresh the browser and then are counted multiple times. And then Twitch cleans up the people who just had the stream open like in the background, and then the crash stops them from watching. So the viewer count's going to fluctuate wildly. YouTube is much more consistent. YouTube handles the crashes. The crash is much better. Sound gets interrupted only for you. It's going to be a crash. It'll probably be you could try refreshing on YouTube and then catching up to live. Oh, don't make fun of JorDan's elo. Oh, we'll do the good old in-game casting. You refresh to boost the stream, maybe. You might need to restart, maybe refresh whatever system you're on. But this is nice. The graphics quality is much higher in game than it is in Capture Age anyway. So it could be nice to do a cast like this every so often. Daniela had some pretty sweet demolition ship kills. Nice. So what's this? We have 8 pierce armor against 10 attacks. Rattans do at least do 2 damage against eagles. It's gonna be Rattan and Champion against Eagle and Plume. Interesting. I would have thought maybe Skirm Firelancer was the play. Well, I guess Rattan Champion should just be better than that. So now 11 attack. They'll do 3 damage against the eagles. That's okay. That's okay. We won't have all the Capture Age stats, but I don't necessarily need them. We just swap between the players every so often, check the resources. That's what we learned. Fire Lancers actually are decent against eagles. They're a gunpowder unit. Okay, next time we get a Fortress game in this tournament, we're just gonna cast in the game itself, not in Capture Age. I don't know what it is about Fortress, but it destroys Capture Age. So Plume goes down. Trebs and Bombard Cannons working on the castle. And this feels like JorDan winning the fight. Once the eagles go down, the champions just go back. And then that castle's gonna go down for Yo. He just needs to pull the champs back, and there he goes. Rattan Archers will win straight up against the Plumes. Less mobility a bit, but even less hit points, but just so much pierce armor. 10 pierce armor, more than the eagles. So they will take 1 damage from the Plumes. And oh, champions taking out Trebs there to the north. Yo takes out a castle though, but that castle was defending the stone that JorDan has mined fully. The Vils will try to run back to the safety of the base. And at the front, still gold for JorDan. 2k gold for JorDan. Look at Yo's point of view. 3k gold for Yo. And JorDan also, I think, with the relic advantage, he should have 3. Eagles will be hoovering around. And score lead for Yo. KD also for JorDan, though. Eagles going down to some arrow fire. Eldorado Eagles trying to hoover around. A big fight on the front. Still Rattans chasing away Plumes, picking off some Plume numbers. JorDan has to be careful with the champions, though. Bombard Cannons out, also getting some splashes on the Plumes. So Rattan Archers will be fine against Eagles, I want to say, by doing 3 damage. I want to say that. I don't know if I can say that, but I want to say that. Champ Rattan is a fun combo. We'll see if it works. All the way to the north. Oh, that's where the other extra stone is. I didn't see that on the minimap, so Yo found that. Okay, because you really gotta calm down in the chat. Thank you. So, cannon's taking out the trebs. What is the relic count? Is that on the... They're 3-2 in favor of JorDan. And 80s Matkins, thank you for the follow. Rat Archer be elephant archers. Maybe they do. And Cato Grammaticus, thank you also for the follow. And hello, Maelstrom. And Lucifer TV, thank you for the follow. So another castle out in front of the gold, and JorDan gonna try to push that. And Skittles, oh, everyone following. Thank you all for the follows. Wouldn't hate going Ellie's. Ellie's could be interesting. Answered all the questions, nice. The best is when Dave has questions, because Dave knows things. Whenever Dave has a question, it's guaranteed to be a good question. And Colum 11, thank you for the follow. You got a whole bunch of follows. And castle going down, more elite plumes. You take out the castles, you take out the plume production. And it just makes it harder to deal with the champions, because the Maya really do want their plumes for dealing with the champions. And also Palpable, thank you for the follow. And more trebs at the front though, trebs for Yo. I'm gonna start taking out stables, and oh, what is going to be in those stables right now? Can I shift click? I can't shift click. Just light cap for now. And see, do they have hussars? No, I don't think they do. If I read the box, I'm gonna say that's a no to hussars. Here I am coming forward. Oh, we don't have the random outlines, that's nice. And desperate repairs on the castle there. If one treb can go down, then the castle should stand up, but the castle goes down just before the treb does. And here comes some eagles, so Yo retaking the score lead now. JorDan going to raid with some Rattans, not patrolling them. Yo going out with Vills, where are they going? Going back to that gold. Oh, sending a lot of Vills to the gold. JorDan, are your Rattans patrolling? Oh, he notices that. He's going to the gold with the Rattans. We'll pick off some Vills. Over here, it's a big mass of plumes, though. And JorDan also losing his castles, and that'll be losing his Rattan Archer production if he loses the castles. And if that happens, he probably has to go to Imp Skirm to deal with the plumes. It'll be another 50k score game. I mean, the one thing about the Maya, yeah, they have longer lasting resources, but you get to the super late Imp stage, as Yo tries to dive the cannons, but we'll lose some plumes in doing so. When the players kind of run out of gold, then you have all 3 trash units as the Vietnamese, and you also have Imp Skirm. And yeah, Maya Skirms are good, but I still think Imp Skirm are probably better. JorDan now getting the meat shield as hussars, not just champion, so he's kind of worried about his gold now, as much as he has 3.5k gold. Trying just to get a trash unit added in. Rams also for Yo. JorDan being active with the scouts, finding that Yo is on a wood line to the south, and he's adding in a castle. Mahayana is the Bengali tech for the cheaper Vil population. For the cheaper population, the lesser Vil population. So Rattan's doing a nice job stacking on top of each other. Can I select both armies here? Oh yeah, I can. See the HP bars. Wonderful. And then Ram going down with Hussars, some helps coming out for Yo. But then you're forcing Yo into a non-gold unit, which also dies to the Rattans. So he's probably fine with that. Light Cav should be helpful against plumes anyway. And Chatra is for Vietnamese, but that's their elephant HP. Don't know if you can afford elephants here, especially against a Halbsid. I mean, I say that when he does have 4k gold, but let's check on Yo's resources. Yeah, Yo running out of gold, only 2k gold. He has 23 vils on gold. But how much longer will this last? He's the Maya, so maybe another 1k or so gold from there. There's more gold somewhere, not sure where though. There's a few troops that are forward, trying to pick off another castle of JorDan. JorDan needs to repair it. He has to be careful of his stone. One treb goes down. Bombard cannon. Ooh, there are 3 trebs there actually. Takes it off. Enough looms there to pick the light cav. But okay, Yo does not have the single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirms. And Rat and Archer's going to focus the treb actually. Now Rat and Archers do have a bonus attack against rams, if I recall. Or some bonus attack that I think hits trebs, so they do more than 1 damage. If I recall, another treb coming forward for Yo. Yo still pushing the castle. Yo up by 1.5k score. JorDan still with the better KD, but now running some light cap to their deaths. Has good gold numbers. Alright, still has a good gold count, but probably needs more bombard cannons. Pick off skirms with the light cav. And pick off another group of skirms with his light cav. So using Rattans against the plumes, light cav against the skirms as much as he possibly can. The eagles come forward, but again, Rattans should be decent against eagles. Forcing some halbs to come from the back. The plume number is going down. And bombard cannons from the other side, helping to take out the trebs. The castle will stay up. It's 1 more treb. Rattans should be able to take that out. And JorDan able to push this back a bit. What is over there? Oh, a few plumes. Oh, this is actually open in the back. JorDan overchopped his wood line. Might need to re-wall that at some point. Yo, finishing the stone at the north. So all the mines on the map have been taken now. So we look at Yo. He got 17 on gold just in time to finish it. Now 0 on gold. And if it does become a wood game, the Maya do have longer lasting resources, so that wood could matter. One relic for Yo. It is a 3-2. 3 relics for JorDan. My voice is breaking. You might need to refresh the stream. So you might need to refresh. We had a brief OBS drop earlier. Now paper. Oh, that's true. Paper money long term will be good for the gold generation for JorDan. So JorDan definitely gonna have more gold long term. And the light cav. See, I'm tempted to say they're the better trash unit than the halb long term. Vietnamese could also have their own halb if they want a melee unit against halbs. It should be useful against the skirms and against the plumes. I should be able to check here. Does he have paper money? I can't check. It's not on the condensed tech tree. There's not a fight. I'll go check. Light cav still being a useful meat shield. But you gotta be careful about the skirms against the Rattans. And I still think JorDan needs to tech into elite or Imperial skirm. And get some skirms on the field before his gold runs out. Restarted YouTube works now? Yep, okay. Just be a bit of a bug because this OBS was crashed by capture rage. He get paper money. Let's check. He did get paper money. Yes, he does have paper money. Possible I did that. So used to live games. And I feel like just he needs Imp Skirm. Okay, there are the ranges, but he's like maybe a bit late on the Imp Skirm. Where Rat and Archers are great, but if you don't have Eagles added in, I think Imp Skirms are just better against the Plumes than the Rat and Archers, as great as the Rat and Archers are. Just because then you're not spending a gold unit, and they're better against the Plume Skirm combination. JorDan Onamara, was that confirmed? Was there an announcement about that? Other than the German flag and the teaser? It's not karma, we put on the old-fashioned names and now we're stuck on the old-school viewer. I mean, honestly, I kind of like this more than Capture Age. The graphics are so much better. And well, JorDan needs to repair that castle, but JorDan's now running himself out of gold. And with 4 trebs there, Yo can snipe off the castle. And this is where I think he really needs Imp Skirm because his castles are down. He's not going to have more Rattan production. I mean, the Plumes just have so much more HP than the Rat and Archers anyway. Rattan's more attack, but more armor, but Plumes 65 hit points. And there we go. There are the Imperial Skirmishers in all their glory. Oh, and I can even use the tooltip to see what the bonus attacks are. Yeah, DE has everything I need. Oh, Hal was popping in and out of the ram.
Shot it.
And Ratton's still shooting, but I feel like it's maybe a mistake to use the Rattons when there are any skirms involved. Like, yeah, you have a good mass of Rattons, but keep the imp skirms, especially in front. And the light cap serves as a nice melee unit for picking off trebs. Another castle. Look at the beauty of that castle and proper graphics. Another castle being targeted by trebs, but bombard cannons are there to take out the trebs. That's one treb down. Plumes trying to dive the cannons. Cannons might be able to get a shot on the plumes. And nice shot on the plumes. That's what JorDan wants. Another treb goes down. And only 2 trebs. He should be able to repair the castle and keep it alive. He does have hoardings on the castle. And the Vietnamese have paper castles. They don't have masonry or architecture, but they do at least have hoardings. JorDan needs to take out the treb. It's still on HP. There it goes. Now, Yo still with the score lead, but JorDan holding. And the longer the game goes on, the longer I gotta say Imp Skirm becomes useful. JorDan should also still just have more gold from the extra relic and the paper money. Score 0-0. This is the first game. First game is on Fortress, so we'll get the crashes out of the way in game 1. How much gold does Yo have? He's at pretty much no more gold. He only has those 2 relics as his gold income now. No more gold left on the map. So it's... I guess I'll just leave it on his point of view. We can swap point of views occasionally. Post-imp Vietnamese much greater than Maya, you're saying. So you're saying if the match lasts even longer, you think that the Vietnamese have an even greater advantage. Capture Age is not working correct. Capture Age crashed, so I'm not going to risk it again. It seems to crash almost every game on Fortress. I don't know what it is, some memory leak. Maybe the plumed archers just shoot too many projectiles. I don't know. But we're not going to eat up all my VRAM. I've been sending them bug reports for well over a month now, and I haven't seen any updates. I have 16 gigabytes of VRAM, so this should not be a problem, but it is. And he's got cannons there. Eagle's trying to pick off the cannons. I think he's going to get a few. Bill's trying to oh, he's going to get... That was 5 bombard cannons, and he lost all of them. That was a good fight from the Eagles. And what's over here? Just, oh, some barracks, some rams, the lumber camp. Yo, trying to be everywhere on the map. Still has his lumber camp in the south. JorDan taking one big fight in the middle. Imp Skirm here. I can't double click when I'm on the other POV. Double click the plumes. 28 plumes. And 45 Imp Skirms. Imp Skirm should have this. JorDan does have to be careful though. If a push comes in here, he is not fully walled. There are still overchops in his walls that he's not bothered to clean up. I need to download more RAM. Halibut does go down. Is there a way to draw this? Oh, Yo's not gonna say that. I have no idea. JorDan does not need the win, because JorDan's out. Yo needs the win. So if there's anyone who is going to be fatigued and try to meet his bedtime, it'll probably be JorDan. But the scores are super close, and it's still Imp Skirm for the Vietnamese. Can they call a tie? Probably not. This is still a very competitive game. We're only 1 hour into it. We've seen Fortress games last 2 hours. And that even is short for how big the map is. Let's hope JorDan doesn't throw because of his bedtime. JorDan always goes for the 4-hour games when he is Vietnamese. Well, he will discover this forward here. He can pick the villas, maybe clean the buildings. Yo just doing a forward on the other side. Yo trying to get buildings everywhere. That's the good thing about map control. You get your buildings down, you can get your reinforcements forward. Vietnamese outside of their bombard cannons don't have the best siege. They do have siege engineers, and JorDan has it, but only capped ram, so no siege ram. Will not be the best at clearing buildings. Is Hulcher better than Imp Skirm? I think Imp Skirm's better. Does Yo, Yo should have that by now. He has Hulcher Javelineers. I can check. Yes, he does. He has both his unique techs. So he does not have single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirms. Just look at this guy. Look at how OP he looks. I can't zoom in any farther than this. Look at how like strong he looks in that armor. I'll be intimidated of that guy. Yo plays to the very end. We know that about Yo. Trying to add in halves to stop the light cav from ending this forward. But I think the barracks probably will go down. And then the light cav can kill the halves, maybe. Be killed by the halves, clear them somewhat. Halves will win this fight, won't they? Yeah, more halves on the way even. Will they win? It's a lot of light cav. Yeah, the halves will win that. But it's a barracks cleared. JorDan accomplished something. Now he's taking a fight against Yo. The score is 300 difference, so it's actually really close. And JorDan will find the wood line from Yo, raid that with light cav and Imp Skirm. And Mo1207, thank you for the follow. I do think Vietnamese probably are the better trash save. We're gaining our viewer numbers after the crash now. We're now at almost 1,000 again. We're at 700 on Twitch and 274 on YouTube. It's always nice to be able to hit 1K viewers. I think it's a good threshold for us now. So JorDan amassing more light cav. That's a lot of plumes grouped into one spot, but that's a lot of plumes that will die to the light cav. And plumes getting more expensive now as the gold is running out. Light cav going for whatever surround they can get. Plumes so fast though. What is the speed here? 1.65 to 1.20. There's more halves for Yo as we get down to 13 plumes there. Who's the most resources? Yo has pretty much no resources. JorDan, a ton of wood banked up. And 72 farmers. So some of JorDan's food is displayed in the Hussars, so JorDan's eco definitely ahead now, as is his score, because he just swaps that around. Cannon's going for the ranges. Skirms want to take out the ranges too. JorDan making a push into the buildings now that he has cannons. He's going to fight under a couple of castles, but now he's getting to the point where if he gets close, he can take out the castles. We'll zoom out. So we have 1, 2, 3 more castles, 4 castles for Yo. So he will have plumed archer production for a while. Just wait. I'm on the wrong point of view, right? Okay. Gotta turn off Fog of War. Turn it on and off. Okay, I was gonna say Yo definitely would take that gold. That's just a cap. That's just a. The game is bugged because I was in Capture Age. Capture Age bugs out the in-game spectating too. Okay, crop rotation. Let's check the mill. Crop rotation is in for Yo. And then I'll swap to JorDan's point of view. And crop rotation. Yep, they did both get crop rotation. So lots of crop rotation. Down in the south, Yo still has a forward. Capture Age is dead. Capture Age ate all my VRAM and crashed OBS. Yo going for the game. There's no. This is not Regicide Fortress. This is just normal fortress. There's no king to snipe. The actual Regicide Fortress map in DE well, its fortress with the regicide game mode is broken because it gives you 2 kings at the start. So they're just playing normal fortress. And Vulcan Loop, hello. It's just normal fortress. Oh, and thank you also, Vulcan, for the follow. Skirms will pick off some halbs. Still, it's the Imp Skirm against the... Let's see, it's not just Imp Skirm, but Imp Skirm with more HP, right? So that's 35 HP to 42. We'll have 1 more attack. And with all the pierce, 1 more pierce armor, right? So I think it's actually the same attack, but just more HP, because the Javelin should do 1 damage. I share the kingdom. And you have to lose both of the kings to be defeated, if it's how Regicide normally works. So Yo's staying at 200 pop still, but it feels like JorDan's going to be able to take a good fight and clear some of this. Because he doesn't have siege, and the lack of siege can hurt. Watch on YouTube. Nice. We are streaming also on YouTube if you want to watch the stream in 4K. So we're on both. Oh, and we've done it. We've done it. We've hit... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Wait, yeah, we have. 276 plus 725 is 1001. So we've hit 1000 viewers. Map wood is done. Maya can make only workers. Yeah, and then you still have the food for JorDan, the light cav. Although Maya do have longer lasting wood, so you always have to balance that in the wood games with the Maya, that their wood lasts longer. You know, the relic distribution, 3 for JorDan, 2 for Yo. Can cycle through this, I think. Yep, 3 to 2, that has not changed. Oh, we can also see all the resources down here. I think we had both those panels at the same time. But 4K wood in the bank for JorDan. More wood. He also has more vills. More gold in the bank, too. JorDan also with paper money will have the better gold eco going forward. Do we want the KD or the resources? Maybe we want the resources, actually. Let's leave it there in the relic count. Are we casting like this? Because Capture Age died. And oh, that's Yo pushing back now. There's a lot of skirms, a lot of plumes, and a lot of halbs. His queue is nearly empty. He's not at the pop limit, but he's getting a good push across the middle. JorDan was maybe spread out clearing other camps. He does have a Treb still. JorDan has not repaired that castle. JorDan might need to repair it. Check his stone. He does have a bit of stone left, but he can go repair it. Also, you see and he will pick off a Treb. So Yo losing a Treb, that's a lot of gold for him. And now that's a lot of plumes and skirms. Just skirm versus skirm. Well, sometimes that's how games work. So good job to pull the light cab back from the halbs. And Yo still raiding with some eagles. How does he afford eagles? I don't know, but he's at the top. That's a low HP castle. Light cab going to crash upon the skirmishers. Thank you, Space, for the follow. Don't understand why JorDan's making so many light cabs. Sure, they're good for evading, but they aren't doing much. I mean, they're good against the skirms, right? And it's a trash war. What else is he going to do? He's probably not going to go halb, because his preference is going to be skirm plus light cav, because you don't ever really want to be on just one unit. If you go on one unit, your opponent can make one unit and counter you. You at least want 2, and against the Maya, you're limited in the units they can make. They can make halbs, they can make skirms. You're not going to be making your own halb because they don't have cav, and your halb would die to their skirms. You could maybe do a few halb as a meat shield, but it's never going to be a bulk of your army. Is that a champion? Yes, we have champion. Oh, champions to deal with the skirms. Yeah, JorDan has a bit of gold, so he's just going to go champion. Okay. That'll be the alternate instead of a light cav there. A gold unit to try to deal with the skirms. That won't die to the halb. And also could be useful if he wants to go champions to clean the buildings over here, right? Yeah, because they'll have attack bonus against buildings. Remember, he technically the champion as an opening to deal with the eagles. They get all the tech tree for champs? No, they did not. They miss. Where is it? They miss Gambesons, so they don't have the final Pierce armor. And yeah, that does matter against the skirms quite a bit. Yeah, they're still useful against skirms, but not amazing against them. Like they would be with the extra Pierce armor. Skirms can still kill them somewhat. But the benefit of the champions, though, mainly is just their attack bonus against buildings. So it's +6 against buildings. I'll let them take out the buildings rather quickly and help JorDan clean up these forward areas Yo had tried to secure just by having military there. He's sending just light cav. He can't destroy the buildings, and halbs will pop out and kill the light cav. Here, Yo doesn't really have a unit that can deal with champions, unless he were to go ARB, but he hasn't teched into that yet. And that'd be a big swap just to deal with a few champs when the Vietnamese already have Imp Skirm. Yeah, and they slay the halbs. They slay the halbs that pop out of the barracks. So workshops here for JorDan as he now has a score lead. Light cav and skirms keep pushing in. You can tell we're playing Fortress by the fact we're using DE, yep. I was streaming with that CA crashed. CA has memory leaks. Yeah, they also lack Black Blast Furnace, that's right, they also lack Black Blast Furnace. I do like how this is like more of an actual menu UI theme, right? Like you get the paper. I think it's a lot nicer. Katie, let's swap the panel over. Katie, still ahead for JorDan. So 1,405 against 1,216. So Yo with a few skirms. JorDan trying to avoid the halbs, but light cav that could maybe clean them up, clean up the barracks. Gonna go for some type of raid here. Oh, wonderful Fog of War demonstration. JorDan, where are you going with those light cav? You kill those 4 halbs and get all the vills. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. And he'll get the vills there in the south. He's still raiding, clearing the buildings. So the ram to clear the buildings. The champions there. He's securing the south. Score's flipping back and forth. But this will be a good raid on one of Yo's wood lines. Yo's gonna lose a lot of vills over here. And we'll lose some wood access. If you look back at the resources, Yo, not much wood in the bank anyway. And you take him off of wood, that could hurt his production. Hurt the halb numbers. Which game is this? Game number 1. Score is 0-0. I feel like just building a house. Gambesons double the skirm javelins they can take, so missing that hurts quite a bit. Yes, indeed. Halbs will go down. That was still a good raid, and JorDan can go back there. Now, has to make sure that Yo can't take wood in random locations on the map. The last thing he wants is Yo being able to survive with a longer lasting line wood. Oh, barracks going down. And champion, one champion against all those halbs. Can he do it? Can he do it? No, he can't. And still, JorDan slowly but surely trying to take out these buildings. Is he still fighting in the middle? No, we're taking the score lead. Nope, there are light cav in the back hovering around. Hard to raid still with Yo having so many castles. And bombard cannons to take out castles at this point are expensive. I think JorDan just has to play and hope that he can try to keep getting map control and get a KD lead. I think Yo's okay with 2-0. Although maybe tiebreakers affect stuff. Yo did lose to MBL in the first round. Yes, JorDan has paper money. Why is this arena with mines? This is not arena. This is fortress. Mines are the OG fortress civ. Is the last set? Yes. Imp Skirm's there. Another good fight for JorDan. JorDan with the outpost, so he will be able to see this wood line finally. You can see the game and capture rage combined to make some monstrosity where the Fog of War is not rendered properly, but there he goes, seeing another spot he can raid. Yo trying to go for another lumber camp up there. Yeah, JorDan's out in any case. This match only has implications for Yo. It's a lot of rams. Where are the rams going? Just gonna be used in the fight in the middle? They could have been used to clean these buildings. I mean, these buildings here have still been a pain in JorDan's side. With champions, he didn't quite clean them up. So now, how many rams is that? That's seven capped rams. I love to tie. Nah, you don't tie if you have a chance to win. Nah, not in Age of Empires. You fight to the bitter end. And if I didn't read this earlier, thank you, Frank Master Joe, for the follow. So here comes the ram push. And should be pretty effective at taking out at least a few archery ranges. We're going to run the light cav around, try to make sure they're fighting the skirms and not the halbs. Bombard cannon out as well. And this will take out quite a few buildings from Yo. Cut into his production. Curtail some of his map control. Turn should go battle elephants. I don't think he has the gold for battle elephants. It would be lovely if he had, maybe if he had all 5 relics. Skirms are indeed very good. But the ram push took out some buildings, but the rams ultimately go down. At this point, it's slow. It's a slow process. Actually, eagles like that just pick off cannons so well. Cannon now needs to be repaired, maybe. Gotta be extra careful with it. Yo is tenacious, yes. Yo is not a player who's gonna give up. Especially not with the score lead. And especially not if he has a treb. And so these random buildings on both sides from Yo being so annoying for JorDan. JorDan never able to get a concerted effort to clean them up when he's also fighting in the middle and trying not to get pushed back here. Yeah, JorDan did scout this wood line. And trying to raid both of those northern wood lines for a while now. I don't know, this is a game. Here comes some light cav back for another raid. Those vills will go down, so trying to stop Yo's wood access. Maybe one more push to clear these buildings. These buildings here have been so annoying for JorDan. He's been there with champions, he's been there with rams. He can't just clean it with light cav because of the halbs. Over here, a few skirms and halbs trying to push, but JorDan will wall that up. And even these two barracks. At some point you think Yo maybe just tries to send more vills to do more forward buildings with how annoying they've been. Let's look at the overall KD again. KD's still in favor of JorDan by about 200. It has kind of evened out. JorDan finding another wood line. And JorDan kind of losing some of his resource stockpile. However, still doing better than Yo, I'd say. Also a lot more in the queue. If you look at Yo's queue, it's much shorter. So JorDan's eco. Scores can be a bit deceiving based on how much JorDan has queued, right? Because that eco isn't counting towards the score. So you gotta keep that in mind when evaluating this. I wonder if those light cav would ever want to just grab that and hit that tower. Maybe it makes it easier to raid if they don't have that arrow there. But yeah, now they can just spread out and hit vills, JorDan. You gonna fight the vills? He just wants to run to the back. He's running past all the eco he could raid. Some halbs breaking through here, but not much they can do. The castle might need some repairs at some point. Another treb on it. JorDan might have to buy stone and repair. A few eagles for Yo, and he's bringing eagles forward along with the treb to try to make sure it's not just imp skirm that can take out the treb. But JorDan will have light cav hoovering all around. We'll try to distract halbs with one group, and then go for the treb, go for the eagles with another. Take out the treb here to protect your castle with priority. And yeah, Yo with one treb will not be able to destroy the castle as JorDan repairs it. JorDan will be taking a fight here while also raiding and killing Vills and Yo's eco at home. Yo down to 92 Vills, but I expect him to add in more, get his population back. Like Cav still raiding is JorDan trying to deny Yo from taking wood. This game should have ended hours ago. Oh, we're only 138 into it. I wouldn't say hours. But JorDan continuing to try to fight with his trash army. And these two barracks over here continuing to be annoying. And JorDan might need a concerted effort of champions, or just a big group of Vills to go and try to knock him down. Does he have sappers? He could do sappers. That could actually be nice. Sappers for the Vills, knock down those barracks. JorDan now running out of his gold stockpile. Still with more wood and still definitely with more food, with everything he has queued with the light cap. If JorDan were to cancel his queue, he'd suddenly take a score lead. And Yo's taking wood in the middle, and JorDan just has to keep being aware of scouting and figure out where Yo's taking wood. Yo's point of view. While fighting skirms, there's a raid in the north. He's got 54 Vills on wood. And where are they? He's got 21 of them are in the middle. I don't even know where the other wood Vills could possibly be. He's got a few over here. JorDan's wood line being raided too. This is where JorDan has to be really careful that the light cav are not just going to their deaths at the hands of the halbs. And also he had another bombard cannon that the eagles could clear. Oh no, JorDan just keeps losing cannons. It's beating these tech tree against the Maya longer lasting resources at this point. It does kind of feel like Yo is getting much of the map control now. Even though JorDan has a couple of hussars raiding. You know, with more trebs, and the halbs now are getting difficult to deal with. Imp skirms don't have the same mobility. Nope. They walk through a workshop there. They swap POV. They don't have the same mobility that the cav has. And JorDan losing his woodline there. Yo getting some nice raids all over. JorDan hitting more Vills on that woodline. 90 Vills for Yo, but then again, the Maya don't really need that many Vills. And there's gonna be one Vill left not picked off. That was a fight into halbs. You don't think JorDan's top 10? Yeah, you gotta list your top 10 then. Skirms will take out the Treb. That TC should stay up then. JorDan will repair that with wood. And Yo wants a TC down here. JorDan will scout that. Oh no, Capture Age, because Capture Age is memory leaks and it crashed. So we're just casting in the game. And Memogeddon and Talitha, thank you for the follows. Eagles trying to raid on the side, but a few champions there, a few champions still left for JorDan. And JorDan still has a huge queue of light cap. If JorDan could ever clear these buildings here. See, Yo's gonna add more. Yo knows how annoying he's been with these buildings, and he's not gonna let this area go. And it's just without being able to protect the cannons from eagles. JorDan's not been able to clean buildings. I mean, maybe champions really are the way to do siege now. For him. Just because they'll be safe from the eagles. I still have no idea who's going to win this game. Feels like Yo maybe has more map control now. Jordan's just stuck fighting his buildings with skirmishers. We're down to 86 vills, but that gives him more military. Look at all the food that Jordan has in stables, though. Like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. All his stables are queued fully. He even tries selling food, just getting gold for champions, but that also is expensive. Is play all 3? Yes, play all 3. Let's do JorDan. Yeah, yo with the siege ram. And it feels like even with all the light cap, JorDan can't quite handle this. I mean, Yo doesn't have much gold. There's also a question of what gold units are useful for JorDan, as champions are maybe the best he can do. All games 3 hours challenge. Cast all games, that's the challenge. We're already 6.5 hours in to a stream that's crashed once thanks to capture age. What should JorDan do now? I mean, it's a good question. He has all those light cap queued. Maybe the answer is he needs to swap from light cap to champions. If you can get to a mass of like 60 champions, then he might be able to take better fights. The Eagles kind of become useless then. He's lost a TC finally. And with more champions, he can clean buildings better. He can try to do a TC on a wood line now. It's all about wood control. He's had great raids on wood lines from Yo, but despite that, Yo somehow has constantly still been able to chop wood. Yo won't lose the Eagles that easy. Well, Yo's trying to go for a raid now. Yo down to 79 vills. JorDan maybe needs to make sure he's keeping his vill count up. He has a few vills queued. How much wood? Well, let's take a look. We'll check from JorDan's point of view. Check from both players' point of view. So some wood in the middle, some wood in the north. Yo's still chopping that wood. Tiny bit of wood there. Yo basically out of wood in his base. And then there's the wood in the south that JorDan now is trying to control. So Yo trying to control the wood to the north, JorDan the wood to the south. And Lightcap still running around, taking out Eagles in the back. Looking at the KD again, still positive for JorDan. He needs to find a way to deal with that big mass of skirms now. Maybe Lightcap and Imp Skirm are the way to do it. Make Onager to cut the scores and win. Maybe a bit late for that. Might be a bit expensive to do wood on Onagers when Eagles could hoover in and pick them off. Also gold for the upgrade. You know, capture age crashed. Log situation is 3-2 JorDan. Well, is Yo doing it? He's getting to the middle of JorDan's base. This feels so weird that JorDan's at 200 pop but still can't fight this. Maybe it's just the fact that Yo's lost so many vills, he's a bigger military. Another raid on this wood line. At Windows 11, no. Okay, Lightcap gonna take out Halbs and take out these skirms. JorDan still has a huge queue of Lightcap. And look at Yo's queue again. Yo has like nothing in his queue. And somehow just JorDan can't use all of his pop effectively. Now turning on Fog of War turned it off. Fishing for a king. No king, this is a normal fortress. Normal fortress in D, because fortress in D itself, everything's broken. D's fortress is broken, it gives you 2 kings on regicide. Capture age is broken, there's memory leaks, crashes the stream. What's not broken are JorDan and Yo's wills to continue fighting. Yo's pop is dropping now, and JorDan's starting to move out on the map now. Yo, his Q finally dropping as he's not having wood access. No more wood access. JorDan raiding the wood lines, controlling all the woods. No more wood for him to chop in his base. Yo desperately trying to do lumber camps in the middle, but lumber camps will eat into the wood he needs for Halb. And JorDan now might finally be doing this, and the score is again still deceptive because JorDan has the Q and has resources in the Q. And 119 pop for Yo, 200 pop for JorDan. Champions finding the wood line again. JorDan might finally be doing it. He might finally be doing it. You know, Yo doesn't want to resign with a score lead, but that could change in just a moment. You don't know what your enemy's Qs are. JorDan gonna run down the vills. There he goes. Starts to pick them off, and Yo's population going to drop now. Dropping down to just about 100. Trying to pump out vills from his TC still. But the light cap taking a fight. JorDan decides, oh, there's Halbs there. I don't want to fight the Halbs. I'll let my skirms deal with that. His Eagle raids also here being cleaned. Yo's population dropping to about 100. And it looks like JorDan's gonna do it. Looks like JorDan's gonna do it. This is where you ask opponent their pop. And in the long run, they need wood. They can't just make hussars. And JorDan with the relic lead with paper money will have more gold. And JorDan, even with his Q, close to taking a score lead. Everywhere we look, he's winning fights. Yo, under 100 pop. Trying to do a siege ram and Halb. A siege ram over here. What's he gonna do with a siege ram? How is Yo sending so many vills to wood? He has wood down here. He's got 46 vills because all he's doing with the vills is sending them to wood lines. Finally, with a bit of wood, he's getting a Halb Q again. JorDan's still pushing this. This is maybe his opportunity to clean some buildings. JorDan coming down here still, keeping track of this wood line. Try to siege. What's he gonna besiege with the ram, though? The ram go down? He was in that workshop. I'll go back up to 120 pop, but there's the GG. And he will call it. It is over. And JorDan will hold on for a 1-0 lead over Yo in game 1. GG. And he does it, JorDan. I mean, nice play with the champion opening to counter the Eagles. Maybe the Rattan Archers were a big use of gold early on that could have been Imp Skirm, but GG. Oof. Well, that will take us out. You can maybe restart Capture Age for game number 2. Oh yeah, my VRAM is so much less used when I don't have Capture Age open. JorDan back? Maybe JorDan is back. Let's see, game 2 is posted. We're not even that far behind, they just posted it 1 minute ago. Let's go. Okay, 7-zip. Back here. Oh, I should update the scoreboard. Let me update the scoreboard before we go. I don't even have the... Oh, OBS crashed, so I don't have the scoreboard. I'll just use the in-game scoreboard. I don't want to get the drafts back. It'll be Land Madness. It'll be Land Madness. That's all that matters, that we have in Land Madness. We don't need an out-of-game scoreboard. Who is Mario? He is the host of the tournament. He is a Spanish language AoE2 content creator. He has a rather large YouTube channel. I think that's his main channel is YouTube. So, JorDan wins game number 1. After an extended, potential good Civ matchup for him on Fortress, but Yo held on for a long time. And now we have Land Madness, a map that hopefully doesn't crash Capture Age. We'll have Yo as the Red Byzantines, and JorDan as the Blue Khitans. Ooh, JorDan's still going Khitans. And as far as I can tell, this is on the current patch. I didn't have to change my patch or anything, so JorDan well prepared here as the Khitans. Is that OP or top tier? This is post-nerf Khitans. Well, their pastures should be less efficient. What do they nerf? The essentially the efficiency of their pastures. They no longer have the herdable bonus that was applying to their pastures, and they readjusted some more numbers to account for that. Villagers have more walking time on the pastures, apparently. I don't know how much it overall affects things, but they should be slightly nerfed. But people seem to have disagreements over how much it actually affected them. I feel like you actually played the game watching it was tiring. That must be how Capture Age felt. It's not insultingly OP anymore, but it's still OP. Yeah, I mean, Byzantines are super solid civ. So Byzantines on Land Madness is always an interesting option when you get to the Castle Age, because then they have camels. I think it'd be pretty awkward to play heavy skirm spear on the map against good scout civs, which is exactly what the Khitans are, and potentially awkward to play even Halb Pike or Camel against Steppe Lancers with the range. Steppies can still even win those fights, even though technically the units are supposed to counter them. Also, no Dark Age bonus for the Byzantines, so maybe a bit hard to play if you're up slower too. Can JorDan still qualify? No, JorDan cannot, but this match does affect the fate of Yo. He has to win these next 2 games to have a good chance to get to the playoffs. Yes. As Yo already lost to MBL, so if he loses again to JorDan, he will be 1-2, and rather unlikely to make it at that point, although he still has to see how Barles does. So the counter unit discount for the Byzantines, they can do lots of skirms and spears and feudal, lots of camels, and camels are great for their mobility on how open this map is in the Castle Age into the late game. And then of course just Byzantine things, right? You can use your cheaper imp in a variety of ways. If Yo loses, is he out then? He might be. JorDan not giving up even though the games don't matter for him. He's putting up a fight. Katan's the mounted trib. Well, Katan's the most OP unit is Steppe Lancers with extra attack in the Castle Age. And then for them, it's all about eco and getting the great units with their scouts with the extra blacksmith bonus. Let's look at their bonuses right now. Pastures replace farms. Melee attack upgrade effects are doubled, and that means they have a great food eco for pumping scouts into Steppe Lancers. There's skirms and spears and scout cav line train and upgrade faster. So kind of a mixture of different bonuses there. Heavy cav archer in the Castle Age, is that going to be useful against Byzantines? I don't know. And also infantry and skirms reflect melee damage. That's just, that scares me. Scares me. Infantry +2 versus ranged soldiers. Don't think that'll matter too much. Epics taken by villagers, and feudal age on the way for both. Ooh, yo. Well, he's the Byzantines, and he's going for an old school Byzantines forward. 4 vills constructing the barracks. JorDan did not find 2 of his sheep, and he might be distracted fighting Yo's scout in such a way that he's not going to scout the forward. So this is where JorDan's got to be thinking, hey, you know what? Yo is debating me. He's up fast. He's attacking me, so I'm not going to scout the forward. And what is this archery range from Yo going down here? He sees the berries and he wants to pressure the berries. And that's the key when you go for the forward. You pressure the berries, especially against someone who you're assuming is opening scouts. And it's actually a good thing for JorDan that he didn't do the stable here, because now if he sees this, he can do an archery range, yep, and he will do a range. He sees the range with his scout, that's crucial, and he knows it's going to be a Byzantine's skirm spear forward. So he can go skirm spear himself. They're created faster and try to defend. So created faster versus, well, it's going to be, what's the idle time like then? What's the idle time like? That's aggressive? That's Byzantines, the booze. That's Byzantines. So versus the discount. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a heavenly stream on some hellish maps. Here, JorDan had won a very long game of Fortress against Yo. And now is on a completely different type of map as we have a Byzantine skirm spear forward on Land Madness. I'm sure you all will love your skirmishers. Scout goes down for JorDan. Yo keeps his alive on 1 HP. I'll try to move his vills around, do a house. Going aggressive versus Catan's a bold choice indeed. But, I mean, if you're aggressive on the berries, maybe hitting their eco before they get pastures? I guess pastures, being able to be built anywhere, gives them a nice way to defend against the forward with efficient food eco if someone loses the berries. But JorDan so far with that hill, camping his skirms on top of it and maintaining control of the berries. Why no tower for Yo? I don't know, kind of the range position from JorDan doesn't really give him a great spot for the tower. If he does a tower, I think he'd prefer to be able to hit the berries. The range with his vills was kind of far away, and JorDan was up fast enough that it felt like maybe JorDan could have vill fought too. Yeah, aggressive houses. Says, I'm developing this land. So skirm count's still kind of even, but extra spears in for Yo too. And after the skirms come out, usually at some point in the forward there's a spot where you add the stable, and there's the stable from JorDan. We have scouts to clear skirms. Fletching on the way for Yo, no fletching for JorDan. But he will indeed want a blacksmith at some point just for those extra attack upgrades on the scouts. Byzantines, that's true, as Byzantines use houses as outposts. Not quite the same, but with the free town watch. You could also use outposts as outposts, and they do benefit from town watch too. Real estate strats. Skirms going down. I mean, great job from JorDan to finish his berries and continue working on them. And then he doesn't need to hold this spot anymore. And that's true, right? They save space with the pastures. He's not going to need to expand his farms out to the point where the skirms can hoof around and damage them. You can use outposts as outposts, yes. I know, it's novel. So behind this, Yo, no pressure at all. He's developing his eco exactly as he wants. Now, Byzantines are kind of an awkward save to go for a stable follow-up after the skirm pressure. So we'll see if Yo does that or just tries to go up to the castle age. He did lose his scout, but he has seen the stable foundation, so that will mean he can maybe add in more spears. So skirm dance on the hill. All that's going on right now. Boarding on the way also for JorDan. He's getting ready to use his scouts. And they will be moving off of the hill. And there they are running away. Skirms on the hill fighting each other. Yo with the skirm number advantage. JorDan would need to clean Yo's army, maybe even pull some vills to fight. And JorDan has to garrison the TC. Feels like Yo with the skirms is doing it, keeping his chances alive. Look at the vill counts now, 37 to 34. JorDan's idling the TC a bit, even with the pastures not quite having the food eco because he's going scouts. Question is, what can he do with the scouts? So JorDan's going to attempt to counterattack now. And there finally is that tower from Yo. Someone wanted the tower earlier, and now he has a chance to do it now that he has map control. And that tower will help him take out some pastures. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4 pastures that JorDan loses. JorDan will do a tower directly under his TC. I don't know if the TC actually could hit this. Oh, I guess not. That's the tower's radius. Okay. The tower versus tower. At the same time, the scouts from JorDan coming forward, hitting the vills on the gold from Yo. Gonna force Yo to go back to his TC. Might lose 2 vills there. Loses 1, 2. There he goes. The tower on a hill. Hill does not matter in the tower fight. As long as you have enough vills shooting arrows, and they had changed it so 4 always shoot the full arrows in feudal. And the idle TC timer accruing for JorDan, but now also for Yo. As Yo has to react to these scouts, has to be careful not to over chop. That tree has 7 wood on it. And he will chop a hole there, but JorDan didn't quite see that. Wasn't hoovering around to take advantage. And JorDan will need to plug that, or Yo will need to plug that hole. But all the micro on the front right now is JorDan losing the pastures, and he's just doing domestication, so these were not domesticated pastures. Yo, with lots of spears and skirms, doing horse collar now, wanting horse collar for his own farms. JorDan gonna try to vill rush the tower, more vills in the tower from behind. He could be taking some losses here as Yo goes to repair. Yo with 2 on stone too, so he'll have stone for repairing. And JorDan going to make maybe 1 big push with his scouts soon. I'm worried about the spears. If he fights here, he has skirms and a tower to help deal with the spears. Skirms for Yo going down. JorDan gonna make 1 big push. The skirms have to focus the spears. JorDan doesn't. Oh, he has forging. He has forging, but no armor. It's a lot of spears in the forward for Yo. And under the tower will also get hits on the scouts. The scouts going down to the spears. There were too many spears there. And what is that unit pathing? JorDan blaming Nilly that he couldn't take a good fight. Yo. Probably agreeing with him. There's the GG, and Yo ties it 1-1. So we'll have 1 more game to cast today. And it will decide if Yo beats JorDan or not. And if Yo loses, I think he's very likely out. So classic Nilly into GG. And because of the capture earlier again, I don't have the scoreboard set up. Hopefully they just get the rec posted quickly so we get into it. Oh, they have it here. Lovely. Back to the raw file. There we are. And 1 last game for us here. And it will be on Crater. So 1-1. And make sure I see both chats. Alright, 1-1. Thank you everyone for watching. It's lovely to have over, again, 1K viewers between Twitch and YouTube. The viewership numbers have been insane for this for us so far. And again, final shout out, it is also hosted by Mario. So go check out his channel too. And we'll have 5 relics in the middle, 8 ibexes on the outside, 1 boar per player, and then standard 8 sheep. So Magyars for JorDan, Georgians for Yo with a mule cart will be extremely useful for taking both the woodline and the ibexes all at once. JorDan will have to pay much more attention to pushing his ibexes, and Yo is just going to try to be as annoying as he can with his scout, 1 to stop the pushes, and also just to fight the Magyar scout in the Dark Age before it gets its 3+1. JorDan did win a game, yes, he won a long game of Fortress. Some of the best scout civs, can't wait to see this go more. Seems better for a Mesociv? I feel like the scouts are so powerful on this map. I don't know how much room there is for the Mesocivs. Maybe I don't have the best feel for it though. And thank you, Redezi1701 for the follow. Night fight in a phone booth. Interesting. I don't... I've never done that. I've never actually used a phone booth. Chad, have you guys used phone booths? That's like not a thing these days anymore, I guess. Who won last game? Mr. Yo tied it up last game. No one survives that. Some of us are old. Did Bill shoot that? It did. So, yep, Yo just doing what he does on the map as the JorDans, being as annoying as he can with his scout on the ibexes. Was a thing in your day? Yeah, I've never used a phone booth. I haven't used one for 20 years. One vill on the outside without loom is kind of worrying. Yo just gonna hoover around a bit as JorDan has to go to the berries. Magras, what are we gonna have? 19 pop with loom? Yep, 19 pop with loom. We'll get a house up there for JorDan. And still worried about that loomless vill. Payphones were real, yes. We had to send texts at the train station. I remember having a flip phone that opened two ways, like one to use for talking and one to have a keyboard for texting. And to be honest, having a physical keyboard for texting is still kind of nicer than the smartphones we have now. Like that was actually super useful. That's what I want you to think, so you don't suspect me of changing to my hero costume. I know, it must suck for superheroes these days. They have fewer changing locations. And okay, JorDan will AoE 1 style push in the ibex with a villager. You can get it to the mill and then take it there with the villagers. Won't be too bad. He'll add in the barracks. Never type on your phone faster than your BlackBerry keyboard. Yep. I never had a BlackBerry. I had a friend who did. Ooh, okay. That ibex ping-ponged a bit. Between the TC and the mill. All the same. So this map, usually all of your resources are forward. However, I'm looking at the mini-map now. Yo! Kind of a back gold for him. Nice gold location. More RAR files, yes. All the recs and the compressed RAR files in case they're too large. I guess that hides how they're used. Ibex being pushed in. And JorDan, now he's like mid-feudal, still pushing the Ibexes. Magyars will have the free forging and the discount on their scouts. So that's their eco bonus here in these scout wars, that they have a discount on the scouts. They'll be doing a spear as well. And looks like it'll be scouts for both. Georgians, of course, have the healing scouts. So late full feudal, Georgian scouts will be better because they heal. But Magyars might have more numerous scouts because of the discount. And again, they get the gold position for Yo is amazing for this map. And maybe one of the things that could be updated is keeping the golds more forward. Saw one where the phone was ripped out of the phone booth. That sounds like someone really needed a phone. Yeah, charge your phone. That's the thing you gotta do these days too. Oh, see if it gets discounted scouts. Magyars get the discounted scouts. I guess with Kshatriyas, the Gujaras also get discounted scouts, but that needs a unique tech. Inca would if they had scouts. And then Berbers in the Castle Age also get the discounted scout line. And Castle and Imp, and they get the discounted stable units. Thank you, Jan Oko1234 for the follow. Range going up for JorDan. And the scouts run around and spears coming forward to poke at the scouts. Where are these scouts going to find damage? JorDan doing a great job, having a very compact base. Defending the barriers with his spears, farming near the TC, so Yo can't do any early damage. That's going to let him be forward with his own scouts. And with the free forging, might be tempted to try to pick off some spears, but 3 spears are quite a lot. But forging with a hill bonus, if you get a good engagement on the spears one at a time, maybe. Tactical farm placement so he can build a farmer in his field. Ooh, that would be an excuse. Actually, he's just saving it because he doesn't want to take the wood off the straggler tree yet. That's why the farm's a tile off. The other tree being chopped too. And he's doing the tower on the wood line. So tower on the wood line is what he's going for. Still taking the food from the ibexes. Yo's taking all that already. And JorDan not going to get in. We'll see the blacksmith going up. Yeah, phones have kind of become a single design pattern now. Fletching on the way for Yo. Yo will be making an archery range transition, and he'll be looking to go crossbows. JorDan will be going skirm, so it'll be skirm scout versus crossbow scout. Blacksmith and house going up for JorDan. And forging on the way. Still archer and well, yes, still archer and feudal. Yes. Eventually the archers become crossbow though, and we'll have the transition. Unless JorDan maybe takes a fight and kills all of them. There's a lot of spears too for the JorDans. 6 spears plus. Yeah, 6 spears for Yo. Only 2 for JorDan. So JorDan may be saving a bit of eco. No bloodlines, no armor. If JorDan really wants to fight spears with scouts, he could do it, but he'd need bloodlines. So wheelbarrow on the way. Mining the gold. Not gonna go double stable scouts. Might need a tower on the gold. I think he's hoping now he can just pressure Yo and won't need the tower. There's bloodlines. Bloodlines clicked for both of them. Yo has it a bit earlier. JorDan's not going to take a fight until he has bloodlines. He's going to run away and make sure he gets it. Done with wheelbarrow. Slightly less idle TC time too. 1-to-1 KD for all the feudal armies they have. And bloodlines in for Yo. JorDan will have it soon, and soon enough that he can just take that fight. How's the numbers there? 10-6, and Skirm's going forward with Fletching. Is he patrolling? He will find archers now. And he'll do his best to pick them off. And do his best to pick off the spears even. Gonna just take the fight with bloodlines. Are the spears numerous enough? No. 1 spear. Oh, it's the scout that goes down. And does JorDan just win this? Does he have enough scouts? Are there too many archers for Yo? Yo going to win the fight. Yo will win it. Ooh, that felt almost like JorDan would have the scout numbers, but not quite enough just at the end. And now with that mass of archers, JorDan's going to be on the back foot. That was a great win for Yo. JorDan now double stables, trying to add in more scouts. 5 scouts to 6 right now. Armor on the way for JorDan. That fight goes completely differently, I think, if JorDan has the armor. Then the archers are not as effective. And market going up for Yo. Oh, Scout's running in place for a second. Send that to Nilly. And Castle Age on the way for Yo. If Yo gets Castle and JorDan doesn't clear the army, that could be GG. And Yo doesn't want to lose the archers. JorDan taking a decent jump on them, trying to get the skirms to bear. And archer number is going down slightly, but not fast enough. Skirms will pick off a few more as they run from the scouts. That's actually going to let JorDan come with the scouts. Okay. Okay, maybe JorDan still can clear army. If Yo wasn't up, this would be a completely different question here. Because JorDan clears this, clears everything, and now he just needs to do damage and punish Yo. Yo walling up as best he can, making sure the scouts won't get in. Not going to be too worried about skirms near the gold, especially if you can use scouts with armor. First time seeing Scout Archer win versus Scout Skirm. Well, Scout Archer, if you in large numbers, will probably be the better option. It's just in small numbers in 1v1s, the skirms can kind of ignore the scouts and dive the archers. Like in the team game situation, it's almost always going to be the Scout Archer winning. And so there's Castle Age for JorDan, but so much slower. Almost 2 minutes slower than Yo. So Yo just does crossbow, bodkin, and makes a knight. There's a knight for his upgrades. Well, I guess only one archer. He might not even do crossbow, bodkin. He just does a fortified church, of course. He's the Georgians. It's all you gotta do. Fortified church. I think everything gets cleaned, right? Oh. Seen skirms beat knights? I've seen that too. Not that common though. And Yo will get a second TC forward. That will be on another gold. And he can start doing his another fortified church to grab relics. Maybe try to bring them back into this church. Skirm's going down. Knight comes forward. Eco's so good too. Yep. And Bosaw on the way for Yo. Scouts running back. And the other side, spears poking down the knights from Yo. Yo not getting in though. Good job from JorDan to wall. Make sure that he does have time to get up. The veal count's still pretty similar. Res collected dead even. And army count's not that different. So Magyar knights now. Husbandry on the way. Healing for the Georgians annoying. Husbandry definitely needed for the Magyars. Don't want to let them heal and run. But that might just be what's going to happen. Armor also for JorDan. As he does a forward monastery and will look to start picking up relics. Ooh, Cav Archers. So Cav Archers swap for Yo. Cav Archers swap for him, but Magyars could go Cav Archers as well, and probably in the long run have better Cav Archers with recurve bow. Thank you, JZor89 for the follow. We are fastly jumping through the 13,000s, heading to 14 and then 15k. And as I said, I think it'd be lovely to hit maybe 15k followers on Twitch this summer. See, maybe go for 20k by the end of the year. Thank you for the follows. We're hitting, what is it, 844 viewers on Twitch, 283 on YouTube. This is wonderful. CA against Magyars. Yep, CA against Magyars. But remember, Georgian CA heal 8 HP per minute. That is a good amount of HP. Alex given to the one bold enough to go for them, and so far, JorDan is the one who is bold. On the up. The light cav on the way also for JorDan. Workshop in the middle. Is he gonna go Scorpion? Is this going to be a CA versus Scorpion matchup? Monks light calf or scouts light calf are picking off the monks like that. Trying to grab the relics himself. That monk comes too far forward. The light cav hoover. Yo trying to block with the cav archers. But I think the light cav do get to the monk. Yep, and they pick him off. And Mangonel, not a Scorpion, a Mangonel. Okay. 2025 would have thought Scorpion, but he goes Mangonel. So Ballistic's on the way. Does Twitch give any perks on increased follower subs? If we get to 300 subs, which is primes and gifts don't count, has to be 300 legit subs. But higher tier subs count more. Then we get a 70-30 revenue split instead of 60-40. YouTube, though, everything's already 70-30. We have a couple of YouTube members there. It looks too fast. It's normal speed. Here, I'm just scrolling a lot there. Yeah, we're in the 60-40 tier, which you need 100 for. But I think we're still a long ways away from that. Aren't many AoE 2 people who are at that threshold. In the old days on Twitch, you just, Zero Empires had a contact. You could talk to him and he'd just get you 70-30. They've changed their policies quite a bit. We're almost at 1,200 total viewers. I think this is my total, like, peak of any stream, which is lovely. Didn't do too much. Mangonel going for the TC. And JorDan pushing. So GP2 Engine, thank you for the follow. And Teaser Check, thank you for the follow. Zero Empires, he's the OG YouTuber. I know that poor monk right outside the monastery died. But JorDan is in a good spot for picking up relics, taking a 4-0 relic lead. Only one relic left for the Georgians. Is he twitching for you? No, he just did YouTube videos. He had contacts. Cav archers pick off the Mangonel. And JorDan really needs to put the relic in the monastery. There he goes. Finally realizes, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting to Scorpion versus Cav Archer. It was inevitable. It was very inevitable. It's 2025. You can't avoid it. Gotta see Scorpion Cav Archer. Mangonel on the way. And JorDan doing Mangonels like it's the Tyrant days. So scout raiding, but that will go down. 4 relics for JorDan. Yo doing a defensive castle on the front. I'll secure at least 1 relic. Mangonel coming forward, but a couple of knights there. Monks want conversions. A couple of Mangonels coming forward. Don't think he can deny the castle. Or maybe he can. That's some good damage to the vills. Those cav archers are really clumped up for Mangonel shots. Yo, losing some vills on the castle. One more Mangonel shot could splatter some vills. Okay. Okay, needs maybe one more shot. Mangonel stays up? Is this a doubt castle from Yo? Is this how Yo goes out of the tournament, with a doubt castle against JorDan? More vills. JorDan maybe overzealously chasing the cav archers into his base. His castle's at 89%, not up yet. Needs to get Mangonel shots on the vills. Kills more vills. That vill lead for Yo disappearing. The castle does go up. Now you can go Manaspo. JorDan killed a lot of vills there. 1 TC versus 2, but he's just about even the vill count. It's only a 1k res lead for Yo. If JorDan somehow could get to his own cav archers, he's adding in ranges, and he's adding them in himself, then he'd be okay. If he does a castle of his own and recurve bow, then he's in business. Where's recurve bow? Is that imp now? Yeah, that's imp. So he's a long way away from that. But he will remember the cav archers produce faster for the Magyars. That's their team bonus, so he can catch up in numbers. 4 relics is a big deal too. tell the story how he gets the last relic. I don't think he gets the last relic under that castle. But he does have 4. Knight numbers are a little worryingly low. And he does need armor for the cav archers still. He does need ballistics. He needs upgrades before he can take a fight. The Scorpion needs to get a bolt on the cav archer. There it goes. Gets a cav archer at least. Yo, maybe still in the better position with 2 TCs. And he lost a lot on that castle. And there he's grabbing the final relic. And oh gosh, Yo wants a forward castle. He's realizing that JorDan's trying to do a cav archer switch. And he's thinking, okay, I have a moment where I can get a forward castle before JorDan will have the numbers out to stop it. And JorDan will counter castle. JorDan's going to send his village to raise the castle, and in all likelihood will get his up first while Yo gets a head start. And with 1 tile between them, they'll be able to shoot each other, but it might be a petard war. I think JorDan's going to lose his army, though. This army will go down, and then Yo can just raid this gold. Regardless of the castle situation. Well, this is close. JorDan will have reinforcements. And they'll both get the castle up. There he goes. But now this gold's exposed. JorDan to put everyone here, and he needs to run them back to the stone. We need a workshop, too, probably. Manaspa's there for Yo. Does Yo have any more forward vills? They'll die? JorDan's gonna run his vills away. Could use maybe a workshop in Rams. Well, it keeps control of gold on the left. But Yo has opened up a big vill lead after this. Leaving JorDan knocking out Yo with a relic victory. I don't think that's gonna happen. Petards for JorDan. He's gonna go for the castle. You can't repair it. Castles are too close. They'd snipe off repair vills. Sappers and rush it down. You could do sappers and rush it down. But I think the cav archer raid on this gold might be what does JorDan in. And Montevi Huegos, thank you for the follow. Relic count, all 4 relics are in this monastery, which is under the castle. And JorDan also in the position where he has to petard down the castle. Manaspa is getting into the castle, and maybe Yo looking to do some type of raid with the Manaspas. JorDan, only 16 cav archers, doesn't have the best numbers. Manaspa's going to attack the castle. Is that going to affect the petard pathfinding where they can't get to the castle? Cav archers will sit in the back and attack the Manaspas. Yo will just say, oh, I'll garrison. Oh, the garrison, there goes the petard. This is over. You think JorDan's too far behind now in the economy as these cav archers will look to raid the woodline. JorDan does not overchop. He does still have the tower to defend that. We'll take out this castle, so 1 more petard will do it. Castle itself would just do it soon anyway. JorDan does not have any gold control now. No gold control. And that's still good cav archer numbers, 18 to 23. In favor of JorDan, but now he's behind 92 to 60 vills. The castle goes down, but he stayed on 1 TC for such a long time. Eco KD, kind of similar. And this is a big army now of Manaspa and CA. Thank you, BroDigit7, for the follow. Let me tab around on Discord real quick. Alright. Some messages. Alright. So, cav archers here fighting. And there's just equal numbers of cav archers, but Manaspa's there. Manaspas are there. And there's the GG. some crazy castles, but Yo does it. He survives 2-1 against JorDan. And whew. Yeah, the vill lead got out of hand at the end. Second TC for Yo and just kept pumping. Whew. So well done for JorDan though to take the game against Yo. And let's just check the scoreboard then and see how things stack up. So let's see, what did we hit? We hit like 1,250 viewers between the streams as our peak. That is definitely a new peak for me while streaming, so hope you all enjoyed. And let's go check out the standings. This has not been updated yet, but I have it here. Oh, wait, I swapped my scene. Have it here. Sorry, my display cap, my resolution for the different scenes is different since I've updated my OBS Or I've updated to 4K, but some scenes are still 1440p. There we go. So Yo will win over JorDan. That means Yo is 2-1. And that means MBL Barles. That means if Barles wins, then MBL, Barles, and Yo all are 2-1, so it comes down to tiebreakers. If Barles loses, oh, this was just updated, then MBL and Yo are through. So there we are. So if Barles loses, MBL and Yo are through. If Barles wins, then things get crazy because it's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. And the tiebreaker then I guess becomes how they did against JorDan, which Barles winning 3-0 against JorDan means that he would definitely be through. And then it comes down to maybe MBL Yo head to head, where MBL beat Yo, or it comes down to games won, and then things get tricky. Yeah, because it would be the game difference would be how they do versus JorDan, and then head to head would be after that. All right, so who's ready for tiebreaker? The Group D. What the heck? Everyone is 1-1, winning 2-1 in the 3-3. Then Group D is crazy. Whew. All right. Well, we don't have a scoreboard here because Capture Age crashed and OBS crashed and my scoreboard was set. But I've been streaming for 7.25 hours today. Thank you all for tuning in, starting with Sitaux' lovely mouse drivers. Ooh, I'm tired. And thank you, Grim JD, for the follow. And now I crash, yes. So let us raid someone on Twitch. I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube. Oh, T West versus T90. I have one game on my YouTube when I matched him early on when DE first came out, and I won. I'm undefeated against him on DE. But he's definitely a better player at this point. Years ago we played a lot of 1v1s together on Voobly, being conveniently in my time zone. So, right. I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube and we'll raid someone on Twitch. So goodbye to YouTube, Viper not playing. Viper's on vacation. Love the videos, we missed them. I'll edit more soon, I hope. And I'll end on YouTube and I'll see you guys. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. Maybe I'll take tomorrow off. But maybe I'll stream at 15 GMP tomorrow again. Anyway,